Letter to Raleigh and Commendatory Poems, etc., prefixed to the Faerie Queene. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Letter of the author's expounding his whole intention in the course of this work, which, for that it giveth great light to the reader, for the better understanding is hereunto annexed. To the right noble and valorous Sir Walter Raleigh, Knight, Lord Warden of the Stannaries, and Her Majesty's Lieutenant of the County of Cornwall. Sir, knowing how doubtfully all allegories may be construed, and this book of mine, which I have entitled The Faerie Queene, being a continued allegory or dark conceit, I have thought good, as well for avoiding of jealous opinions and misconstructions, as also for your better light in reading thereof, being so by you commanded, to discover unto you the general intention and meaning, which in the whole course thereof I have fashioned, without expressing of any particular purposes or by accidents therein occasioned. The general end, therefore, of all the book is to fashion a gentleman or noble person in virtuous and gentle discipline, which, for that I conceived should be most plausible and pleasing, being coloured with an historical fiction, the which the most part of men delight to read, rather for variety of matter than for profit of the ensample, I chose the history of King Arthur as most fit for the excellency of his person, being made famous by many men's former works, and also furthest from the danger of envy and suspicion of present time, in which I have followed all the antique poets historical, first Homer, who in the persons of Agamemnon and Ulysses hath ensampled a good governor and a virtuous man, the one in his Ilias, the other in his Odysseys. Then Virgil, whose like intention was to do in the person of Aeneas. After him Ariosto comprised them both in his Orlando, and lately Tasso dissevered them again, and formed both parts in two persons, namely that part which they in philosophy called Ethike, or virtues of a private man, coloured in his Rinaldo, the other named Politicae in his Godfredo. By ensample of which excellent poets, I labour to portray in Arthur, before he was king, the image of a brave knight, perfected in the 12 moral virtues, as Aristotle hath devised, the which is the purpose of these first 12 books, which if I find to be well accepted, I may be perhaps encouraged to frame the other part of politic virtues in his person, after that he came to be king. To some I know this method will seem displeasant, which had rather have good discipline delivered plainly in way of precepts, or sermoned at large as they use, than thus cloudily enwrapped in allegorical devices. But such, meseems, should be satisfied with the use of these days, seeing all things accounted by their shows, and nothing esteemed of that is not delightful and pleasing to common sense. For this cause Xenophon preferred before Plato, for that the one in the exquisite depth of his judgment formed a commonwealth such as it should be, but the other in the person of Cyrus and the Persians fashioned a government such as it might best be. So much more profitable and gracious is doctrine by example than by rule. So have I laboured to do in the person of Arthur, whom I conceive, after his long education by Timon, to whom he was by Merlin delivered to be brought up, so soon as he was born of the Lady Igraine, to have seen in a dream or vision the Faerie Queene, with whose excellent beauty ravished, he awaking resolved to seek her out, and so, being by Merlin armed, and by Timon throughly instructed, he went to seek her forth in Fairyland. In that Faerie Queene I mean glory in my general intention, but in my particular I conceive the most excellent and glorious person of our Sovereign the Queen, and her kingdom in Fairyland. And yet in some places else I do otherwise shadow her. For considering she beareth two persons, the one of a most royal Queen or Empress, the other of a most virtuous and beautiful Lady, this latter part in some places I do express in Belphoebe, fashioning her name according to your own excellent conceit of Cynthia, Phoebe and Cynthia being both names of Diana. So in the person of Prince Arthur I set forth magnificence in particular, which virtue, for that, according to Aristotle and the rest, it is the perfection of all the rest, and containeth in it them all. Therefore in the whole course I mention the deeds of Arthur, applicable to that virtue which I write of in that book. But of the 12 other virtues I make 12 other knights the patrons, for the more variety of the history, of which these 3 books contain 3. The first of the Knight of the Red Cross, in whom I express holiness; the second of Sir Guyon, in whom I set forth temperance; the third of Britomartis, a lady knight, in whom I picture chastity. But because the beginning of the whole work seemeth abrupt, and as depending upon other antecedents, it needs that ye know the occasion of these 3 knights' several adventures. For the method of a poet historical is not such as of an historiographer. For an historiographer discourseth of affairs orderly as they were done, accounting as well the times as the actions. But a poet thrusteth into the middest, even where it most concerneth him, and there recoursing to the things forepast, and divining of things to come, maketh a pleasing analysis of all. The beginning therefore of my history, if it were to be told by an historiographer, should be the 12th book, which is the last, where I devise that the Faerie Queene kept her annual feast 12 days, upon which 12 several days the occasions of the 12 several adventures happened, which being undertaken by 12 several knights, are in these 12 books severally handled and discoursed. The first was this. In the beginning of the feast there presented himself a tall clownish young man, who, falling before the Queen of Fairies, desired a boon, as the manner then was, which during that feast she might not refuse, which was that he might have the achievement of any adventure which during that feast should happen. That being granted, he rested him on the floor, unfit through his rusticity for a better place. Soon after entered a fair lady in mourning weeds, riding on a white ass, with a dwarf behind her, leading a warlike steed, that bore the arms of a knight, and his spear in the dwarf's hand. She, falling before the Queen of Fairies, complained that her father and mother, an ancient king and queen, had been by an huge dragon many years shut up in a brazen castle, who thence suffered them not to issue, and therefore besought the Faerie Queene to assign her some one of her knights to take on him that exploit. Presently that clownish person, upstarting, desired that adventure, whereat the Queen much wondering, and the lady much gainsaying, yet he earnestly importuned his desire. In the end the lady told him that unless that armour which he brought would serve him, that is, the armour of a Christian man, specified by St. Paul, 5 Ephesians, that he should not succeed in that enterprise, which being forthwith put upon him with due furnitures thereunto, he seemed the goodliest man in all that company, and was well liked of the lady. And eftsoons taking on him knighthood, and mounting on that strange courser, he went forth with her on that adventure, where beginneth the first book, viz. A gentle knight was pricking on the plain, etc. The second day there came in a palmer bearing an infant with bloody hands, whose parents he complained to have been slain by an enchantress called Acrasia, and therefore craved of the Faerie Queene to appoint him some knight to perform that adventure, which being assigned to Sir Guyon, he presently went forth with that same palmer, which is the beginning of the second book, and the whole subject thereof. The third day there came in a groom, who complained before the Faerie Queene that a vile enchanter called Busy Rain had in hand a most fair lady called Amoretta, whom he kept in most grievous torment, because she would not yield him the pleasure of her body. Whereupon Sir Scudamore, the lover of that lady, presently took on him that adventure, but being unable to perform it by reason of the hard enchantments, after long sorrow in the end he met with Britomartis, who succoured him and rescued his love. But by occasion hereof many other adventures are intermeddled, but rather as accidents than intentments, as the love of Britomart, the overthrow of Marinell, the misery of Florimel, the virtuousness of Belphoebe, the lasciviousness of Hellenora, and many the like. Thus much, sir, have I briefly overrun to direct your understanding to the wellhead of the history, that from thence gathering the whole intention of the conceit, ye may as in a handful gripe all the discourse, which otherwise may happily seem tedious and confused. So, humbly craving the continuance of your honourable favour towards me, and the eternal establishment of your happiness, I humbly take leave. 23 January 1589. Yours most humbly affectionate, Ed Spenser. Commendatory Poems and Sonnets to Persons of Rank. A vision upon this conceit of the Faerie Queene. Methought I saw the grave where Lara lay, within that temple where the vestal flame was wont to burn, and passing by that way to see that buried dust of living fame, whose tomb fair love and fairer virtue kept, all suddenly I saw the Faerie Queene, at whose approach the soul of Petrarch wept, and from thenceforth those graces were not seen. For they this Queen attended, in whose steed Oblivion laid him down on Lara's hearse. Hereat the hardest stones were seen to bleed, and groans of buried ghosts the heavens did purse, where Homer's sprite did tremble all for grief, and cursed th' excess of that celestial thief. Another of the same. The praise of meaner wits this work like profit brings, as doth the cuckoo's song delight when Philomena sings. If thou hast formed right true virtue's face herein, virtue herself can best discern to whom they written been. If thou hast beauty praised, let her soul looks divine judge if aught therein be amiss, and mend it by her mien. If chastity want aught, or temperance her due, behold her princely mind aright, and write thy Queen anew. Meanwhile she shall perceive how far her virtues soar above the reach of all that live, or such as wrote of yore, and thereby will excuse and favour thy good will, whose virtue cannot be expressed but by an angel's quill. Of me no lines are loved, nor letters are a price, of all which speak our English tongue, but those of thy device. W.R. To the learned Shepherd. Colin, I see by thy new taken task some sacred fury hath enrich'd thy brains, that leads thy muse in haughty verse to mask, and loathe the lays that longs to lowly swains, that lifts thy notes from shepherds unto kings, so like the lively lark that mounting sings. Thy lovely Rosalind seems now forlorn, and all thy gentle flocks forgotten quite. Thy changed heart now holds thy pipes in scorn, those pretty pipes that did thy mates delight, those trusty mates that loved thee so well, whom thou gavest mirth as they gave thee the bell. Yet as thou erst with thy sweet roundelays didst stir to glee our lads in homely bowers, so moughtst thou now in these refined lays delight the dainty ears of higher powers, and so mote they in their deep scanning skill allow and grace our Colin's flowing quill. And fair befall that Faerie Queene of thine, in whose fair eyes love linked with virtue sights, infusing by those beauties fires divine such high conceits into thy humble wits, as raised hath poor pastors oaten reed from rustic tunes to chant heroic deeds. So mote thy Redcrosse Knight with happy hand victorious be in that fair island's right, which thou dost veil in type of Fairyland, Eliza's blessed field that Albion hight, that shields her friends and wars her mighty foes, yet still with people peace and plenty flows.
But, jolly shepherd, though with pleasing style Thou feast the humour of the courtly train, Let not conceit thy settled sense beguile, Ne daunted be through envy or disdain. Subject thy dome to her empiring sprite, From whence thy Muse and all the world takes light. Hobinol. Fair Thamus stream, that from Lud's stately town Runs paying tribute to the ocean seas, Let all thy nymphs and sirens of renown Be silent, while this Britain Orpheus plays. Near thy sweet banks there lives that sacred crown, Whose hand strows palm and never dying bays. Let all at once with thy soft murmuring sound Present her with this worthy poet's praise. For he hath taught high drifts in shepherds' weeds, And deep conceits now sings in fairies' deeds. R.S. Grave Muses march in triumph and with praises. Our Goddess here hath given you leave to land, And bids this rare dispenser of your graces Bow down his brow unto her sacred hand. Deserts finds dew in that most princely doom, In whose sweet breast are all the Muses bred. So did that great Augustus erst in Rome With leaves of fame adorn his poet's head. Fair be the guerdon of your Faerie Queene, Even of the fairest that the world hath seen. H.B. When stout Achilles heard of Helen's rape, And what revenge the states of Greece devised, Thinking by sleight the fatal walls to scape, In women's weeds himself he then disguised. But this device Ulysses soon did spy, And brought him forth the chance of war to try. When Spenser saw the fame was spread so large Through Fairy land of their renowned Queen, Loth that his Muse should take so great a charge, As in such haughty matter to be seen, To seem a shepherd then he made his choice. But Sidney heard him sing, and knew his voice. And as Ulysses brought fair Thetis' son From his retired life to manage arms, So Spenser was by Sidney's speeches won, To blaze her fame, not fearing future harms. For well he knew his Muse would soon be tired In her high praise, that all the world admired. Yet as Achilles in those warlike frays Did win the palm from all the Grecian peers, So Spenser now to his immortal praise Hath won the laurel quite from all his fears. What though his task exceed a human wit, He is excused, sith Sidney thought it fit. W.L. To look upon a work of rare device, The which a workman setteth out to view, And not to yield it the deserved prize That under such a workmanship is due, Doth either prove the judgment to be naught, Or else doth show a mind with envy fraught. To labour to commend a piece of work Which no man goes about to discommend, Would raise a jealous doubt, that there did lurk Some secret doubt whereto the praise did tend. For when men know the goodness of the wine, 'Tis needless for the host to have a sign. Thus then to show my judgment to be such As can discern of colours black and white, As als to free my mind from envy's touch, That never gives to any man his right, I here pronounce this workmanship is such As that no pen can set it forth too much. And thus I hang a garland at the door, Not for to show the goodness of the ware, But such hath been the custom heretofore, And customs very hardly broken are. And when your taste shall tell you this is true, Then look you give your host his utmost due. Ignoto. To the Right Honourable Sir Christopher Hatton, Lord High Chancellor of England, etc. Those prudent heads that with their counsels wise Whilome the pillars of th' earth did sustain, And taught ambitious Rome to tyrannize, and in the neck of all the world to reign, oft from those grave affairs were wont abstain with the sweet Lady Muses for to play. So Ennius the elder Africane, so Maro oft did Caesar's cares allay. So you, great Lord, that with your counsel sway the burden of this kingdom mightily, with like delights sometimes may eke delay the rugged brow of careful policy, and to these idle rhymes lend little space, which for their title's sake may find more grace. To the most honourable and excellent Lord, the Earl of Essex, great Master of the Horse to her Highness, and Knight of the noble Order of the Garter, etc. Magnific Lord, whose virtues excellent do merit a most famous poet's wit, to be thy living praises instrument, yet do not stain to let thy name be writ in this base poem, for thee far unfit. Naught is thy worth disparaged thereby, but when my Muse, whose feathers nothing flit, do yet but flag, and lowly learn to fly, with bolder wings shall dare aloft to sty to the last praises of this Faerie Queene, then shall it make more famous memory of thine heroic parts, such as they be. Till then vouchsafe thy noble countenance to these first labours needed furtherance. To the Right Honourable the Earl of Oxenford, Lord High Chamberlain of England, etc. Receive, most noble Lord, in gentle gree, the unripe fruit of an unready wit, which by thy countenance doth crave to be defended from foul envy's poisonous bit, which so to do may thee right well befit, sith th' antique glory of thine ancestry under a shady veil is therein writ, and eke thine own long living memory succeeding them in true nobility, and also for the love which thou dost bear to th' Heliconian imps, and they to thee, they unto thee, and thou to them most dear, dear as thou art unto thyself, so love that loves and honours thee, as doth behove. To the Right Honourable the Earl of Northumberland. The sacred Muses have made always claim to be the nurses of nobility, and registers of everlasting fame to all that arms profess and chivalry. Then by like right the noble progeny, which them succeed in fame and worth, are tied to embrace the service of sweet poetry, by whose endeavours they are glorified, and eke from all of whom it is envied to patronize the author of their praise, which gives them life that else would soon have died, and crowns their ashes with immortal bays. To thee therefore, right noble Lord, I send this present of my pains, it to defend. To the Right Honourable the Earl of Ormond and Ossory. Receive, most noble Lord, a simple taste of the wild fruit which savage soil hath bred, which being through long wars left almost waste, with brutish barbarism is overspread, and in so fair a land as may be read, not one Parnassus nor one Helicon left for sweet Muses to be harboured, but where thyself hast thy brave mansion. There indeed dwell fair graces many own, and gentle nymphs, delights of learned wits, and in thy person without paragon all goodly bounty and true honour sits. Such therefore as that wasted soil doth yield, receive, dear Lord, in worth the fruit of barren field. To the Right Honourable the Lord Charles Howard, Lord High Admiral of England, Knight of the noble Order of the Garter, and one of her Majesty's Privy Council, etc. And ye, brave Lord, whose goodly personage and noble deeds each other garnishing, make you ensample to the present age of the old heroes, whose famous offspring the antique poets wont so much to sing, in this same pageant have a worthy place, sith those huge castles of Castilian king, that vainly threatened kingdoms to displace, like flying doves ye did before you chase, and that proud people waxen insolent through many victories didst first deface. Thy praises everlasting monument is in this verse engraven semblably, that it may live to all posterity. To the most renowned and valiant Lord, the Lord Grey of Wilton, Knight of the noble Order of the Garter, etc. Most noble Lord, the pillar of my life, and patron of my Muses' pupilage, through whose large bounty poured on me rife, in the first season of my feeble age, I now do live, bound yours by vassalage, sith nothing ever may redeem nor reave out of your endless debt so sure a gage. Vouchsafe in worth this small gift to receive, which in your noble hands for pledge I leave, of all the rest that I am tied to count, rude rhymes, the which a rustic Muse did wean in savage soil, far from Parnasso mount, and roughly wrought in an unlearned loom, the which vouchsafe, dear Lord, your favourable doom. To the right noble and valorous Knight, Sir Walter Raleigh, Lord Warden of the Stannaries, and Lieutenant of Cornwall. To thee, that art the summer's nightingale, thy sovereign goddess's most dear delight, why do I send this rustic madrigal, that may thy tuneful ear unseason quite? Thou only fit this argument to write, in whose high thoughts pleasure hath built her bower, and dainty love learned sweetly to indite. My rhymes I know, unsavoury and sour, to taste the streams that like a golden shower flow from thy fruitful head, of thy love's praise, fitter perhaps to thunder martial stour, when so thee list thy lofty Muse to raise. Yet till that thou thy poem wilt make known, let thy fair Cynthia's praises be thus rudely shown. E.S. To the most virtuous and beautiful Lady, the Lady Cary. Ne may I without blot of endless blame thou, fairest Lady, leave out of this place, but with remembrance of your gracious name, wherewith that courtly garland most ye grace, and deck the world, adorn these verses base. Not that these few lines can in them comprise those glorious ornaments of heavenly grace, wherewith ye triumph over feeble eyes, and in subdued hearts do tyrannize, for thereunto doth need a golden quill, and silver leaves, them rightly to devise, but to make humble present of good will, which when as timely means it purchase may, in ampler wise itself will forth display. E.S. To all the gracious and beautiful ladies in the court. The Chian painter, when he was required to portrait Venus in her perfect hue, to make his work more absolute, desired of all the fairest maids to have the view. Much more me needs to draw the semblant true of beauty's queen, the world's sole wonderment, to sharp my sense with sundry beauties view, and steal from each some part of ornament. If all the world to seek I overwent, a fairer crew yet nowhere could I see, than that brave court doth to mine eye present, that the world's pride seems gathered there to be. Of each part I stole by cunning theft, forgive me, fairest dames, sith less ye have not left. E.S. To the right honourable the Lord Burleigh, Lord High Treasurer of England. To you, right noble Lord, whose careful breast to manage of most grave affairs is bent, and on whose mighty shoulders most doth rest the burden of this kingdom's government, as the wide compass of the firmament on Atlas' mighty shoulders is upstayed. Unfitly I these idle rhymes present, the labour of lost time and wit unstayed, yet if their deeper sense be inly weighed, and the dim veil with which from common view their fairer parts are hid, aside be laid, Perhaps not vain they might appear to you. Such as they be, vouchsafe them to receive, And wipe their faults out of your censure grave. E.S. To the Right Honourable the Lord of Hunsdon, High Chamberlain to her Majesty. Renowned Lord, that for your worthiness and noble deeds have your deserved place, high in the favour of that Empress, the world's sole glory and her sex's grace, here eke of right have you a worthy place, both for your nearness to that Faerie Queene, and for your own high merit in like case, of which apparent proof was to be seen, when that tumultuous rage and fearful Dean of Northern rebels ye did pacify, and their disloyal power defaced clean, the record of enduring memory. Live, Lord, for ever in this lasting verse, that all posterity thy honour may rehearse. E.S. To the Right Honourable the Lord of Buckhurst, one of her Majesty's Privy Council. In vain, I think, Right Honourable Lord, by this rude rhyme to memorize thy name, whose learned Muse hath writ her own record, in golden verse, worthy immortal fame. Thou much more fit, were leisure to the same, thy gracious Sovereign praises to compile, and her Imperial Majesty to frame in lofty numbers and heroic style. But sith thou mayst not so, give leave a while to baser wit his power therein to spend, whose gross defaults thy dainty pen may file, and unadvised oversights amend. But evermore vouchsafe it to maintain against vile Zoilus backbitings vain. To the Right Honourable Sir Francis Walsingham, Knight, Principal Secretary to her Majesty, and of her Honourable Privy Council. That Mantuan poet's incomparèd spirit, whose girland now is set in highest place, had not Maecenas for his worthy merit it first advanced to great Augustus' grace, might long perhaps have lien in silence base, ne been so much admir'd of later age. This lowly Muse, that learns like steps to trace, flies for like aid unto your patronage, that as the great Maecenas of this age, as well to all that civil arts profess, as those that are inspir'd with martial rage, and craves protection of her feebleness, which if ye yield, perhaps ye may her raise in bigger times to sound your living praise. To the Right Noble Lord and most valiant Captain, Sir John Norris, Knight, Lord President of Mountster. Who ever gave more honourable prize to the sweet Muse than did the martial crew, that their brave deeds she might immortalize in her shrill trump, and sound their praises due? Who then ought more to favour her than you, most noble Lord, the honour of this age, and precedent of all that arms ensue? Whose warlike prowess and manly courage, temper'd with reason and advisement sage, hath fill'd sad Belgia with victorious spoil, in France and Ireland left a famous gage, and lately shaked the Lusitanian soil. Sith then each where thou hast dispread thy fame, love him that hath eternized your name. E.S. To the Right Honourable and most virtuous Lady, the Countess of Pembroke. Remembrance of that most heroic spirit, the heavens' pride, the glory of our days, which now triumpheth through immortal merit of his brave virtues, crowned with lasting bays, of heavenly bliss and everlasting praises, who first my Muse did lift out of the floor to sing his sweet delights in lowly lays, bids me, most noble Lady, to adore his goodly image, living evermore in the divine resemblance of your face, which with your virtues ye embellish more, and native beauty deck with heavenly grace. For his and for your own especial sake, vouchsafe from him this token in good worth to take. E.S. To the Right Honourable the Earl of Cumberland. Redoubted Lord, in whose courageous mind the flower of chivalry, now blossoming fair, doth promise fruit worthy the noble kind, which of their praises have left you the heir, to you this humble present I prepare, for love of virtue and of martial praise, to which, though nobly ye inclined are, as goodly well ye show'd in late assays, yet brave ensample of long passed days, in which true honour ye may fashion see, to like desire of honour may ye raise, and fill your mind with magnanimity. Receive it, Lord, therefore, as it was meant, for honour of your name and high descent. E.S. The first book of the Faerie Queene, containing the legend of the Knight of the Red Cross, or of Holiness. Lo, I, the man whose muse whilome did mask, as time her taught, in lowly shepherd's weeds, am now enforced a far unfitter task, for trumpets stern to change mine oaten reeds, and sing of knights and ladies' gentle deeds, whose praises having slept in silence long, me all too mean the sacred muse areads to blazon broad amongst her learned throng. Fierce wars and faithful loves shall moralize my song. Help then, O holy Virgin, chief of nine, thy weaker novice to perform thy will. Lay forth out of thine everlasting scrine the antique rolls, which there lie hidden still, of fairy knights and fairest Tanaquil, whom that most noble Briton prince so long sought through the world, and suffered so much ill, that I must rue his undeserved wrong. O help thou my weak wit, and sharpen my dull tongue. And thou, most dreaded imp of highest Jove, fair Venus' son, that with thy cruel dart at that good knight so cunningly didst drove, that glorious fire it kindled in his heart, lay now thy deadly Heban bow apart, and with thy mother mild come to mine aid. Come both, and with you bring triumphant Mart, in loves and gentle jollities arrayed, after his murderous spoils and bloody rage allayed. And with the meek, O goddess heavenly bright, mirror of grace and majesty divine, great lady of the greatest isle, whose light like Phoebus' lamp throughout the world doth shine, shed thy fair beams into my feeble eyne, and raise my thoughts too humble and too vile, to think of that true glorious type of thine, the argument of mine afflicted style, the which to hear vouchsafe, O dearest dread, a while. Canto 1. The patron of true holiness foul error doth defeat, hypocrisy him to entrap doth to his home entreat. A gentle knight was pricking on the plain, clad in mighty arms and silver shield, wherein old dints of deep wounds did remain, the cruel marks of many a bloody field. Yet arms till that time did he never wield. His angry steed did chide his foaming bit, as much disdaining to the curb to yield. Full jolly knight he seemed, and fair did sit, as one for knightly justs and fierce encounters fit. But on his breast a bloody cross he bore, the dear remembrance of his dying lord, for whose sweet sake that glorious badge he wore, and dead as living ever him adored. Upon his shield the like was also scored, for sovereign hope which in his help he had. Right faithful true he was in deed and word, but of his cheer did seem too solemn sad, yet nothing did he dread, but ever was it dread. Upon a great adventure he was bond, that greatest Gloriana to him gave, that greatest glorious Queen of Fairyland, to win him worship, and her grace to have, which of all earthly things he most did crave. And ever as he rode, his heart did earn to prove his puissance in battle brave upon his foe, and his new force to learn. Upon his foe, a dragon horrible and stern.
A lovely lady rode him fair beside, upon a lowly ass, more white than snow, yet she much whiter, but the same did hide under a veil that wimpled was full low, and over all a black stole she did throw, as one that inly mourned. So was she sad, and heavy sat upon her palfrey slow. Seemed in heart some hidden care she had, and by her in a line a milk-white lamb she lad. So pure and innocent as that same lamb she was in life and every virtuous lore, and by descent from royal lineage came of ancient kings and queens, that had of yore their sceptres stretched from east to western shore, and all the world in their subjection held, till that infernal fiend with foul uproar forwasted all their land, and them expelled, whom to avenge she had this night from far compelled. Behind her, far away, a dwarf did lag, that lazy seemed in being ever last, or wearied with bearing of her bag of needments at his back. Thus as they passed, the day with clouds was sudden overcast, and angry Jove in hideous storm of rain did pour into his lemon's lap, so fast that every wight to shroud it did constrain, and this fair couple eke to shroud themselves were fain. And forced to seek some covert nigh at hand, a shady grove not far away they spied, that promised aid the tempest to withstand, whose lofty trees, clad with summer's pride, did spread so broad that heaven's light did hide, not pierceable with power of any star, and all within were paths and alleys wide, with footing worn and leading inward far. Fair harbour that them seems, so in they entered are, and forth they pass, with pleasure forward led, joying to hear the birds' sweet harmony, which, therein shrouded from the tempest dread, seemed in their song to scorn the cruel sky. Much can they praise the trees so straight and high, the sailing pine, the cedar proud and tall, the vine-prop elm, the poplar never dry, the builder oak, sole king of forests all, the aspen good for staves, the cypress funeral, the laurel meed of mighty conquerors and poets sage, the fir that weepeth still, the willow worn of forlorn paramours, the yew obedient to the bender's will, the birch for shafts, the sallow for the mill, the myrrh sweet bleeding in the bitter wound, the warlike beech, the ash for nothing ill, the fruitful olive and the platen round, the carver holm, the maple seldom inward sound. Led with delight they thus beguile the way until the blustering storm is overblown, when, weening to return whence they did stray, they cannot find that path which first was shown, but wander to and fro in ways unknown, furthest from end then when they nearest ween, that makes them doubt their wits be not their own, so many paths, so many turnings seen, that which of them to take in divers doubt they been. At last, resolving forward still to fare, till that some end they find, or in or out, that path they take that beaten seemed most bare, and like to lead the labyrinth about, which when by tract they hunted had throughout, at length it brought them to a hollow cave amid the thickest woods. The champion stout eftsoons dismounted from his courser brave, and to the dwarf a while his needless spear he gave. Be well aware, quoth then that lady mild, lest sudden mischief ye too rash provoke. The danger hid, the place unknown and wild, breeds dreadful doubts. Oft fire is without smoke, and peril without show. Therefore your stroke, Sir Knight, withhold till further trial made. Ah, lady, said he, shame were to revoke the forward footing for an hidden shade. Virtue gives herself light, through darkness for to wade. Yea, but, quoth she, the peril of this place I better wot than you. Though now too late to wish you back return with foul disgrace, yet wisdom warns, whilst foot is in the gate, to stay the step, ere forced to retreat. This is the wandering wood, this error's den, a monster vile, whom God and man does hate. Therefore I read, beware. Fly, fly, quoth then the fearful dwarf, this is no place for living men. But full of fire and greedy hardiment, the youthful knight could not for aught be stayed, but forth unto the darksome hole he went, and looked in. His glistering armour made a little glooming light, much like a shade, by which he saw the ugly monster plain, half like a serpent horribly displayed, but th'other half did woman's shape retain, most loathsome, filthy, foul, and full of vile disdain. And as she lay upon the dirty ground, her huge long tail her den all overspread, yet was in knots and many bots upwound, pointed with mortal sting. Of her there bred 1,000 young ones, which she daily fed, sucking upon her poisonous dugs, each one of sundry shapes, yet all ill-favoured. Soon as that uncouth light upon them shone, into her mouth they crept, and sudden all were gone. Their dam upstart, out of her den afraid, and rushed forth, hurling her hideous tail about her cursed head, whose folds displayed were stretched now forth at length without entrail. She looked about, and seeing one in mail armed to point, sought back to turn again, for light she hated as the deadly bale, wont in desert darkness to remain, where plain none might her see, nor she see any plain. Which when the valiant elf perceived, he leapt as lion fierce upon the flying prey, and with his trenchant blade her boldly kept from turning back, and forced her to stay. Therewith enraged she loudly gan to bray, and turning fierce her speckled tail advanced, threatening her angry sting him to dismay, who, not aghast, his mighty hand enhanced, the stroke down from her head unto her shoulder glanced. Much daunted with that dint, her sense was dazed, yet kindling rage, herself she gathered round, and all at once her beastly body raised with doubled forces high above the ground, though, wrapping up her wreathed stern around, leapt fierce upon his shield, and a huge train all suddenly about his body wound, that hand or foot to stir he strove in vain. God help the man so wrapped in error's endless train. His lady, sad to see his sore constraint, cried out, Now, now, Sir Knight, show what ye be, add faith unto your force, and be not faint. Strangle her, else she sure will strangle thee. That when he heard, in great perplexity, his gall did grate for grief and high disdain, and knitting all his force, got one hand free, wherewith he gripped her gorge, with so great pain that soon to loose her wicked bands did her constrain. Therewith she spewed out of her filthy maw a flood of poison, horrible and black, full of great lumps of flesh and gobbets raw, which stunk so violently that it forced him slack his grasping hold, and from her turn him back. Her vomit full of books and papers was, with loathly frogs and toads, which eyes did lack, and creeping sought way in the weedy grass. Her filthy parbrake all the place defiled has. As when old Father Nilus gins to swell with timely pride above the Egyptian vale, his fatty waves do fertile slime outwell, and overflow each plain and lowly dale. But when his later spring gins to avail, huge heaps of mud he leaves, wherein there breed 10,000 kinds of creatures, partly male and partly female of his fruitful seed. Such ugly monstrous shapes elsewhere may no man read. The same so sore annoyed has the knight, that well-nigh choked with the deadly stink, his forces fail, ne can no longer fight, whose courage, when the fiend perceived to shrink, she poured forth out of her hellish sink her fruitful cursed spawn of serpents small, deformed monsters, foul and black as ink, which, swarming all about his legs, did crawl, and him encumbered sore, but could not hurt at all. As gentle shepherd in sweet eventide, when ruddy Phoebus gins to whelk in west, high on an hill his flock to view in wide marks which do bite their hasty supper best, a cloud of cumbrous gnats do him molest, all striving to infix their feeble stings, that from their annoyance he nowhere can rest, but with his clownish hands their tender wings he brusheth oft, and oft doth mar their murmurings. Thus ill bestead, and fearful more of shame than of the certain peril he stood in, half furious, unto his foe he came, resolved in mind all suddenly to win, or soon to lose, before he once would lin, and stroke at her with more than manly force, that from her body, full of filthy sin, he raft her hateful head without remorse. A stream of coal-black blood forth gushed from her course. Her scattered brood, soon as their parent dear they saw so rudely falling to the ground, groaning full deadly, all with troublous fear, gathered themselves about her body round, weening their wonted entrance to have found at her wide mouth. But being there withstood, they flocked all about her bleeding wound, and sucked up their dying mother's blood, making her death their life, and eke her hurt their good. That detestable sight him much amazed, to see the unkindly imps of heaven accursed devour their dam, on whom while so he gazed, having all satisfied their bloody thirst, their bellies swoln he saw with fullness burst, and bowels gushing forth. Well were the end of such as drunk her life, the which them nursed. Now needeth him no longer labour spend, his foes have slain themselves, with whom he should contend. His lady, seeing all that chanced from far, approached in haste to greet his victory, and said, Fair knight, born under happy star, who see your vanquished foes before you lie, well worthy be you of that armoury wherein ye have great glory won this day, and proved your strength on a strong enemy, your first adventure. Many such I pray, and henceforth ever wish that like succeed it may. Then mounted he upon his steed again, and with the lady backward sought to wend. That path he kept, which beaten was most plain, ne ever would to any byway bend, but still did follow one unto the end, the which at last out of the wood them brought. So forward on his way, with God to friend, he passed forth, and new adventure sought. Long way he travelled before he heard of aught. At length they chanced to meet upon the way an aged sire, in long black weeds yclad, his feet all bare, his beard all hoary grey, and by his belt his book he hanging had. Sober he seemed, and very sagely sad, and to the ground his eyes were lowly bent, simple in show, and void of malice bad. And all the way he prayed as he went, and often knocked his breast as one that did repent. He fair the knight saluted, louting low, who fair him quited, as that courteous was, and after asked him if he did know of strange adventures which abroad did pass. Ah, my dear son, quoth he, how should a silly old man that lives in hidden cell, bidding his beads all day for his trespass, tidings of war and worldly trouble tell? With holy father sits not with such things to mell. But if of danger which hereby doth dwell, and home-bred evil ye desire to hear, of a strange man I can you tidings tell, that wasteth all this country far and near. Of such, said he, I chiefly do inquire, and shall you well reward to show the place in which that wicked wight his days doth wear. For to all knighthood it is foul disgrace that such a cursed creature lives so long a space. Far hence, quoth he, in wasteful wilderness his dwelling is, by which no living wight may ever pass, but through a great distress. And now, said the lady, draweth toward night, and well I wot that of your later fight ye all forwearied be. For what so strong but wanting rest will also want of might? The sun that measures heaven all day long, at night doth bait his steeds the ocean waves among. Then with the sun take, sir, your timely rest, and with new day new work at once begin. Untroubled night, they say, gives counsel best. Right well, sir knight, ye have advised been, quoth then that aged man. The way to win is wisely to advise. Now day is spent, therefore with me ye may take up your inn for this same night. The knight was well content. So with that godly father to his home they went. A little lowly hermitage it was, down in a dale, hard by a forest side, far from resort of people that did pass in travel to and fro. A little wide there was an holy chapel edified, wherein the hermit, duly wont to say his holy things each morn and eventide, thereby a crystal stream did gently play, which from a sacred fountain welled forth alway. Arrived there, the little house they fill, ne look for entertainment where none was. Rest is their feast, and all things at their will. The noblest mind the best contentment has. With fair discourse the evening so they pass, for that old man of pleasing words had store, and well could file his tongue as smooth as glass. He told of saints and popes, and evermore he strode an Ave Mary after and before. The drooping night thus creepeth on them fast, and the sad humour, loading their eyelids as messenger of Morpheus, on them casts sweet slumbering dew, the which to sleep them bids. Unto their lodgings then his guests he rids, where when all drowned in deadly sleep he finds, he to his study goes, and there, amidst his magic books and arts of sundry kinds, he seeks out mighty charms to trouble sleepy minds. Then, choosing out few words most horrible, let none them read, thereof did verses frame, with which, and other spells like terrible, he bade awake black Pluto's grisly dame, and cursed heaven, and spake reproachful shame of highest God, the Lord of life and light, a bold, bad man that dared to call by name great Gorgon, prince of darkness and dead night, at which Cocytus quakes and Styx is put to flight. And forth he called out of deep darkness dread legions of sprites, the which like little flies, fluttering about his ever damned head, await whereto their service he applies, to aid his friends or fray his enemies. Of those he chose out two, the falsest two, and fittest for to forge true-seeming lies. The one of them he gave a message to, the other by himself stayed other work to do. He, making speedy way through spursed air, and through the world of waters wide and deep, to Morpheus' house doth hastily repair. Amid the bowels of the earth full steep and low, where dawning day doth never peep, his dwelling is. There Tethys his wet bed doth ever wash, and Cynthia still doth steep in silver dew his ever drooping head, while sad night over him her mantle black doth spread, whose double gates he findeth locked fast, the one fair framed of burnished ivory, the other all with silver overcast, and wakeful dogs before them far do lie, watching to banish care their enemy, who oft is wont to trouble gentle sleep. By them the sprite doth pass in quietly, and unto Morpheus comes, whom drowned deep in drowsy fit he finds, of nothing he takes keep. And more to lull him in his slumber soft, a trickling stream from high rock tumbling down, and ever drizzling rain upon the loft, mixed with a murmuring wind, much like the sound of swarming bees, did cast him in a swoon. No other noise, nor people's troublous cries, as still are wont to o'er the walled town, might there be heard, but careless quiet lies, wrapped in eternal silence, far from enemies. The messenger approaching to him spake, but his waste words returned to him in vain. So sound he slept, that naught mote him awake. Then rudely he him thrust and pushed with pain, whereat he gan to stretch. But he again shook him so hard, that forced him to speak, as one then in a dream, whose drier brain is tossed with troubled sights and fancies weak, he mumbled soft, but would not all his silence break. The sprite then gan more boldly him to wake, and threatened unto him the dreaded name of Hecate, whereat he gan to quake, and lifting up his lumpish head, with blame half angry asked him for what he came. Hither, quoth he, me Archimagos sent, he that the stubborn sprites can wisely tame. He bids thee to him send, for his intent, a fit false dream that can delude the sleeper's scent. The god obeyed, and calling forth straightway a diverse dream out of his prison dark, delivered it to him, and down did lay his heavy head, devoid of careful cark, whose senses all were straight benumbed and stark. He, back returning by the ivory door, remounted up as light as cheerful lark, and on his little wings the dream he bore in haste unto his lord, where he him left afore, who all this while with charms and hidden arts had made a lady of that other sprite, and framed of liquid air her tender parts, so lively, and so like in all men's sight, that weaker sense it could have ravished quite. The maker's self, for all his wondrous wit, was nigh beguiled with so goodly sight. Her all in white he clad, and over it cast a black stole, most like to seem for Una fit. Now when that idle dream was to him brought, unto that elfin knight he bade him fly, where he slept soundly, void of evil thought, and with false shows abuse his fantasy, in sort as he him schooled privily. And that new creature, born without her due, full of the maker's guile, with usage sly he taught to imitate that lady true, whose semblance she did carry under feigned hue. Thus well instructed, to their work they haste, and coming where the knight in slumber lay, the one upon his hardy head him placed, and made him dream of loves and lustful play, that nigh his manly heart did melt away, bathed in wanton bliss and wicked joy. Then seemed him his lady by him lay, and to him plained how that false-winged boy her chaste heart had subdued, to learn Dame Pleasure's toy. And she herself, of beauty sovereign queen, fair Venus, seemed unto his bed to bring her, whom he, waking, evermore did ween to be the chastest flower that aye did spring on earthly branch, the daughter of a king, now a loose lemon to vile service bound. And eke the graces seemed all to sing Hymen, your Hymen, dancing all around, whilst freshest Flora her with ivy garland crowned. In this great passion of unwonted lust, or wonted fear of doing aught amiss, he started up, as seeming to mistrust some secret ill, or hidden foe of his. Lo, there before his face his lady is, under black stole hiding her baited hook, and, as half blushing, offered him to kiss, with gentle blandishment and lovely look, most like that virgin true, which for her knight him took. All clean dismayed to see so uncouth sight, and half enraged at her shameless guise, he thought of slain her in his fierce despite, but hasty heat tempering with sufferance wise, he stayed his hand, and gan himself advise to prove his sense, and tempt her feigned truth, wringing her hands in women's piteous wise, though can she weep to stir up gentle ruth, both for her noble blood and for her tender youth, and said, Ah, sir, my liege lord and my love, shall I accuse the hidden cruel fate, and mighty causes wrought in heaven above, or the blind God that doth me thus amate? For hoped love to win me certain hate, yet thus perforce he bids me do or die. Die is my due, yet rue my wretched state, you whom my hard avenging destiny hath made judge of my life and death indifferently. Your own dear sake forced me at first to leave my father's kingdom. There she stopped with tears, her swollen heart her speech seemed to bereave, and then again begun. My weaker years, captived to fortune and frail worldly fears, fly to your faith for succour and sure aid. Let me not die in languor and long tears. Why, dame, quoth he, what hath thee thus dismayed? What phrase ye, that were wont to comfort me afraid? Love of yourself, she said, and dear constraint lets me not sleep, but waste the weary night in secret anguish and unpitied plaint, whiles you in careless sleep are drowned quite. Her doubtful words made that redoubted knight suspect her truth. Yet, since no untruth he knew, her fawning love with foul disdainful spite he would not shen, but said, Dear dame, I rue that for my sake, unknown, such grief unto you grew. Assure yourself it fell not all to ground, for all so dear as life is to my heart I deem your love, and hold me to you bound. Now let vain fears procure your needless smart where cause is none, but to your rest depart. Not all content, yet seemed she to appease her mournful plaints, beguiled of her art, and fed with words that could not choose but please. So, sliding softly forth, she turned, as to her ease. Long after lay he musing at her mood, much grieved to think that gentle dame so light, for whose defence he was to shed his blood. At last, dull weariness of former fight having rocked to sleep his irksome sprite, that troublous dream gan freshly toss his brain with bowers and beds and ladies' dear delight. But when he saw his labour all was vain, with that misformed sprite he back returned again.
Canto 2. The guileful great enchanter parts the Redcrosse Knight from truth, into whose stead fair falsehood steps, and works him woeful ruth. By this the northern waggoner had set his sevenfold team behind the steadfast star, that was in ocean waves yet never wet, but firm as fixed, and sendeth light from far to all that in the wide deep wandering are. And cheerful Chanticleer with his note shrill had warned at once that Phoebus' fiery car in haste was climbing up the eastern hill, full envious that night so long his room did fill. When those accursed messengers of hell, that feigning dream, and that fair forged sprite, came to their wicked maester, and gan tell their bootless pains and ill succeeding night, who, all in rage to see his skilful might deluded so, gan threaten hellish pain and sad Proserpent's wrath, them to affright. But when he saw his threatening was but vain, he cast about and searched his baleful books again. Eftsoons he took that miscreated fair, and that false other sprite, on whom he spread a seeming body of the subtle air, like a young squire, in love's and lusty head his wanton days that ever loosely led, without regard of arms and dreaded fight. Those two he took, and in a secret bed, covered with darkness and misdeeming night, them both together laid, to joy in vain delight. Forthwith he runs with feigned faithful haste unto his guest, who after troublous sights and dreams gan now to take more sound repast, whom suddenly he wakes with fearful frights, as one aghast with fiends or damned sprites, and to him calls, "Rise, rise, unhappy swain, that here wex old in sleep, whiles wicked wights have knit themselves in Venus' shameful chain. Come see where your false lady doth her honour stain." All in amaze he suddenly upstart, with sword in hand, and with the old man went, who soon him brought into a secret part, where that false couple were full closely ment in wanton lust and lewd embracement, which when he saw he burnt with jealous fire. The eye of reason was with rage blent, and would have slain them in his furious ire, but hardly was restrained of that aged sire. Returning to his bed in torment great, and bitter anguish of his guilty sight, he could not rest, but did his stout heart eat and waste his inward gall with deep despite, irksome of life, and too long lingering night. At last fair Hesperus in highest sky had spent his lamp, and brought forth dawning light. Then up he rose, and clad him hastily. The dwarf him brought his steed, so both away do fly. Now when the rosy-fingered morning fair, weary of aged Tithon's saffron bed, had spread her purple robe through dewy air, and the high hills Titan discovered, the royal virgin shook off drowsy head, and rising forth out of her baser bower, looked for her knight, who far away was fled, and for her dwarf, that wont to wait each hour. Then gan she wail and weep to see that woeful stour, and after him she rode with so much speed as her slow beast could make, but all in vain, for him so far had borne his light-foot steed, pricked with wrath and fiery fierce disdain, that him to follow was but fruitless pain. Yet she her weary limbs would never rest, but every hill and dale, each wood and plain did search, sore grieved in her gentle breast, he so ungently left her, whom she loved best. But subtle Archimago, when his guests he saw divided into double parts, and Una wandering in woods and forests, then of his drift, he praised his devilish arts, that had such might over true-meaning hearts. Yet rests not so, but other means doth make, how he may work unto her further smarts.
For her he hated as the hissing snake, and in her many troubles did most pleasure take. He then devised himself how to disguise, for by his magic science he could take as many forms and shapes in seeming wise as ever Proteus to himself could make. Sometime a fowl, sometime a fish in lake, now like a fox, now like a dragon fell, that of himself he oft for fear would quake, and oft would fly away. Oh, who can tell the hidden power of herbs, and might of magic spell? But now seemed best the person to put on of that good knight his late beguiled guest. In mighty arms he was yclad anon, and silver shield. Upon his coward breast a bloody cross, and on his craven crest a bunch of hairs discoloured diversely. Full jolly knight he seemed, and well addressed, and when he sate upon his courser free, St. George himself he would have deemed him to be. But he, the knight whose semblant he did bear, the true St. George, was wandered far away, still flying from his thoughts and jealous fear. Will was his guide, and grief led him astray. At last him chanced to meet upon the way a faithless Saracen, all armed to point, in whose great shield was writ with letters gay, Sans Foy. Full large of limb, and every joint he was, and cared not for God or man a point. He had a fair companion of his way, a goodly lady clad in scarlet red, purfled with gold and pearl of rich assay, and like a Persian mitre on her head she wore, with crowns and ouches garnished, the which her lavish lovers to her gave. Her wanton palfrey all was overspread with tinsel trappings, woven like a wave, whose bridle rung with golden bells and bosses brave. With fair disport and courting dalliance she entertained her lover all the way, but when she saw the knight his spear advance, she soon left off her mirth and wanton play, and bade her knight address him to the fray. His foe was nigh at hand. He pricked with pride, and hoped to win his lady's heart that day, forth spurred fast. Adown his courser's side the red blood trickling stained the way as he did ride. The knight of the Red Cross, when him he spied spurring so hot with rage dispiteous, gan fairly couch his spear and towards ride. Soon meet they both fell and furious, that daunted with their forces hideous, their steeds do stagger and amazed stand, and eke themselves too rudely rigorous, astonied with the stroke of their own hand, do back rebut, and each to other yieldeth land. As when two rams, stirred with ambitious pride, fight for the rule of the rich fleeced flock, their horned fronts so fierce on either side do meet, that with the terror of the shot astonied, both stand senseless as a block, forgetful of the hanging victory. So stood these twain, unmoved as a rock, both staring fierce, and holding idly the broken relics of their former cruelty. The Saracen, sore daunted with the buff, snatcheth his sword, and fiercely to him flies, who well it wards, and quiteth cuff with cuff. Each other's equal puissance envies, and through their iron sides with cruel spies does seek to pierce. Repining courage yields no foot to foe. The flashing fire flies as from a forge out of their burning shields, and streams of purple blood new dyes the verdant fields. "Curse on that cross," quoth then the Saracen, "that keeps thy body from the bitter fit. Dead long ago I wot thou hadst been, had not that charm from thee forewarned it. But yet I warn thee now, assured sit, and hide thy head." Therewith upon his crest with rigour so outrageous he smit, that a large share he hewed out of the rest, and glancing down his shield from blame him fairly blessed. Who thereat wondrous wroth, the sleeping spark of native virtue gan eftsoons revive, and at his haughty helmet making mark, so hugely stroke, that it the steel did rive, and cleft his head. He, tumbling down alive, with bloody mouth his mother earth did kiss, greeting his grave. His grudging ghost did strive with the frail flesh, at last it flitted is, whither the souls do fly of men that live amiss. The lady, when she saw her champion fall, like the old ruins of a broken tower, stayed not to wail his woeful funeral, but from him fled away with all her power, who after her as hastily gan scour, bidding the dwarf with him to bring away the Saracen's shield, sign of the conqueror. Her soon he overtook, and bade to stay, for present cause was none of dread her to dismay.
She, turning back with rueful countenance, cried, "Mercy, mercy, sir, vouchsafe to show on silly dame, subject to hard mischance, and to your mighty will." Her humblest low, in so rich weeds and seeming glorious show, did much enmove his stout heroic heart, and said, "Dear dame, your sudden overthrow much rueth me. But now put fear apart, and tell both who ye be, and who that took your part." Melting in tears, then gan she thus lament: "The wretched woman, whom unhappy hour hath now made thrall to your commandment, before that angry heavens list to lour, and fortune false betrayed me to your power, was— oh, what now availeth that I was? Born the sole daughter of an emperor, he that the wide west under his rule has, and high hath set his throne where Tiberius doth pass. He, in the first flower of my freshest age, betrothed me unto the only heir of a most mighty king, most rich and sage. Was never prince so faithful and so fair, was never prince so meek and debonair. But ere my hoped day of spousal shone, my dearest lord fell from high honor's stair into the hands of his accursed foe, and cruelly was slain. That shall I ever moan. His blessed body, spoiled of lively breath, was afterward, I know not how, conveyed and fro me hid. Of whose most innocent death, when tidings came to me, unhappy maid, oh, how great sorrow my sad soul essayed. Then forth I went his woeful corse to find, and many years throughout the world I strayed, a virgin widow, whose deep wounded mind with love long time did languish as the stricken hind. At last it chanced this proud Saracen to meet me wandering, who perforce me led with him away, but yet could never win that fort that ladies hold in sovereign dread. There lies he now with foul dishonor dead, who, whiles he lived, was called proud sans Foy, the eldest of three brethren, all three bred of one bad sire, whose youngest is sans Joy, and twixt them both was born the bloody bold sans Loy. In this sad plight, friendless, unfortunate, now miserable, I, Fidessa, dwell, craving of you, in pity of my state, to do none ill, if please ye not do well. He in great passion all this while did dwell, more busying his quick eyes her face to view, than his dull ears to hear what she did tell, and said, "Fair lady, heart of flint would rue the undeserved woes and sorrows which ye shew. Henceforth in safe assurance may ye rest, having both found a new friend you to aid, and lost an old foe that did you molest. Better new friend than an old foe is said." With change of cheer the seeming simple maid let fall her eyne, as shamefast to the earth, and yielding soft, in that she naught gainsaid, so forth they rode, he feigning seemly mirth, and she coy looks. So dainty, they say, maketh dearth. Long time they thus together travelled, till weary of their way they came at last where grew two goodly trees, that fair did spread their arms abroad with grey moss overcast, and their green leaves, trembling with every blast, made a calm shadow far in compass round. The fearful shepherd often there aghast under them never sat, ne wont there sound his merry oaten pipe, but shunned th' unlucky ground. But this good knight, soon as he them can spy, for the cool shade him thither hastily got. For golden Phoebus, now y-mounted high, from fiery wheels of his fair chariot hurled his beams so scorching cruel hot, that living creature mote it not abide, and his new lady it endure it not. There they alight, in hope themselves to hide from the fierce heat, and rest their weary limbs atide. Fair seemly pleasance each to other makes, with goodly purposes, there as they sit, and in his falsed fancy he her takes to be the fairest wight that lived yet, which to express he bends his gentle wit, and thinking of those branches green to frame a girland for her dainty forehead fit, he plucked a bough, out of whose rift there came small drops of gory blood, that trickled down the same. Therewith a piteous yelling voice was heard, crying, O spare with guilty hands to tear my tender sides in this rough rind embarred, but fly, fly far hence away, for fear lest to you hap what happened to me here, and to this wretched lady, my dear love. O too dear love, love bought with death, too dear. Astonished he stood, and up his hair did hove, and with that sudden horror could no member move. At last, when as the dreadful passion was overpast, and manhood well awake, yet musing at the strange occasion, and doubting much his sense, he thus bespake: What voice of damned ghost from limbo lake, or guileful sprite wandering in empty air, both which frail men do oftentimes mistake, sends to my doubtful ears these speeches rare, and rueful plaints, me bidding guiltless blood to spare? Then, groaning deep, "Nor damned ghost," quoth he, "nor guileful sprite to thee these words doth speak, but once a man, fra dubio, now a tree. Wretched man, wretched tree, whose nature weak a cruel witch her cursed will to wreak hath thus transformed, and placed in open plains, where Boreas doth blow full bitter bleak, and scorching sun does dry my secret veins. For though a tree I seem, yet cold and heat me pains." "Say on, fra dubio, then, or man or tree," quoth then the knight, "by whose mischievous arts art thou misshaped thus, as now I see? He oft finds medicine who his grief imparts, but double griefs afflict concealing hearts, as raging flames who striveth to suppress." "The author, then," said he, "of all my smarts is one Duessa, a false sorceress, that many errant knights hath brought to wretchedness. In prime of youthly years, when courage hot, the fire of love and joy of chivalry first kindled in my breast, it was my lot to love this gentle lady, whom ye see now not a lady, but a seeming tree, with whom, as once I rode accompanied, me chanced of a knight encountered be, that had a like fair lady by his side, like a fair lady, but did foul Duessa hide, whose forged beauty he did take in hand all other dames to have exceeded far. I in defensive mind did likewise stand, mine that did then shine as the morning star. So both to battle fierce arranged are, in which his harder fortune was to fall under my spear. Such is the die of war. His lady, left as a prize martial, did yield her comely person to be at my call. So doubly loved of ladies unlike fair, the one seeming such, the other such indeed, one day, in doubt, I cast for to compare whether in beauty's glory did exceed. A rosy girland was the victor's meed. Both seemed to win, and both seemed one to be. So hard the discord was to be agreed. Frailissa was as fair mote be, and ever false Duessa seemed as fair as she. The wicked witch, now seeing all this while the doubtful balance equally to sway, what not by right she cast to win by guile, and by her hellish science raised straightway a foggy mist that overcast the day, and a dull blast that breathing on her face dimmed her former beauty's shining ray, and with foul ugly form did her disgrace. Then was she fair alone, when none was fair in place. Then cried she out, "Fie, fie, deformed wight, whose borrowed beauty now appeareth plain to have before bewitched all men's sight. O leave her soon, or let her soon be slain. Her loathly visage viewing with disdain, eftsoons I thought her such as she me told, and would have killed her. But with feigned pain the false witch did my wrathful hand withhold, so left her, where she now is turned to tree and mold. Thenceforth I took Duessa for my dame, and in the which, unweeting, joyed long time, ne ever wist but that she was the same, till on a day, that day is every prime, when witches wont do penance for their crime, I chanced to see her in her proper hue, bathing herself in Oregain and thyme. A filthy foul old woman I did view, that ever to have touched her I did deadly rue. Her nether parts, misshapen, monstruous, were hid in water, that I could not see, but they did seem more foul and hideous than woman's shape man would believe to be. Thenceforth from her most beastly company I gan refrain, in mind to slip away, soon as appeared safe opportunity, for danger great, if not assured decay, I saw before mine eyes, if I were known to stray. The devilish hag by changes of my cheer perceived my thought, and drowned in sleepy night with wicked herbs and ointments did besmear my body all, through charms and magic might, that all my senses were bereaved quite. Then brought she me into this desert waste, and by my wretched lover's side me pight, where now, enclosed in wooden walls full fast, banished from living wights, our weary days we waste. But how long time, said then the elfin knight, are you in this misformed house to dwell? We may not change, quoth he, this evil plight, till we be bathed in a living well. That is the term prescribed by the spell. O how, said he, mote I that well outfind, that may restore you to your wonted well? Time and sufficed fates to former kind shall us restore, none else from hence may us unbind. The false Jewessa, now Fidessa hight, heard how in vain Ferdubio did lament, and knew well all was true. But the good knight, full of sad fear and ghastly dreariment, when all this speech the living tree had spent, the bleeding bough did thrust into the ground, that from the blood he might be innocent, and with fresh clay did close the wooden wound. Then turning to his lady, dead with fear her found. Her seeming dead he found with feigned fear, as all unweeting of that well she knew, and pained himself with busy care to rear her out of careless swound. Her eyelids blue and dimmed sight, with pale and deadly hue at last she up gan lift. With trembling cheer her up he took, too simple and too true, and oft her kissed. At length, all passed fear, he set her on her steed, and forward forth did bear.
Canto 3. Forsaken truth long seeks her love, and makes the lion mild, mars blind devotion's mart, and falls in hand of lecher viled. Naught is there under heaven's wide hollowness that moves more dear compassion of mind than beauty brought t' unworthy wretchedness, through envy's snares or fortune's freaks unkind. I, whether lately through her brightness blind, or through allegiance and fast fealty which I do owe unto all womankind, feel my heart pierced with so great agony when such I see, that all for pity I could die. And now it is impassioned so deep for fairest Una's sake, of whom I sing, that my frail eyes these lines with tears do steep, to think how she through guileful handling, though true as touch, though daughter of a king, though fair as ever living wight was fair, though nor in word nor deed ill meriting, is from her knight divorced in despair, and her due loves derived to that vile witch's share. Yet she, most faithful lady, all this while forsaken, woeful, solitary maid, far from all people's press, as in exile, in wilderness and wasteful deserts strayed, to seek a knight, who, subtly betrayed through that late vision which the enchanter wrought, hath her abandoned. She, of naught afraid, through woods and wasteness wide him daily sought, yet wished tidings none of him unto her brought. One day, nigh weary of the irksome way, from her unhasty beast she did alight, and on the grass her dainty limbs did lay, in secret shadow, far from all men's sight. From her fair head her fillet she undight, and laid her stole aside. Her angel's face, as the great eye of heaven, shined bright, and made a sunshine in the shady place. Did never mortal eye behold such heavenly grace? It fortuned, out of the thickest wood a ramping lion rushed suddenly, hunting full greedy after savage blood. Soon as the royal virgin he did spy, with gaping mouth at her ran greedily, to have at once devoured her tender corse. But to the prey, whenas he drew more nigh, his bloody rage assuaged with remorse, and with the sight amazed, forgot his furious force. Instead thereof, he kissed her weary feet, and licked her lily hands with fawning tongue, as he her wronged innocence did weet. Oh, how can beauty master the most strong, and simple truth subdue avenging wrong? Whose yielded pride and proud submission, still dreading death when she had marked long, her heart gan melt in great compassion, and drizzling tears did shed for pure affection. The lion, lord of every beast in field, quoth she, his princely puissance doth abate, and mighty proud to humble weak does yield, forgetful of the hungry rage which late him pricked, in pity of my sad estate. But he, my lion and my noble lord, how does he find in cruel heart to hate her that him loved, and ever most adored, as the god of my life? Why hath he me abhorred? Redounding tears did choke the end of her plaint, which softly echoed from the neighbour wood. And sad to see her sorrowful constraint, the kingly beast upon her gazing stood. With pity calmed, down fell his angry mood. At last, in close heart shutting up her pain, arose the virgin born of heavenly brood, and to her snowy palfrey got again, to seek her strayed champion if she might attain. The lion would not leave her desolate, but with her went along, as a strong guard of her chaste person, and a faithful mate of her sad troubles and misfortunes hard. Still when she slept, he kept both watch and ward, and when she waked, he waited diligent, with humble service to her will prepared. From her fair eyes he took commandment, and ever by her looks conceived her intent. Long she thus travelled through deserts wide, by which she thought her wandering night should pass, yet never show of living wight espied, till that at length she found the trodden grass, in which the tract of people's footing was, under the steep foot of a mountain hoar. The same she follows, till at last she has a damsel spied, slow footing her before, that on her shoulders sad a pot of water bore. To whom approaching, she to her gan call, to weet if dwelling place were nigh at hand. But the rude wench her answered not at all, she could not hear, nor speak, nor understand. Till seeing by her side the lion stand, with sudden fear her pitcher down she threw, and fled away. For never in that land face of fair lady she before did view, and that dread lion's look her cast in deadly hue. Full fast she fled, ne ever looked behind, as if her life upon the wager lay, and home she came, whereas her mother blind sate in eternal night. Naught could she say, but sudden catching hold did her dismay with quaking hands, and other signs of fear. Who, full of ghastly fright and cold affray, gan shut the door. By this arrived there Dame Una, weary dame, and entrance did require. Which when none yielded, her unruly page with his rude claws the wicket open rent, and let her in. Where of his cruel rage, nigh dead with fear and faint astonishment, she found them both in darksome corner pent, where that old woman day and night did pray upon her beads, devoutly penitent, 900 paternosters every day, and thrice 900 aves she was wont to say. And to augment her painful penance more, thrice every week in ashes she did sit, and next her wrinkled skin rough sackcloth wore, and thrice 3 times did fast from any bit. But now for fear her bead she did forget, whose needless dread for to remove away, fair Una framed words and countenance fit, which hardly done, at length she gan them pray, that in their cottage small that night she rest her may. The day is spent, and cometh drowsy night, when every creature shrouded is in sleep. Sad Una down her lays in weary plight, and at her feet the lion watch doth keep. Instead of rest, she does lament and weep for the late loss of her dear loved knight, and sighs and groans, and evermore does steep her tender breast in bitter tears all night. All night she thinks too long, and often looks for light. Now when Aldebaran was mounted high above the shiny Cassiopeia's chair, and all in deadly sleep did drowned lie, one knocked at the door, and in would fare. He knocked fast, and often cursed and sware that ready entrance was not at his call, for on his back a heavy load he bare of nightly stealths and pillage several, which he had got abroad by purchase criminal. He was, to weet, a stout and sturdy thief, one to rob churches of their ornaments, and poor men's boxes of their due relief, which given was to them for good intents. The holy saints of their rich vestments he did disrobe, when all men careless slept, and spoiled the priests of their habiliments, whiles none the holy things in safety kept. Then he by cunning sleights in at the window crept, and all that he by right or wrong could find, unto this house he brought, and did bestow upon the daughter of this woman blind, Abessa, daughter of Coquetia slow, with whom he whoredom used, that few did know, and fed her fat with feast of offerings, and plenty which in all the land did grow. Ne spared he to give her gold and rings, and now he to her brought part of his stolen things. Thus long the door with rage and threats he bet, yet of those fearful women none durst rise, the lion frayed them, him in to let. He would no longer stay him to advise, but open breaks the door in furious wise, and entering is, when that disdainful beast, encountering fierce, him sudden doth surprise, and seizing cruel claws on trembling breast, under his lordly foot him proudly hath suppressed. Him booteth not resist, nor succour call, his bleeding heart is in the venger's hand, who straight him rent in 1,000 pieces small, and quite dismembered hath. The thirsty land drunk up his life, his corse left on the strand. His fearful friends wear out the woeful night, ne dare to weep, nor seem to understand the heavy hap which on them is alight, afraid lest to themselves the like mishappen might. Now when broad day the world discovered has, up rose the lion eke, and on their former journey forward pass, in ways unknown her wandering night to seek, with pains far passing that long wandering Greek, that for his love refused deity. Such were the labours of this lady meek, still seeking him that from her still did fly, then furthest from her hope, when most she weened nigh. Soon as she parted thence, the fearful twain, that blind old woman and her daughter dear, came forth, and finding Kirkrapine there slain, for anguish great they gan to rend their hair, and beat their breasts, and naked flesh to tear. And when they both had wept and wailed their fill, then forth they ran like two amazed deer, half mad through malice and revenging will, to follow her that was the causer of their ill. Whom overtaking, they gan loudly bray, with hollow howling and lamenting cry, shamefully at her railing all the way, and her accusing of dishonesty, that was the flower of faith and chastity. And still amidst her railing she did pray that plagues and mischiefs and long misery might fall on her, and follow all the way, and that in endless error she might ever stray. But when she saw her prayers not prevail, she back returned with some labour lost, and in the way, as she did weep and wail, a knight her met in mighty arms embossed. Yet knight was not, for all his bragging boast, but subtle Archimog, that Una sought by trains into new troubles to have tossed. Of that old woman tidings he besought, if that of such a lady she could tell a naught. Therewith she gan her passion to renew, and cry, and curse, and rail, and rend her hair, saying that harlot she too lately knew, that caused her shed so many a bitter tear, and so forth told the story of her fear. Much seemed he to moan her hapless chance, and after for that lady did inquire, which being taught, he forward gan advance his fair enchanted steed, and eke his charmed lance. Ere long he came where Una travelled slow, and that wild champion waiting her beside, whom seeing such, for dread he durst not show himself too nigh at hand, but turned wide unto an hill, From whence, when she him spied, by his like seeming shield, her knight by name she weened it was, and towards him gan ride. Approaching nigh, she wist it was the same, and with fair fearful humbless towards him she came, and weeping said, "Ah, my long-lacked lord, where have ye been thus long out of my sight? Much feared I to have been quite abhorred, or aught have done that ye displeasen might. That should as death unto my dear heart light. For since mine eye your joyous sight did miss, my cheerful day is turned to cheerless night, and eke my night of death the shadow is. But welcome now, my light and shining lamp of bliss." He thereto, meeting, said, "My dearest dame, far be it from your thought, and from my will, to think that knighthood I so much should shame as you to leave, that have me loved still, and chose in Faerie Court of mere good will, where noblest knights were to be found on earth. The earth shall sooner leave her kindly skill to bring forth fruit, and make eternal dearth, than I leave you, my leaf, born of heavenly birth. And, sooth to say, why I left you so long was for to seek adventure in strange place, where Archimago said a felon strong to many knights did daily work disgrace. But knight he now shall never more deface. Good cause of mine excuse, that mote ye please well to accept, and evermore embrace my faithful service, that by land and seas have vowed you to defend. Now then your plaint appease." His lovely words her seemed due recompense of all her passed pains. One loving hour for many years of sorrow can dispense. A dram of sweet is worth a pound of sour. She has forgot how many a woeful stour for him she late endured. She speaks no more of past. True is, that true love hath no power to looken back. His eyes be fixed before. Before her stands a knight, for whom she toiled so sore. Much like as when the beaten marinere, that long hath wandered in the ocean wide, oft soused in swelling Tethys' saltish tear, and long time having tanned his tawny hide with blustering breath of heaven, that none can bide, and scorching flames of fierce Orion's hound, soon as the port from far he has espied, his cheerful whistle merrily doth sound, and Nereus crowns with cups his mates him pledge around. Such joy made Una when her knight she found, and eke th' enchanter joyous seemed no less than the glad marchant that does view from ground his ship, far come from watery wilderness. He hurls out vows, and Neptune oft doth bless. So forth they passed, and all the way they spent discoursing of her dreadful late distress, in which he asked her what the lion meant, who told her all that fell in journey as she went. They had not ridden far, when they might see one pricking towards them with hasty heat, full strongly armed, and on a courser free, that through his fierceness foamed all with sweat, and the sharp iron did for anger eat, when his hot rider spurred his chafed side. His look was stern, and seemed still to threat cruel revenge, which he in heart did hide, and on his shield sans loy in bloody lines was dyed. When nigh he drew unto this gentle pair, and saw the red cross which the knight did bear, he burnt in fire, and gan eftsoons prepare himself to battle with his couched spear. Loth was that other, and did faint through fear to taste th' untried dint of deadly steel. But yet his lady did so well him cheer, that hope of new good hap he gan to feel, so bent his spear, and spurred his horse with iron heel. But that proud Paynim forward came so fierce and full of wrath, that with his sharp-edged spear, through vainly crossed shield, he did quite pierce, and had his staggering steed not shrunk for fear, through shield and body eke he should him bear. Yet so great was the puissance of his push, that from his saddle quite he did him bear. He, tumbling rudely down, to ground did rush, and from his gored wound a well of blood did gush. Dismounting lightly from his lofty steed, he to him leapt, in mind to reave his life, and proudly said, Lo, there the worthy meed of him that slew Sans Foy with bloody knife. Henceforth his ghost, freed from repining strife, in peace may passen over Lethe lake, when morning altars purged with enemies' life the black infernal furies done aslake. Life from Sans Foy thou took'st, Sans Loy shall from thee take. Therewith in haste his helmet gan unlace, till Una cried, O hold that heavy hand, dear sir, whatever that thou be in place. Enough is that thy foe doth vanquished stand now at thy mercy. Mercy notwithstand, for he is one the truest knight alive, though conquered now he lie on lowly land, and whilst him fortune favoured, fair did thrive in bloody field, therefore of life him not deprive. Her piteous words might not abate his rage, but rudely rending up his helmet, would have slain him straight. But when he sees his age, and hoary head of Archimago old, his hasty hand he doth amazed hold, and half ashamed wondered at the sight. For that old man well knew he, though untold, in charms and magic to have wondrous might, ne ever wont in field, ne in round lists to fight, and said, Why, Archimago, luckless sire, what do I see? What hard mishap is this that hath thee hither brought to taste mine ire? Or thine the fault, or mine the error is, instead of foe to wound my friend amiss? He answered not, but in a trance still lay, and on those guileful dazed eyes of his the cloud of death did sit, which done away he left him lying so, ne would no longer stay, but to the Virgin comes, who all this while amazed stands, herself so mocked to see by him who has the guerdon of his guile, for so misfeigning her true knight to be. Yet is she now in more perplexity, left in the hand of that same Paynim bold, from whom her booteth not at all to fly, who by her cleanly garment catching hold, her from her palfrey plucked, her visage to behold. But her fierce servant, full of kingly awe and high disdain, when as his sovereign dame so rudely handled by her foe he saw, with gaping jaws full greedy at him came, and ramping on his shield did ween the same have reft away with his sharp rending claws. But he was stout, and lust did now inflame his courage more, that from his griping paws he hath his shield redeemed, and forth his sword he draws. Oh, then too weak and feeble was the force of savage beast, his puissance to withstand. For he was strong, and of so mighty course, as ever wielded spear in warlike hand, and feats of arms did wisely understand. Eftsoons he pierced through his chafed chest with thrilling point of deadly iron brand, and launched his lordly heart. With death oppressed, he roared aloud, whiles life forsook his stubborn breast. Who now is left to keep the forlorn maid from raging spoil of lawless victor's will? Her faithful guard removed, her hope dismayed, herself a yielded prey to save or spill. He now, lord of the field, his pride to fill, with foul reproaches and disdainful spite her wildly entertains, and will on ill bears her away upon his courser light. Her prayers not prevail, his rage is more of might. And all the way with great lamenting pain and piteous plaints she filleth his dull ears, that stony heart could riven have in twain, and all the way she wets with flowing tears. But he, enraged with rancour, nothing hears. Her servile beast yet would not leave her so, but follows her far off, ne aught he fears to be partaker of her wandering woe, more mild in beastly kind than that her beastly foe.
Canto 4. To sinful house of pride Duessa guides the faithful knight, where brother's death to wreak, sans joy doth challenge him to fight. Young knight whatever, that dost arms profess, and through long labours huntest after fame, beware of fraud, beware of fickleness, in choice and change,
of thy dear loved dame, lest thou of her believe too lightly blame, and rash misweening do thy heart remove. For unto knight there is no greater shame than lightness and inconstancy in love. That doth this Redcrosse Knight's ensample plainly prove. Who, after that he had fair Una lorn, through light misdeeming of her loyalty, and false Duessa in her stead had borne, called Fidesse, and so supposed to be, long with her travelled, till at last they see a goodly building bravely garnished, the house of mighty prince it seemed to be, and towards it a broad highway that led, all bare through people's feet which thither travelled. Great troops of people travelled thitherward, both day and night, of each degree and place, but few returned, having scaped hard with baleful beggary or foul disgrace, which ever after in most wretched case like loathsome Lazars by the hedges lay. Thither Duessa bade him bend his pace, for she is weary of the toilsome way, and also nigh consumed is the lingering day. A stately palace built of squared brick, which cunningly was without mortar laid, whose walls were high but nothing strong nor thick, and golden foil all over them displayed, that purest sky with brightness they dismayed. High lifted up were many lofty towers, and goodly galleries far overlaid, full of fair windows and delightful bowers, and on the top a dial told the timely hours. It was a goodly heap for to behold, and spake the praises of the workman's wit, but full great pity that so fair a mould did on so weak foundation ever sit. For on a sandy hill that still did flit and fall away, it mounted was full high, that every breath of heaven shaked it. And all the hinder parts that few could spy were ruinous and old, but painted cunningly. Arrived there, they passed in forthright, for still to all the gates stood open wide, yet charge of them was to a porter hight called Malvenu, who entrance none denied. Thence to the hall, which was on every side with rich array and costly arras dight. Infinite sorts of people did abide there, waiting long to win the wished sight of her that was the lady of that palace bright. By them they pass, all gazing on them round, and to the presence mount, whose glorious view their frail amazed senses did confound. In living prince's court none ever knew such endless riches, and so sumptuous shew. Ne Persia self, the nurse of pompous pride, like ever saw. And there a noble crew of lords and ladies stood on every side, which with their presence fair the place much beautified. High above all a cloth of state was spread, and a rich throne as bright as sunny day, on which there sate, most brave embellished with royal robes and gorgeous array, a maiden queen that shone as Titan's ray, in glistering gold and peerless precious stone. Yet her bright blazing beauty did essay to dim the brightness of her glorious throne, as envying herself that too exceeding shone. Exceeding shone like Phoebus' fairest child, that did presume his father's fiery wain, and flaming mouths of steeds unwonted wild, through highest heaven with weaker hand to reign. Proud of such glory and advancement vain, while flashing beams do daze his feeble eyne, he leaves the welkin way most beaten plain, and wrapped with whirling wheels inflames the skine with fire not made to burn, but fairly for to shine. So proud she shined in her princely state, looking to heaven, for earth she did disdain, and sitting high, for lowly she did hate. Lo, underneath her scornful feet was lain a dreadful dragon with an hideous train, and in her hand she held a mirror bright, wherein her face she often viewed fain, and in her self-loved semblance took delight. For she was wondrous fair as any living wight. Of grisly Pluto she the daughter was, and sad Proserpina the queen of hell. Yet did she think her peerless worth to pass that parentage, with pride so did she swell, and thundering Jove, that high in heaven doth dwell and wield the world, she claimed for her sire, or if that any else did Jove excel. For to the highest she did still aspire, or if aught higher were than that, did it desire. And proud Lucifera mended her call, that made herself a queen, and crowned to be. Yet rightful kingdom she had none at all, ne heritage of native sovereignty, but did usurp with wrong and tyranny upon the sceptre which she now did hold, ne ruled her realms with laws, but policy, and strong advisement of 6 wizards old, that with their counsels bad her kingdom did uphold. Soon as the elfin knight in presence came, and false Duessa, seeming lady fair, a gentle husher, Vanity by name, made room, and passage for them did prepare. So goodly brought them to the lowest stair of her high throne, where they, on humble knee making obeisance, did the cause declare why they were come her royal state to see, to prove the wide report of her great majesty. With lofty eyes, half loath to look so low, she thanked them in her disdainful wise, ne other grace vouchsafed them to show, a princess worthy scarce them bade arise. Her lords and ladies all this while devised themselves to setten forth to stranger sight. Some frounce their curled hair in courtly guise, some prank their ruffs, and others trimly dight their gay attire. Each other's greater pride does bite. Goodly they all that night do entertain, right glad with him to have increased their crew. But to Duess each one himself did pain all kindness and fair courtesy to shew, for in that court whilome her well they knew. Yet the stout fairy, mongst the middest crowd, thought all their glory vain in knightly view, and that great princess too exceeding proud, that to strange knight no better countenance allowed. Sudden upriseth from her stately place the royal dame, and for her coach doth call, all hurtlen forth, and she with princely pace, as fair Aurora in her purple pall, out of the east the dawning day doth call, so forth she comes, her brightness broad doth blaze, the heaps of people thronging in the hall do ride each other upon her to gaze. Her glorious glittering light doth all men's eyes amaze. So forth she comes, and to her coach does climb, adorned all with gold and girlands gay, that seemed as fresh as Flora in her prime, and strove to match in royal rich array great Juno's golden chair, the which, they say, the gods stand gazing on when she does ride to Jove's high house through heaven's brass-paved way, drawn of fair peacocks that excel in pride, and full of Argus eyes their tails dispreaden wide. But this was drawn of 6 unequal beasts, on which her 6 sage counsellors did ride, taught to obey their bestial behests, with like conditions to their kinds applied, of which the first, that all the rest did guide, was sluggish idleness, the nurse of sin. Upon a slothful ass he chose to ride, arrayed in habit black and amice thin, like to an holy monk the service to begin. And in his hand his portesse still he bare, that much was worn, but therein little read, for of devotion he had little care, still drowned in sleep, and most of his days dead. Scarce could he once uphold his heavy head, to looken whether it were night or day. Meseem the wain was very evil led, when such an one had guiding of the way, that knew not whether right he went, or else astray. From worldly cares himself he did esloin, and greatly shunned manly exercise. From every work he challenged a soin, for contemplation's sake, yet otherwise his life he led in lawless rioties, by which he grew to grievous malady, for in his lustless limbs, through evil guise, a shaking fever reigned continually. Such one was idleness, first of this company. And by his side rode loathsome gluttony, deformed creature, on a filthy swine. His belly was upblown with luxury, and eke with fatness swollen were his eyne, and like a crane his neck was long and fine, with which he swallowed up excessive feast, for want whereof poor people oft did pine, and all the way, most like a brutish beast, he spewed up his gorge, that all did him detest. In green vine leaves he was right fitly clad, for other clothes he could not wear for heat, and on his head an ivy girland had, from under which fast trickled down the sweat. Still as he rode he somewhat still did eat, and in his hand did bear a boozing can, of which he supped so oft, that on his seat his drunken course he scarce upholden can, in shape and life more like a monster than a man. Unfit he was for any worldly thing, and eke unable once to stir or go, not meet to be of counsel to a king, whose mind in meat and drink was drowned so, that from his friend he seldom knew his foe. Full of diseases was his carcass blue, and a dry dropsy through his flesh did flow, which by misdiet daily greater grew. Such one was Gluttony, the second of that crew. And next to him rode lustful Lechery, upon a bearded goat, whose rugged hair and wally eyes, the sign of jealousy, was like the person's self whom he did bear, who, rough and black and filthy, did appear, unseemly man to please fair lady's eye. Yet he of ladies oft was loved dear, when fairer faces were bid standen by. Oh, who does know the bent of women's fantasy? In a green gown he clothed was full fair, which underneath did hide his filthiness. And in his hand a burning heart he bare, full of vain follies and newfangleness. For he was false and fraught with fickleness, and learned had to love with secret looks, and well could dance and sing with ruefulness, and fortunes tell and read in loving books, and thousand other ways to bait his fleshly hooks. Inconstant man, that loved all he saw, and lusted after all that he did love. Ne would his looser life be tied to law, but joyed weak women's hearts to tempt and prove, if from their loyal loves he might them move, which lewdness filled him with reproachful pain of that foul evil, which all men reprove, that rots the marrow and consumes the brain. Such one was Lechery, the third of all this train. And greedy Avarice by him did ride upon a camel, loaden all with gold. 2 iron coffers hung on either side, with precious metal full as they might hold, and in his lap an heap of coin he told, for of his wicked pelf his god he made, and unto hell himself for money sold. Accursed usury was all his trade, and right and wrong alike in equal balance weighed. His life was nigh unto death's door placed, and threadbare coat and cobbled shoes he wear, eke scarce good morsel all his life did taste, but both from back and belly still did spare to fill his bags, and riches to compare. Yet child ne kinsman living had he none to leave them to, but through daily care to get, and nightly fear to lose his own, he led a wretched life, unto himself unknown. Most wretched wight, whom nothing might suffice, whose greedy lust did lack in greatest store, whose need had end, but no end covetise, whose wealth was want, whose plenty made him poor, who had enough, yet wished evermore, a vile disease, and eke in foot and hand a grievous gout tormented him full sore, that well he could not touch, nor go, nor stand. Such one was Avarice, the fourth of this fair band. And next to him malicious Envy rode upon a ravenous wolf, and still did chaw between his cankered teeth a venomous toad, that all the poison ran about his chaw, but inwardly he chawed his own maw at neighbours' wealth that made him ever sad. For death it was when any good he saw, and wept that cause of weeping none he had. But when he heard of harm, he wexed wondrous glad. All in a kirtle of discoloured say he clothed was, y-painted full of eyes, and in his bosom secretly there lay an hateful snake, the which his tail upties in many folds, and mortal sting implies. Still as he rode, he gnashed his teeth to see those heaps of gold with gripple coveties, and grudged at the great felicity of proud Lucifera and his own company. He hated all good works and virtuous deeds, and him no less that any like did use. And who with gracious bread the hungry feeds, his alms for want of faith he doth accuse. So every good to bad he doth abuse, and eke the verse of famous poets' wit he does backbite, and spiteful poison spews from leprous mouth on all that ever writ. Such one vile envy was, that fifth in row did sit. And him beside rides fierce revenging wrath upon a lion, loath for to be led, and in his hand a burning brand he hath, the which he brandisheth about his head. His eyes did hurl forth sparkles fiery red, and stared stern on all that him beheld, as ashes pale of hue and seeming dead. And on his dagger still his hand he held, trembling through hasty rage when choler in him swelled. His roughened raiment all was stained with blood, which he had spilt, and all to rags y-rent, through unadvised rashness waxen wood. For of his hands he had no government, ne cared for blood in his avengement, but when the furious fit was overpast, his cruel facts he often would repent. Yet, wilful man, he never would forecast how many mischiefs should ensue his heedless hast. Full many mischiefs follow cruel wrath, abhorred bloodshed and tumultuous strife, unmanly murder and unthrifty scath, bitter despite with rancor's rusty knife, and fretting grief the enemy of life. All these and many evils mow haunt ire, the swelling spleen and frenzy raging rife, the shaking palsy and St. Francis' fire. Such one was wrath, the last of this ungodly tire. And after all, upon the wagon beam rode Sathan, with a smarting whip in hand, with which he forward lashed the lazy team, so oft as sloth still in the mire did stand. Huge routs of people did about them band, shouting for joy, and still before their way a foggy mist had covered all the land, and underneath their feet all scattered lay dead skulls and bones of men whose life had gone astray. So forth they marchen in this goodly sort, to take the solace of the open air, and in fresh flowering fields themselves to sport. Amongst the rest rode that false lady fair, the foul Duessa, next unto the chair of proud Lucifer, as one of the train. But that good knight would not so nigh repair, himself estranging from their joyance vain, whose fellowship seemed far unfit for warlike swain. So having solaced themselves a space with pleasance of the breathing fields y-fed, they back returned to the princely place. Whereas an errant knight in arms ycled, and heathenish shield, wherein with letters red was writ sans joy, then you arrived find, inflamed with fury and fierce hardihead, he seemed in heart to harbour thoughts unkind, and nourish bloody vengeance in his bitter mind. Who, when the shamed shield of slain sans foy he spied, with that same fairy champion's page, bewraying him that did of late destroy his eldest brother, burning all with rage, he to him leapt, and that same envious gage of victor's glory from him snatched away. But th' elfin knight, which ought that warlike wage, disdained to lose the meaty one in fray, and him recountering fierce, rescued the noble prey. Therewith they gan to hurtlen greedily, redoubted battle ready to darraign, and clash their shields and shake their swords on high, that with the stir they troubled all the train, till that great Queen, upon eternal pain of high displeasure that ensuing might, commanded them their fury to refrain, and if that either to that shield had right, in equal lists they should the morrow next it fight. Ah, dearest dame, quoth then the Paynim bold, pardon the error of enraged wight, whom great grief made forget the reins to hold of reason's rule, to see this recreant knight, no knight, but treacher full of false despite and shameful treason, who through guile hath slain the prowest knight that ever field did fight, even stout Sans Foy. Oh, who can then refrain, whose shield he bears reversed, the more to heap disdain? And to augment the glory of his guile, his dearest love, the fair Fidessa, lo, is there possessed of the traitor vile, who reaps the harvest sown by his foe, sown in bloody field and bought with woe, that brother's hand shall dearly well requite. So be, O Queen, you equal favour show. Him little answered th' angry elfin knight, he never meant with words, but swords, to plead his right, but threw his gauntlet as a sacred pledge, his cause in combat the next day to try. So been they parted both, with hearts on edge, to be avenged, each on his enemy. That night they pass in joy and jollity, feasting and courting both in bower and hall. For Stuart was excessive gluttony, that of his plenty poured forth to all, which done, the chamberlain's sloth did to rest them call. Now, when as darksome night had all displayed her coal-black curtain over brightest sky, the warlike youths, on dainty couches laid, did chase away sweet sleep from a sluggish eye, to muse on means of hoped victory. But when as Morpheus had with leaden mace arrested all that courtly company, uprose Duessa from her resting place, and to the Paynim's lodging comes with silent pace, whom broad awake she finds in troublous fit, forecasting how his foe he might annoy, and him moves with speeches seeming fit. Ah, dear Sans Joy, next dearest to Sans Foy, cause of my new grief, cause of my new joy, joyous to see his image in mine eye, and grieved to think how foe did him destroy that was the flower of grace and chivalry. Lo, his Fidessa, to thy secret faith I fly. With gentle words he can her fairly greet, and bade say on the secret of her heart. Then sighing soft, I learn that little sweet oft tempered is, quoth she, with muckle smart. For since my breast was launched with lovely dart of dear Sans Foy, I never joyed hour, but in eternal woes my weaker heart have wasted, loving him with all my power, and for his sake have felt full many and heavy stour. At last, when perils all I weened past, and hoped to reap the crop of all my care, into new woes unweeting I was cast by this false fator, who unworthy wear his worthy shield, whom he with guileful snare and trappet slew, and brought to shameful grave. Me, silly maid, away with him he bare, and ever since hath kept in darksome cave, for that I would not yield that to Sans Foy I gave. But since fair sun hath spursed that lowering cloud, and to my loathed life now shows some light, under your beams I will me safely shroud from dreaded storm of his disdainful sprite. To you th' inheritance belongs by right of brother's praise, to you eke longs his love. Let not his love, let not his restless sprite be unrevenged, that calls to you above from wandering Stygian shores, where it doth endless move. Thereto said he, Fair dame, be not dismayed for sorrows past, their grief is with them gone. Ne yet of present peril be afraid, for needless fear did never vantage none, and helpless hap it bootheth not to moan. Dead is Sansfoy, his vital pains are past, though grieved ghost for vengeance deep do groan. He lives that shall him pay his duties last, and guilt he elfin blood shall sacrifice in haste. Oh, but I fear the fickle freaks, quoth she, of fortune false, and odds of arms in field. Why, dame, quoth he, what odds can ever be, where both do fight alike to win or yield? Yea, but, quoth she, he bears a charmed shield, and eke enchanted arms, that none can pierce, ne none can wound the man that does them wield. Charmed or enchanted, answered he then fierce, I no whit reck, ne you the like need to rehearse. But fair Fidessa, Scythian's fortune's guile or enemy's power hath now kept tived you. Return from whence ye came, and rest a while, till morrow next, that I the elf subdue, and with Sansfoy's dead dowry you endue. Ay me, that is a double death, she said, with proud foes' sight my sorrow to renew. Wherever yet I be, my secret aid shall follow you. So passing forth she him obeyed.
Canto 5. The faithful knight in equal field subdues his faithless foe, whom false Duessa saves, and for his cure to hell does go. The noble heart that harbours virtuous thought, and is with child of glorious great intent, can never rest until it forth have brought the eternal brood of glory excellent. Such restless passion did all night torment the flaming courage of that Faerie Knight, devising how that doughty tournament with greatest honor he achieven might. Still did he wake, and still did watch for dawning light. At last the golden oriental gate of greatest heaven gan to open fair, and Phoebus fresh, as bridegroom to his mate, came dancing forth, shaking his dewy hair, and hurled his glistering beams through gloomy air. Which when the wakeful elf perceived, straightway he started up, and did himself prepare in sun-bright arms and batteilous array, for with that pagan proud he combat will that day. And forth he comes into the common hall, where early wait him many a gazing eye, to weet what end to stranger knights may fall. There many minstrels maken melody to drive away the dull melancholy, and many bards that to the trembling chord can tune their timely voices cunningly, and many chroniclers that can record old loves and wars for ladies done by many a lord. Soon after comes the cruel Saracen, in woven mail all armed warily, and sternly looks at him who not a pin does care for look of living creature's eye. They bring them wines of Greece and Araby, and dainty spices fetched from furthest Ind, to kindle heat of courage privily. And in the wine a solemn oath they bind, to observe the sacred laws of arms that are assigned. At last comes forth that far renowned Queen, with royal pomp and princely majesty. She is ybrought unto a paled green, and placed under stately canopy, the warlike feats of both those knights to see. On the other side, in all men's open view, Duessa placed is, and on a tree Sansfoy's shield is hanged with bloody hue, both those the laurel garlands to the victor due. A shrilling trumpet sounded from on high, and unto battle bade themselves address. Their shining shields about their rests they tie, and burning blades about their heads do bless, the instruments of wrath and heaviness. With greedy force each other doth assail, and strike so fiercely, that they do impress deep dinted furrows in the battered mail. The iron walls toward their blows are weak and frail. The Saracen was stout and wondrous strong, and heaped blows like iron hammers great, for after blood and vengeance he did long. The knight was fierce and full of youthly heat, and doubled strokes like dreaded thunder's threat, for all for praise and honor he did fight. Both stricken strike, and beaten both do beat, that from their shields forth flieth fiery light, and helmets hewn deep show marks of either's might.
So the one for wrong, the other strives for right, as when a griffin seizeth of his prey a dragon fierce encountereth in his flight, through widest air making his idle way, that would his rightful ravin rend away, with hideous horror both together smite, and souse so sore that they the heavens affray. The wise soothsayer, seeing so sad sight, the mazed vulgar tells of wars and mortal fight. So the one for wrong, the other strives for right, and each to deadly shame would drive his foe. The cruel steel so greedily doth bite in tender flesh, that streams of blood downflow, with which the arms that erst so bright did show, into a pure vermilion now are dyed. Great ruth in all the gazers' hearts did grow, seeing the gored wounds to gape so wide, that victory they dare not wish to either side. At last the Paynim chanced to cast his sudden eye, flaming with wrathful fire, upon his brother's shield, which hung thereby. Therewith redoubled was his raging ire, and said, "Ah, wretched son of woeful sire, dost thou sit wailing by black Stygian lake, whilst here thy shield is hanged for victor's hire, and sluggish German dost thy forces slake, to after send his foe that him may overtake? Go, caitiff elf, him quickly overtake, and soon redeem from his long wandering woe. Go, guilty ghost, to him my message make, that I his shield have quit from dying foe." Therewith upon his crest he stroke him so, that twice he reeled, ready twice to fall. End of the doubtful battle deemed though the lookers on, and loud to him gan call the false Duessa, "Thine the shield, and I, and all." Soon as the fairy heard his lady speak, out of his swooning dream he gan awake, and quickening faith, that erst was waxen weak, the creeping deadly cold away did shake, though moved with wrath, and shame, and lady's sake, of all at once he cast avenged to be, and with so exceeding fury at him strake, that forced him to stoop upon his knee. Had he not stooped so, he should have cloven be, and to him said, "Go now, proud miscreant, thyself thy message do to German dear, alone he wandering thee too long doth want. Go, say his foe thy shield with his doth bear." Therewith his heavy hand he high gan rear, him to have slain, when lo, a darksome cloud upon him fell, he nowhere doth appear, but vanished is. The elf him calls aloud, but answer none receives, the darkness him does shroud. In haste Duessa from her place arose, and to him running said, "O prowest knight, that ever lady to her love did chose, let now abate the terror of your might, and quench the flame of furious despite and bloody vengeance. Lo, the infernal powers, covering your foe with cloud of deadly night, have borne him hence to Pluto's baleful bowers. The conquest yours, I yours, the shield and glory yours." Not also satisfied, with greedy eye he sought all round about his thirsty blade to bathe in blood of faithless enemy, who all that while lay hid in secret shade. He stands amazed how he thence should fade. At last the trumpets triumph sound on high, and running heralds humble homage made, greeting him goodly with new victory, and to him brought the shield, the cause of enmity. Wherewith he goeth to that sovereign queen, and falling her before on lowly knee, to her makes present of his service seen, which she accepts with thanks and goodly gree, greatly advancing his gay chivalry. So marcheth home, and by her takes the knight, whom all the people follow with great glee, shouting and clapping all their hands on height, that all the air it fills, and flies to heaven bright. Home is he brought, and laid in sumptuous bed, where many skilful leeches him abide, to salve his hurts, that yet still freshly bled. In wine and oil they wash his wound as wide, and softly can embalm on every side. And all the while most heavenly melody about the bed sweet music did divide, him to beguile of grief and agony. And all the while Duessa wept full bitterly, as when a weary traveller that strays by muddy shore of broad seven-mouthed Nile, unweeting of the perilous wandering ways, doth meet a cruel crafty crocodile, which in false grief hiding his harmful guile, doth weep full sore, and sheddeth tender tears. The foolish man that pities all this while his mournful plight, is swallowed up unawares, forgetful of his own, that minds another's cares. So wept Duessa until eventide, that shining lamps in Jove's high house were light. Then forth she rose, ne lenger would abide, but comes unto the place where the heathen knight in slumbering swound, nigh void of vital sprite, lay covered with enchanted cloud all day. Whom when she found, as she him left in plight, to wail his woeful case she would not stay, but to the eastern coast of heaven make speedy way, where grisly night, with visage deadly sad, that Phoebus' cheerful face durst never view, and in a foul black pitchy mantle clad, she finds forthcoming from her darksome mew, where she all day did hide her hated hue. Before the door her iron chariot stood, already harnessed for journey new, and coal-black steeds y-born of hellish brood, that on their rusty bits did champ as they were wooed. Who when she saw Duessa, sunny bright, adorned with gold and jewels shining clear, she greatly grew amazed at the sight, and th' unacquainted light began to fear, for never did such brightness there appear, and would have back retired to her cave, until the witch's speech she gan to hear, saying, Yet, O thou dreaded dame, I crave abide, till I have told the message which I have. She stayed, and forth Duessa gan proceed. O thou most ancient grandmother of all, more old than Jove, whom thou at first didst breed, or that great house of gods celestial, which wast begot in Demogorgon's hall, and sawest the secrets of the world unmade, why sufferedst thou thy nephews dear to fall with elfin sword, most shamefully betrayed? Lo, where the stout Sans joy doth sleep in deadly shade. And him before I saw with bitter eyes the bold Sans Foy shrink underneath his spear, and now the prey of fowls in field he lies, nor wailed of friends, nor laid on groaning bier, that whilom was to me too dearly dear. Oh, what of gods then boots it to be born, if old Avergla's son so evil hear? Or who shall not great Nyta's children scorn, when 2 of 3 her nephews are so foul forlorn? Up then, up, dreary dame of darkness, queen, go gather up the relics of thy race, or else go them avenge, and let be seen that dreaded night in brightest day hath place, and can the children of fair light deface. Her feeling speeches some compassion moved in heart, and change in that great mother's face, yet pity in her heart was never proved till then, for evermore she hated, never loved, and said, Dear daughter, rightly may I rue the fall of famous children born of me, and good successes which their foes ensue. But who can turn the stream of destiny, or break the chain of strong necessity, which fast is tied to Jove's eternal seat? The sons of day he favoreth, I see, and by my ruins thinks to make them great. To make one great by others' loss is badest cheat. Yet shall they not escape so freely all, for some shall pay the price of others' guilt, and he, the man that made Sans Foy to fall, shall with his own blood price that he hath spilt. But what art thou that tell'st of nephews killed? I that do seem not I Duessa am, quoth she, however now in garments gilt and gorgeous gold arrayed I to thee came. Duessa I, the daughter of deceit and shame. Then bowing down her aged back, she kissed the wicked witch, saying, In that fair face the false resemblance of deceit I wist did closely lurk, yet so true seeming grace it carried, that I scarce in darksome place could it discern, though I the mother be of falsehood, and root of Duessa's race. O welcome child, whom I have longed to see, and now have seen unwares. Lo, now I go with thee. Then to her iron wagon she betakes, and with her bears the foul well-favored witch. Through mirksome air her ready way she makes, her twyfold team, of which 2 black as pitch, and 2 were brown, yet each to each unlich did softly swim away, ne ever stamp, unless she chanced their stubborn mouths to twitch. Then, foaming tar, their bridles they would champ, and trampling the fine element would fiercely ramp. So well they sped, that they become at length unto the place whereas the Paynim lay, devoid of outward sense and native strength, covered with charmed cloud from view of day, and sight of men, since his late luckless fray. His cruel wounds with cruddy blood congealed, they binden up so wisely as they may, and handle softly till they can be healed. So lay him in her chariot, close in night concealed. And all the while she stood upon the ground, the wakeful dogs did never cease to bay, as giving warning of th' unwonted sound, with which her iron wheels did them affray, and her dark grisly look them much dismay. The messenger of death, the ghastly owl, with dreary shrieks did also her bewray, and hungry wolves continually did howl at her abhorred face, so filthy and so foul. Thence turning back in silence soft they stole, and brought the heavy course with easy pace to yawning gulf of deep Avernus hole. By that same hole an entrance dark and base, with smoke and sulphur hiding all the place, descends to hell. There creature never passed that back returned without heavenly grace, but dreadful furies, which their chains have brast, and damned sprites, sent forth to make ill men aghast. By that same way the direful dames do drive their mournful chariot filled with rusty blood, and down to Pluto's house are come belive, which passing through, on every side them stood the trembling ghosts, with sad amazed mood, chattering their iron teeth, and staring wide with stony eyes. And all the hellish brood of fiends infernal flocked on every side, to gaze on earthly wight, that with the night durst ride. They passed the bitter waves of Acheron, where many souls sit wailing wofully, and come to fiery flood of Phlegethon, whereas the damned ghosts in torments fry, and with sharp shrilling shrieks do bootless cry, cursing high Jove, the which them thither sent. The house of endless pain is built thereby, in which 10,000 sorts of punishment the cursed creatures do eternally torment. Before the threshold dreadful Cerberus his 3 deformed heads did lay along, curled with 1,000 adders venomous, and lidded forth his bloody flaming tongue. At them he gan to rear his bristles strong, and felly gnaw, until day's enemy did him appease. Then down his tail he hung, and suffered them to passen quietly, for she in hell and heaven had power equally. There was Ixion turned on a wheel, for daring tempt the Queen of Heaven to sin. And Sisyphus and huge round stone did reel against an hill, ne might from labor lin. There thirsty Tantalus hung by the chin, and Titius fed a vulture on his maw. Typhoeus' joints were stretched on a gin, Theseus condemned to endless sloth by law, and 50 sisters water in leak vessels draw. They, all beholding worldly wights in place, leave off their work, unmindful of their smart, to gaze on them, who forth by them do pace, till they become unto the furthest part, where was a caveywrought by wondrous art, deep, dark, uneasy, doleful, comfortless, in which sad Aesculapius far apart imprisoned was in chains remediless, for that Hippolytus rent course he did redress. Hippolytus a jolly huntsman was, that wont in chariot chase the foaming boar. He all his peers in beauty did surpass, but ladies' love as loss of time forbore. His wanton stepdame loved him the more, but when she saw her offered sweets refused, her love she turned to hate, and him before his father fierce of treason false accused, and with her jealous terms his open ears abused. Who all in rage his sea god sire besought some cursed vengeance on his son to cast. From surging gulf 2 monsters straight were brought, with dread whereof his chasing steeds aghast, both chariot swift and huntsman overcast. His goodly corpse on ragged cliffs yrent was quite dismembered, and his members chased scattered on every mountain as he went, that of Hippolytus was left no monument. His cruel stepdame, seeing what was done, her wicked days with wretched knife did end, in death avowing th' innocence of her son. Which hearing, his rash sire began to rend his hair, and hasty tongue that did offend. though gathering up the relics of his smart, by Dion's means, who was Hippolyte's friend, them brought to Esculape, that by his art did heal them all again, and joined every part. Such wondrous science in man's wit to reign, when Jove avised that could the dead revive, and fates expired could renew again, of endless life he might him not deprive, but unto hell did thrust him down alive, with flashing thunderbolt wounded sore, where long remaining he did always strive himself with salves to health for to restore, and slake the heavenly fire that raged evermore. There ancient night arriving did alight from her nigh weary wain, and in her arms to Esculapius brought the wounded knight, whom having softly disarrayed of arms, though gan to him discover all his harms, beseeching him with prayer and with praise, if either salves or oils or herbs or charms a fordone wight from door of death mote raise, he would at her request prolong her nephew's days. "Ah, dame," quoth he, "thou temptest me in vain to dare the thing which daily yet I rue, and the old cause of my continued pain with like attempt to like end to renew. Is not enough that thrust from heaven due here endless penance for one fault I pay, but that redoubled crime with vengeance new thou biddest me to eke? Can night defray the wrath of thundering Jove, that rules both night and day?" "Not so," quoth she, "but sith that heaven's king from hope of heaven hath thee excluded quite, why fearest thou that canst not hope for thing, and fearest not that more thee hurten might, now in the power of everlasting night? Go to then, O thou far renowned son of great Apollo, show thy famous might in medicine, that else hath to thee won great pains and greater praise, both never to be done." Her words prevailed, and then the learned leech his cunning hand gan to his wounds to lay, and all things else the which his art did teach. Which having seen, from thence arose away the mother of dread darkness, and let stay of Ergla's son there in the leech's cure, and back returning took her wonted way, to run her timely race, whilst Phoebus pure in western waves his weary wagon did recure. The false Duessa, leaving Noyous night, returned to stately palace of Dame Pride, where when she came she found the Faerie Knight departed thence, albeit his woundes wide not throughly healed, unready were to ride. Good cause he had to hasten thence away, for on a day his wary dwarf had spied, where in a dungeon deep huge numbers lay of caitiff wretched thralls, that wailed night and day, a rueful sight as could be seen with eye, of whom he learned had in secret wise the hidden cause of their captivity, how mortgaging their lives to covetize, through wasteful pride and wanton riotize, they were by law of that proud tyrannus, provoked with wrath and envy's false surmise, condemned to that dungeon merciless, where they should live in woe and die in wretchedness. There was that great proud king of Babylon, that would compel all nations to adore, and him as only God to call upon, till through celestial doom thrown out of door, into an ox he was transformed of yore. There also was King Croesus, that enhanced his heart too high through his great riches store, and proud Antiochus, the which advanced his cursed hand gainst God, and on his altars danced. And them long time before great Nimrod was, that first the world with sword and fire warrayed, and after him old Ninus far did pass in princely pomp, of all the world obeyed. There also was that mighty monarch laid low under all, yet above all in pride, that name of native sire did foul upbraid, and would as Ammon's son be magnified, till scorned of God and man, a shameful death he died. All these together in one heap were thrown, like carcasses of beasts in butcher's stall, and in another corner wide were strown the antique ruins of the Romans' fall, great Romulus, the grandsire of them all, proud Tarquin, and too lordly Lentulus, stout Scipio, and stubborn Hannibal, ambitious Sylla, and stern Marius, high Caesar, great Pompey, and fierce Antonius. Amongst these mighty men were women mixed, proud women, vain, forgetful of their yoke, the bold Semiramis, whose sides transfixed with sun's own blade her foul reproaches spoke. Fair Stenobia, that herself did choke with wilful cord for wanting of her will. High-minded Cleopatra, that with stroke of aspis sting herself did stoutly kill, and thousands mow the like that did that dungeon fill. Besides the endless routs of wretched thralls, which thither were assembled day by day, from all the world after their woeful falls, through wicked pride and wasted wealth's decay. But most of all which in the dungeon lay fell from high princes' courts, or ladies' bowers, where they in idle pomp or wanton play consumed had their goods and thriftless hours, and lastly thrown themselves into these heavy stowers. Whose case when as the careful dwarf had told, and made ensample of their mournful sight unto his master, he no longer would there dwell in peril of like painful plight, but early rose, and ere that dawning light discovered had the world to heaven wide, he by a privy postern took his flight, that of no envious eyes he mote be spied, for doubtless death ensued if any him descried. Scarce could he footing find in that foul way, for many corses, like a great lay stall of murdered men, which therein strowed lay, without remorse or decent funeral, which all through that great princess' pride did fall and came to shameful end. And them beside, forth riding underneath the castle wall, a dunghill of dead carcasses he spied, the dreadful spectacle of that sad house of pride. Canto 6. From lawless lust by wondrous grace fair Una is released, whom salvage nation does adore and learns her wise behest. As when a ship that flies fair under sail, and hidden rock escaped hath unwares, that lay in wait her wrack for to bewail, the mariner yet half amazed stares at peril past, and yet in doubt ne dares to joy at his fool happy oversight, so doubly is distressed twixt joy and cares the dreadless courage of this elfin knight, having escaped so sad ensamples in his sight. Yet sad he was that his too hasty speed the fair Duesse had forced him leave behind, and yet more sad that Una, his dear dreed, her truth had stained with treason so unkind. Yet crime in her could never creature find, but for his love and for her own self sake she wandered had from one to other Inde, him for to seek, ne ever would forsake, till her unwares the fierce Sans Loy did overtake, who after Archimago's foul defeat led her away into a forest wild, and turning wrathful fire to lustful heat, with beastly sin thought her to have defiled, and made the vassal of his pleasures viled. Yet first he cast by treaty and by trains her to persuade that stubborn fort to yield, for greater conquest of hard love he gains that works it to his will than he that it constrains. With fawning words he courted her a while, and looking lovely and oft sighing sore, her constant heart did tempt with diverse guile, but words and looks and sighs she did abhor, as rock of diamond steadfast evermore. Yet for to feed his fiery lustful eye, he snatched the veil that hung her face before, then gan her beauty shine as brightest sky, and burnt his beastly heart to force her chastity. So when he saw his flattering arts to fail, and subtle engines bet from battery, with greedy force he gan the fort assail, whereof he weened possessed soon to be, and win rich spoil of ransacked chastity. Ah, heavens, that do this hideous act behold, and heavenly virgin thus outraged see, how can ye vengeance just so long withhold, and hurl not flashing flames upon that Paynim bold? The piteous maiden, careful, comfortless, does throw out thrilling shrieks and shrieking cries, the last vain help of women's great distress, and with loud plaints importunate the skies, that molten stars do drop like weeping eyes. And Phoebus, flying so most shameful sight, his blushing face in foggy cloud implies, and hides for shame. What wit of mortal wight can now devise to quit a thrall from such a plight? Eternal Providence, exceeding thought, where none appears can make herself a way. A wondrous way it for this lady wrought, from lions' claws to pluck the griped prey. Her shrill outcries and shrieks so loud did bray, that all the woods and forests did resound. A troop of fawns and satyrs far away within the wood were dancing in a round, whiles old Sylvanus slept in shady arbor sound. Who, when they heard that piteous strained voice, in haste forsook their rural merriment, and ran towards that far rebounded noise, to weet what wight so loudly did lament. Unto the place they come incontinent, whom when the raging Saracen espied, a rude, misshapen, monstrous rabblement, whose like he never saw, he durst not bide, but got his ready steed, and fast away gan ride. The wild wood gods arrived in the place, there find the Virgin, doleful, desolate, with ruffled raiments and fair blubbered face, as her outrageous foe had left her late, and trembling yet through fear of former hate. All stand amazed at so uncouth sight, and gin to pity her unhappy state. All stand astonied at her beauty bright, in their rude eyes unworthy of so woeful plight. She, more amazed, in double dread doth dwell, and every tender part for fear to shake. As when a greedy wolf, through hunger fell, a silly lamb far from the flock does take, of whom he means his bloody feast to make. A lion spies, fast running towards him, the innocent prey in haste he does forsake, which, quit from death, yet quakes in every limb with change of fear, to see the lion look so grim. Such fearful fit assayed her trembling heart, ne word to speak, ne joint to move she had. The savage nation feel her secret smart, and read her sorrow in her countenance sad. Their frowning foreheads, with rough horns yclad, and rustic horror, all aside do lay, and gently grinning, show a semblance glad to comfort her, and fear to put away. Their backward bent knees teach her humbly to obey. The doubtful damsel dare not yet commit her single person to their barbarous truth, but still twixt fear and hope amazed does sit, late learned what harm to hasty truth ensueth. They, in compassion of her tender youth, and wonder of her beauty sovereign, are one with pity and unwonted ruth, and all prostrate upon the lowly plain do kiss her feet, and fawn on her with countenance vain. Their hearts she guesseth by their humble guise, and yields her to extremity of time. So from the ground she fearless doth arise, and walketh forth without suspect of crime. They, all as glad as birds of joyous prime, thence lead her forth, about her dancing round, shouting and singing all a shepherd's rhyme, and with green branches strowing all the ground, do worship her as queen, with olive girland crowned. And all the way their merry pipes they sound, that all the woods with doubled echo ring, and with their horned feet do wear the ground, leaping like wanton kids in pleasant spring. So towards old Sylvanus they her bring, who with the noise awaked cometh out to weet the cause, his weak steps governing, and aged limbs on cypress staddle stout, and with an ivy twine his waist is girt about. Far off he wonders what them makes so glad, or Bacchus' merry fruit they did invent, or Cybele's frantic fits have made them mad. They, drawing nigh, unto their God present that flower of faith and beauty excellent. The God himself, viewing that mirror rare, stood long amazed, and burnt in his intent. His own fair Dryope now he thinks not fair, and Pholo foul, when her to this he doth compare. The wood-born people fall before her flat, and worship her as goddess of the wood, and old Sylvanus' self bethinks not what to think of wight so fair, but gazing stood in doubt to deem her born of earthly brood. Sometimes Dame Venus' self he seems to see, but Venus never had so sober mood. Sometimes Diana he her takes to be, but misseth bow and shafts and buskins to her knee. By view of her he ginneth to revive his ancient love and dearest Cyparis, and calls to mind his portraiture alive, how fair he was, and yet not fair to this, and how he slew with glancing dart amiss a gentle hind, the which the lovely boy did love as life above all worldly bliss. For grief whereof the lad knowed after joy, but pined away, in anguish and self-willed annoy. The woody nymphs, fair Hamadryades, her to behold do thither run apace, and all the troop of light-foot Naiades flock all about to see her lovely face. But when they view it have her heavenly grace, they envy her in their malicious mind, and fly away for fear of foul disgrace. But all the satyrs scorn their woody kind, and henceforth nothing fair but her on earth they find. Glad of such luck, the luckless lucky maid did her content to please their feeble eyes, and long time with that salvage people stayed to gather breath in many miseries. During which time her gentle wit she plies to teach them truth, which worshipped her in vain, and made her the image of idolatries. But when their bootless zeal she did restrain, from her own worship they her ass would worship fain. It fortunate, a noble warlike knight by just occasion to that forest came to seek his kindred, and the lineage right from whence he took his well-deserved name. He had in arms abroad won muchel fame, and filled far lands with glory of his might, plain, faithful, true, and enemy of shame, and ever loved to fight for ladies' right. But in vainglorious phrase he little did delight. A satyr's son, y-born in forest wild by strange adventure, as it did betide, and there begotten of a lady mild, fair Thyamis, the daughter of Lebride, that was in sacred bands of wedlock tied to Therion, a loose unruly swain, who had more joy to range the forest wide, and chase the salvage beast with busy pain, than serve his lady's love, and waste in pleasures vain. The forlorn maid did with love's longing burn, and could not lack her lover's company. But to the wood she goes to serve her turn, and seek her spouse, that from her still does fly, and follows other game and venery. A satyr chanced her wandering for to find, and kindling coals of lust in brutish eye, the loyal links of wedlock did unbind, and made her person thrall unto his beastly kind. So long in secret cabin there he held her captive to his sensual desire, till that with timely fruit her belly swelled, and bore a boy unto that savage sire. Then home he suffered her for to retire for ransom, leaving him that late-born child, whom till to riper years he gan aspire, he nursled up in life and manners wild, amongst wild beasts and woods from laws of men exiled. For all he taught the tender imp was but to banish cowardice and bastard fear. His trembling hand he would him force to put upon the lion and the rugged bear, and from the she-bear's teats her whelps to tear, and eke wild roaring bulls he would him make to tame, and ride their backs, not made to bear, and the roebucks in flight to overtake, that every beast for fear of him did fly and quake. Thereby so fearless and so fell he grew, that his own sire and master of his guise did often tremble at his horrid view, and oft for dread of hurt would him advise the angry beasts not rashly to despise, nor too much to provoke, for he would learn the lion stoop to him in lowly wise, a lesson hard, and make the libbard stern leave roaring, when in rage he for revenge did earn. And for to make his power approved more, wild beasts in iron yokes he would compel, the spotted panther and the tusked boar, the pardale swift and the tiger cruel, the antelope and wolf both fierce and fell, and them constrain in equal team to draw. Such joy he had their stubborn hearts to quell, and sturdy courage tame with dreadful awe, that his behest they feared as a tyrant's law. His loving mother came upon a day unto the woods to see her little son, and chanced unwares to meet him in the way, after his sports and cruel pastime done, when after him a lioness did run, that roaring all with rage, did loud requere her children dear, whom he away had won. The lion whelp she saw how he did bear, and lull in rugged arms withouten childish fear. The fearful dame all quaked at the sight, and turning back gan fast to fly away, until with love revoked from vain affright, she hardly yet persuaded was to stay, and then to him these womanish words gan say: "Ah, Satyrane, my dearling and my joy, for love of me leave off this dreadful play. To dally thus with death is no fit toy. Go find some other playfellows, mine own sweet boy." In these and like delights of bloody game He trained was, till riper years he wrought, And there abode, whilst any beast of name Walked in that forest, whom he had not taught To fear his force. And then his courage hot Desired of foreign foemen to be known, And far abroad for strange adventures sought, In which his might was never overthrown, But through all Faerie Land his famous worth was blown. Yet evermore it was his manner fair, After long labours and adventures spent, Unto those native woods for to repair, To see his sire and offspring ancient. And now he thither came for like intent, Where he unwares the fairest Una found, Strange lady, in so strange habiliment, Teaching the satyrs which her sat around True sacred lore, which from her sweet lips did redound. He wondered at her wisdom heavenly rare, Whose like in women's wit he never knew, And when her courteous deeds he did compare, Gan her admire, and her sad sorrows rue, Blaming of fortune, which such troubles threw, And joyed to make proof of her cruelty On gentle dame so hurtless and so true. Thenceforth he kept her goodly company, And learned her discipline of faith and verity. But she, all vowed unto the Redcrosse Knight, His wandering peril closely did lament, Ne in this new acquaintance could delight, But her dear heart with anguish did torment, And all her wit in secret counsels spent, How to escape. At last in privy wise to Satyrane She shewed her intent, who, glad to gain such favour, gan devise How with that pensive maid he best might thence arise. So on a day when satyrs all were gone To do their service to Sylvanus old, The gentle virgin, left behind alone, He led away, with courage stout and bold. Too late it was to satyrs to be told, Or ever hope recover her again. In vain he seeks, that having cannot hold. So fast he carried her with careful pain, That they the woods are past, and come now to the plain. The better part now of the lingering day They travelled had, when as they far espied A weary wight for wandering by the way, And towards him they gan in haste to ride, To weet of news that did abroad betide, Or tidings of her knight of the Red Cross. But he them spying gan to turn aside, For fear as seemed, or for some feigned loss. More greedy they of news, fast towards him do cross. A silly man, in simple weeds foreworn, And soiled with dust of the long dried way, His sandals were with toilsome travel torn, And face all tanned with scorching sunny ray, As he had travelled many a summer's day Through boiling sands of Araby and Ind. And in his hand a Jacob's staff, to stay His weary limbs upon, and eke behind His scrip did hang, in which his needments he did bind. The knight, approaching nigh, of him enquired Tidings of war and of adventures new, But wars nor new adventures none he heard. Then Una gan to ask if aught he knew Or heard abroad of that her champion true, That in his armour bare a crosslet red. "Ay me, dear dame," quoth he, "well may I rue To tell the sad sight which mine eyes have read. These eyes did see that night both living and eke dead." That cruel word her tender heart so thrilled, That sudden cold did run through every vein, And stony horror all her senses filled With dying fit, that down she fell for pain. The knight her lightly reared up again, And comforted with courteous kind relief. Then, won from death, she bade him tell in plain The further process of her hidden grief, The lesser pangs can bear who hath endured the chief. Then gan the pilgrim thus: "I chanced this day, This fatal day that shall I ever rue, To see two knights in travel on my way, A sorry sight, arranged in battle new, Both breathing vengeance, both of wrathful hue. My fearful flesh did tremble at their strife, To see their blades so greedily embrue, That drunk with blood, yet thirsted after life. What more, the Redcrosse Knight was slain with Paynim knife." "Ah, dearest lord," quoth she, "how might that be? And he the stoutest knight that ever won." "Ah, dearest dame," quoth he, "how might I see The thing that might not be, and yet was done?" Where is, said Satyrane, that Paynim's son, that him of life and us of joy hath reft? Not far away, quoth he hence doth won, for by a fountain, where I late him left washing his bloody wounds, that through the steel were cleft. Therewith the knight thence marched forth in haste, while Una, with huge heaviness oppressed, could not for sorrow follow him so fast. And soon he came, as he the place had guessed, whereas that pagan proud himself did rest in secret shadow by a fountain side. Even he it was that erst would have suppressed fair Una, whom when Satyrane espied, with foul reproachful words he boldly him defied, and said, Arise, thou cursed miscreant, that hast with nightless guile and treacherous train fair knighthood foully shamed, and dost vaunt that good knight of the Red Cross to have slain. Arise, and with like treason now maintain thy guilty wrong, or else thee guilty yield. The Saracen this hearing rose amain, and catching up in haste his 3 square shield and shining helmet, soon him buckled to the field, and drawing nigh him said, Ah, misborn elf, in evil hour thy foes thee hither sent, another's wrongs to wreak upon thyself. Yet ill thou blamest me for having blent my name with guile and traitorous intent. That Redcrosse Knight pretty I never slew, but had he been where erst his arms were lent, then chanter vain his error should not rue. But thou his error shalt, I hope, now proven true. Wherewith they gan, both furious and fell, to thunder blows, and fiercely to assail, each other bent his enemy to quell. That with their force they pierced both plate and mail, and made wide furrows in their fleshes frail, that it would pity any living eye. Large floods of blood adown their sides did rail, but floods of blood could not them satisfy. Both hungered after death, both chose to win or die. So long they fight and fell revenge pursue, that fainting each themselves to breathen let, and oft refreshed battle oft renew. As when 2 boars with rankling malice met, their gory sides fresh bleeding fiercely fret, till breathless both themselves aside retire, where foaming wrath their cruel tusks they whet, and trample the earth the whiles they may respire, then back to fight again, new breathed and entire. So fiercely when these knights had breathed once, they gan to fight return, increasing more their puissant force and cruel rage at once, with heaped strokes more hugely than before, that with their dreary wounds and bloody gore they both deformed scarcely could be known. By this fair Una, fraught with anguish sore, led with their noise, which through the air was thrown, arrived where they in earth their fruitless blood had sown. Whom all, so soon as that proud Saracen espied, he gan revive the memory of his lewd lusts and late attempted sin, and left the doubtful battle hastily to catch her newly offered to his eye. But Satyrane, with strokes him turning, stayed, and sternly bade him other business ply, than hunt the steps of pure unspotted maid. Wherewith he, all enraged, these bitter speeches said, O foolish fairy son, what fury mad hath thee incensed to haste thy doleful fate? Were it not better I that lady had, than that thou hadst repented it too late? Most senseless man he that himself doth hate to love another. Lo, then for thine aid, here take thy lover's token on thy pate. So they to fight, the whilst the royal maid fled far away, of that proud Paynim sore afraid. But that false pilgrim, which that leasing told, being indeed old Archimage, did stay in secret shadow all this to behold, and much rejoiced in their bloody fray. But when he saw the damsel pass away, he left his stond, and her pursued apace, in hope to bring her to her last decay. But for to tell her lamentable case, and eke this battle's end, will need another place.
Canto 7. The Redcrosse Knight is captive made, by giant proud oppressed. Prince Arthur meets with Una, greatly with those news distressed. What man so wise, what earthly wit so ware, as to descry the crafty cunning train by which deceit doth mask in visor fair, and cast her colours dyed deep in grain, to seem like truth, whose shape she well can feign, and fitting gestures to her purpose frame, the guiltless man with guile to entertain. Great maestress of her art was that false dame, the false Jewessa, cloaked with Fidessa's name, who, when returning from the dreary night, she found not in that perilous house of pride, where she had left the noble Redcrosse Knight, her hoped prey, she would no longer bide, but forth she went to seek him far and wide. Ere long she found, whereas he weary sate to rest himself, for by a fountain side, disarmed all of iron-coated plate, and by his side his steed the grassy forage ate. He feeds upon the cooling shade, and bathes his sweaty forehead in the breathing wind, which through the trembling leaves full gently plays, wherein the cheerful birds of sundry kind do chant sweet music to delight his mind. The witch, approaching, gan him fairly greet, and with reproach of carelessness unkind upbraid, for leaving her in place unmeet, with foul words tempering fair, sour gall with honey sweet. Unkindness past, they gan of solace treat, and bathe in pleasance of the joyous shade, which shielded them against the boiling heat, and with green boughs decking a gloomy glade, about the fountain like a girland made, whose bubbling wave did ever freshly well, ne ever would through fervent summer fade. The sacred nymph, which therein wont to dwell, was out of Dian's favour, as it then befell. The cause was this: one day when Phoebe fair with all her band was following the chase, this nymph, quite tired with heat of scorching air, sat down to rest in midst of the race. The goddess wroth gan foully her disgrace, and bade the waters which from her did flow be such as she herself was then in place. Thenceforth her waters waxed dull and slow, and all that drunk thereof did faint and feeble grow. Hereof this gentle knight unweeting was, and lying down upon the sandy grail, drunk of the stream as clear as crystal glass. Eftsoons his manly forces gan to fail, and mighty strong was turned to feeble frail. His changed powers at first themselves not felt, till cruddled cold his courage gan assail, and cheerful blood in faintness chill did melt, which like a fever fit through all his body swelt. Yet goodly court he made still to his dame, poured out in looseness on the grassy ground, both careless of his health and of his fame, till at the last he heard a dreadful sound, which through the wood loud bellowing did rebound, that all the earth for terror seemed to shake, and trees did tremble. Elf therewith astound upstarted lightly from his looser make, and his unready weapons gan in hand to take. But ere he could his armour on him dight, or get his shield, his monstrous enemy with sturdy steps came stalking in his sight, an hideous giant, horrible and high, that with his tallness seemed to threat the sky. The ground eke groaned under him for dread. His living like saw never living eye, ne durst behold. His stature did exceed the height of 3, the tallest sons of mortal seed. The greatest earth his uncouth mother was, and blustering Aeolus his boasted sire, who with his breath, which through the world doth pass, her hollow womb did secretly inspire, and filled her hidden caves with stormy ire that she conceived, and trebling the due time in which the wombs of women do expire, brought forth this monstrous mass of earthly slime, puffed up with empty wind, and filled with sinful crime. So grown great through arrogant delight of the high descent whereof he was y-born, and through presumption of his matchless might, all other powers and knighthood he did scorn. Such now he marcheth to this man forlorn, and left to loss. His stalking steps are stayed upon a snaggy oak, which he had torn out of his mother's bowels, and it made his mortal mace, wherewith his foemen he dismayed. That when the knight he spied, he gan advance with huge force and insupportable main, and towards him with dreadful fury prance, who, hapless and eke hopeless, all in vain did to him pace sad battle to darraign, disarmed, disgraced, and inwardly dismayed, and eke so faint in every joint and vein through that frail fountain which him feeble made, that scarcely could he wield his bootless single blade. The giant strook so mainly merciless, that could have overthrown a stony tower, and were not heavenly grace that did him bless, he had been powdered all as thin as flour. But he was wary of that deadly stour, and lightly leapt from underneath the blow. Yet so exceeding was the villain's power, that with the wind it did him overthrow, and all his senses stound, that still he lay full low. As when that devilish iron engine, wrought in deepest hell, and framed by Fury's skill, with windy nitre and quick sulphur fraught, and rammed with bullet round ordained to kill, conceiveth fire. The heavens it doth fill with thundering noise, and all the air doth choke, that none can breathe, nor see nor hear at will, through smouldry cloud of duskish stinking smoke, that th' only breath him daunts who hath escaped the stroke. So daunted, when the giant saw the knight, his heavy hand he heaved up on high, and him to dust thought to have battered quite, until Duessa loud to him gan cry, O great Orgoglio, greatest under sky, O hold thy mortal hand for lady's sake, hold for my sake, and do him not to die, but vanquished thine eternal bondslave make, and me thy worthy meed unto thy leman take. He hearkened, and did stay from further harms, to gain so goodly guerdon as she spake. So willingly she came into his arms, who her as willingly to grace did take, and was possessed of his new found make. Then up he took the slumbered senseless corse, and ere he could out of his swoon awake, him to his castle brought with hasty force, and in a dungeon deep him threw without remorse. From that day forth Duessa was his dear, and highly honoured in his haughty eye. He gave her gold and purple pall to wear, and triple crowns set on her head full high, and her endowed with royal majesty. Then, for to make her dreaded more of men, and people's hearts with awful terror tie, a monstrous beast ybred in filthy fen he chose, which he had kept long time in darksome den. Such one it was as that renowned snake, which great Alcides in Stramona slew, long fostered in the filth of Lerna lake, whose many heads outbudding ever new, did breed him endless labour to subdue. But this same monster much more ugly was, for 7 great heads out of his body grew, an iron breast and back of scaly brass, and all imbrued in blood, his eyes did shine as glass. His tail was stretched out in wondrous length, that to the house of heavenly gods it wrought, and with extorted power and borrowed strength the ever-burning lamps from thence it brought, and proudly threw to ground as things of naught, and underneath his filthy feet did tread the sacred things and holy hests foretaught. Upon this dreadful beast with 7-fold head he set the false Duessa, for more awe and dread. The woeful dwarf, which saw his maisters fall, whilst he had keeping of his grazing steed, and valiant knight become a caitiff thrall, when all was past, took up his forlorn weed, his mighty armour missing most at need, his silver shield now idle masterless, his poignant spear that many made to bleed, the rueful monuments of heaviness, and with them all departs to tell his great distress. He had not travelled long, when on the way he woeful lady, woeful Una met, fast flying from the Paynim's greedy prey, whilst Satyrane him from pursuit did let, who, when her eyes she on the dwarf had set, and saw the signs that deadly tidings spake, she fell to ground for sorrowful regret, and lively breath her sad breast did forsake, yet might her piteous heart be seen to pant and quake. The messenger of so unhappy news would fain have died, dead was his heart within, yet outwardly some little comfort shows. At last recovering heart, he does begin to rub her temples, and to chafe her chin, and every tender part does toss and turn. So hardly he the flitted life does win, unto her native prison to return. Then gins her grieved ghost thus to lament and mourn: Ye dreary instruments of doleful sight, that do this deadly spectacle behold, why do ye linger feed on loathed light, or liking find to gaze on earthly mould, sith cruel fates the careful threads unfold, the which my life and love together tied? Now let the stony dart of senseless cold pierce to my heart, and pass through every side, and let eternal night so sad sight from me hide. O lightsome day, the lamp of highest Jove, first made by him men's wandering ways to guide, when darkness he in deepest dungeon drove, henceforth thy hated face for ever hide, and shut up heaven's windows shining wide. For earthly sight can naught but sorrow breed, and late repentance, which shall long abide. Mine eyes no more on vanity shall feed, but sealed up with death shall have their deadly meed. Then down again she fell into the ground, but he her quickly reared up again. Thrice did she sink adown in deadly swound, and thrice he her revived with busy pain. At last, when life recovered had the rein, and over wrestled his strong enemy, with faltering tongue and trembling every vein, tell on, quoth she, the woeful tragedy, the which these relics sad present unto mine eye. Tempestuous fortune hath spent all her spite, and thrilling sorrow thrown his utmost dart. Thy sad tongue cannot tell more heavy plight than that I feel and harbour in mine heart. Who hath endured the whole can bear each part. If death it be, it is not the first wound that launched hath my breast with bleeding smart. Begin and end the bitter baleful stound. If less than that I feared, more favour I have found. Then 'gan the dwarf the whole discourse declare, the subtle trains of Archimago old, the wanton loves of false Fidessa fair, bought with the blood of vanquished Paynim bold, the wretched pair transformed to tree and mould, the house of pride and perils round about, the combat which he with sans joy did hold, the luckless conflict with the giant stout, wherein captived of life or death he stood in doubt. She heard with patience all unto the end, and strove to master sorrowful essay, which greater grew the more she did contend, and almost rent her tender heart in tway, and love fresh coals unto her fire did lay. For greater love, the greater is the loss. Was never lady loved dearer day than she did love the Knight of the Red Cross, for whose dear sake so many troubles her did toss. At last, when fervent sorrow slaked was, she up arose, resolving him to find alive or dead, and forward forth doth pass, all as the dwarf the way to her assigned. And evermore, in constant careful mind, she fed her wound with fresh renewed bale, long tossed with storms and bet with bitter wind, high over hills and low adown the dale. She wandered many a wood, and measured many a vale. At last she chanced by good hap to meet a goodly knight, fair marching by the way, together with his squire arrayed meet. His glitterand armour shined far away, like glancing light of Phoebus' brightest ray. From top to toe no place appeared bare, that deadly dint of steel in danger may. Athwart his breast a baldric brave he wear, that shined like twinkling stars, with stones most precious rare. And in the midst thereof one precious stone of wondrous worth, and eke of wondrous mights, shaped like a lady's head, exceeding shone, like Hesperus amongst the lesser lights, and strove for to amaze the weaker sights. Thereby his mortal blade full comely hung, in ivory sheath carved with curious sleights, whose hilts were burnished gold, and handles strong of mother pearl, and buckled with a golden tong. His haughty helmet horrid all with gold, both glorious brightness and great terror bred. O'er all the crest a dragon did enfold with greedy paws, and over all did spread his golden wings. His dreadful hideous head, close couched on the beaver, seemed to throw from flaming mouth bright sparkles fiery red, that sudden horror to faint hearts did show, and scaly tail was stretched adown his back full low. Upon the top of all his lofty crest a bunch of hairs, discoloured diversely with sprinkled pearl and gold, full richly dressed, did shake and seem to dance for jollity, like to an almond tree mounted high on top of green Selinus, all alone, with blossoms brave bedecked daintily, whose tender locks do tremble every one at every little breath that under heaven is blown. His warlike shield all closely covered was, ne might of mortal eye be ever seen, not made of steel, nor of enduring brass, such earthly metals soon consumed been. But all of diamond, perfect, pure, and clean, it framed was, one massy entire mould, hewn out of adamant rock with engines keen, that point of spear it never piercen could, ne dint of direful sword divide the substance would. The same to wight he never wont disclose, but when as monsters huge he would dismay, or daunt unequal armies of his foes, or when the flying heavens he would affray, for so exceeding shone his glistering ray, that Phoebus' golden face it did attaint, as when a cloud his beams doth overlay, and silver Cynthia waxed pale and faint, as when her face is stained with magic arts constraint. No magic arts hereof had any might, nor bloody words of bold enchanters call, but all that was not such as seemed in sight, before that shield did fade and sudden fall. And when him list the rascal routs appall, men into stones therewith he could transmew, and stones to dust, and dust to naught at all. And when him list the prouder looks subdue, he would them gazing blind, or turn to other hue. Ne let it seem that credence this exceeds, for he that made the same was known right well to have done much more admirable deeds. It Merlin was, which whilom did excel all living wights in might of magic spell. Both shield and sword and armor all he wrought for this young prince, when first to arms he fell. But when he died, the Faerie Queene it brought to Fairyland, where yet it may be seen, if sought, a gentle youth, his dearly loved squire, his spear of heavenwood behind him bare, whose harmful head, thrice heated in the fire, had riven many a breast with pike-head square. A goodly person, and could manage Faery's stubborn steed with curbed cannon bit, who under him did trample as the air, and chafed that any on his back should sit. The iron rowels into frothy foam he bit. When as this knight nigh to the lady drew, with lovely court he gan her entertain. But when he heard her answers loath, he knew some secret sorrow did her heart distrain, which to allay and calm her storming pain, fair feeling words he wisely gan display, and for her humour fitting purpose feign, to tempt the cause itself for to bewray, wherewith enmoved these bleeding words she gan to say. What world's delight or joy of living speech can heart so plunged in sea of sorrows deep, and heaped with so huge misfortunes, reach? The careful cold beginneth for to creep, and in my heart his iron arrow steep, soon as I think upon my bitter bale. Such helpless harms it's better hidden keep, than rip up grief where it may not avail. My last left comfort is my woes to weep and wail. Ah, lady dear, quoth then the gentle knight, well may I ween your grief is wondrous great, for wondrous great grief groaneth in my sprite, whiles thus I hear you of your sorrows treat. But, woeful lady, let me you entreat for to unfold the anguish of your heart. Mishaps are mastered by advice discreet, and counsel mitigates the greatest smart. Found never help who never would his hurts impart. Oh, but quoth she, great grief will not be told, and can more easily be thought than said. Right so, quoth he, but he that never would, could never, will to might gives greatest aid. But grief, quoth she, does greater grow displayed, if then it find not help, and breeds despair. Despair breeds not, quoth he, where faith is stayed. No faith so fast, quoth she, but flesh does pair. Flesh may impair, quoth he, but reason can repair. His goodly reason and well guided speech so deep did settle in her gracious thought, that her persuaded to disclose the breach which love and fortune in her heart had wrought, and said, Fair sir, I hope good hap hath brought you to inquire the secrets of my grief, or that your wisdom will direct my thought, or that your prowess can me yield relief. Then hear the story sad, which I shall tell you brief. The forlorn maiden, whom your eyes have seen the laughing stock of fortune's mockeries, am the only daughter of a king and queen, whose parents dear, whilst equal destinies did run about, and their felicities the favourable heavens did not envy, did spread their rule through all the territories which Physon and Euphrates floweth by, and Gihon's golden waves do wash continually, till that their cruel cursed enemy and huge great dragon, horrible in sight, bred in the loathly lakes of Tartary, with murderous ravin and devouring might their kingdom spoiled, and country wasted quite. Themselves, for fear into his jaws to fall, he forced to castles strong to take their flight, where fast embarred in mighty brazen wall, he has them now 4 years besieged, to make them thrall. Full many knights adventurous and stout of enterprise that monster to subdue. From every coast that heaven walks about have thither come the noble martial crew that famous hard achievements still pursue. Yet never any could that girland win, but all still shrunk, and still he greater grew. All they for want of faith, or guilt of sin, the piteous prey of his fierce cruelty have been. At last, they led with far reported praise, which flying fame throughout the world spread, of doughty knights, whom fairy land did raise, that noble order height of maidenhead, forthwith to court of Glorianne I sped, of Glorianne great queen of glory bright, whose kingdom's seat Cleopolis is read, there to obtain some such redoubted knight, that parents dear from tyrants' power deliver might. It was my chance was fair and good, therefore to find a fresh unproved knight, whose manlied hands imbrued in guilty blood had never been, ne ever by his might had thrown to ground the unregarded right. Yet of his prowess proof he since hath made, I witness am, in many a cruel fight. The groaning ghosts of many one dismayed have felt the bitter dint of his avenging blade. And ye, the forlorn relics of his power, his biting sword and his devouring spear, which have endured many a dreadful stour, can speak his prowess that did erst you bear, and well could rule. Now he hath left you here to be the record of his rueful loss, and of my doleful disadventurous dear. O heavy record of the good Red Cross, where have you left your lord that could so well you toss? Well hoped I, and fair beginnings had, that he my captive languor should redeem, till all unweeting an enchanter bad his sense abused, and made him to misdeem my loyalty, not such as it did seem, that rather death desire than such despite. Be judge, ye heavens, that all things right esteem, how I him loved, and love with all my might. So thought I eke of him, and think I thought aright. Thenceforth me desolate he quite forsook, to wander where wild fortune would me lead, and other byways he himself betook, where never foot of living wight did tread, that brought not back the baleful body dead, in which him chanced false Duessa meet, mine only foe, mine only deadly dread, who with her witchcraft and misseeming sweet inveigled him to follow her desires unmeet. At last, by subtle sleights, she him betrayed unto his foe, a giant huge and tall, who him disarmed, dissolute, dismayed, unwares surprised, and with mighty maul the monster merciless him made to fall, whose fall did never foe before behold, and now in darksome dungeon, wretched thrall, remediless, for aye he doth him hold. This is my cause of grief, more great than may be told. Ere she had ended all, she gan to faint, but he her comforted, and fair bespake, Certes, madam, ye have great cause of plaint, that stoutest heart I ween could cause to quake. But be of cheer, and comfort to you take, for till I have acquit your captive knight, assure yourself I will you not forsake. His cheerful words revived her cheerless sprite, so forth they went, the dwarf them guiding ever right. Canto 8. Fair Virgin, to redeem her dear, brings Arthur to the fight, who slays the giant, wounds the beast, and strips Duessa quite. Ay me, how many perils do enfold the righteous man to make him daily fall. were not that heavenly grace doth him uphold, and steadfast truth acquite him out of all. Her love is firm, her care continual, so oft as he through his own foolish pride or weakness is to sinful bands made thrall. Else should this Redcrosse Knight in bands have died, for whose deliverance she this prince doth thither guide. They sadly travelled thus until they came nigh to a castle builded strong and high. Then cried the dwarf, Lo, yonder is the same in which my lord, my liege, doth luckless lie, thrall to that giant's hateful tyranny. Therefore, dear sir, your mighty powers assay. The noble knight alighted by and by from lofty steed, and bade the lady stay to see what end of fight should him befall that day. So with the squire, the admirer of his might, he marched forth towards that castle wall, whose gates he found fast shut, ne living wight toward the same, nor answer comers' call. Then took that squire an horn of bugle small, which hung adown his side in twisted gold and tassels gay. Wide wonders over all of that same horn's great virtues were entold, which had it proved been in uses manifold. Was never wight that heard that shrilling sound, but trembling fear did feel in every vein. 3 miles it might be easy heard around, and echoes 3 answered itself again. No false enchantment nor deceitful train might once abide the terror of that blast, but presently was void and wholly vain. No gate so strong, no lock so firm and fast, but with that piercing noise flew open quite or brast. The same before the giant's gate he blew, that all the castle quaked from the ground, and every door of free will open flew. The giant's self, dismayed with that sound, where he with his Duessa dalliance found, in haste came rushing forth from inner bower, with staring countenance stern, as one astound, and staggering steps, to weet what sudden stour had wrought that horror strange, and dared his dreaded power. And after him the proud Duessa came, high mounted on her many-headed beast, and every head with fiery tongue did flame, and every head was crowned on his crest, and bloody mouthed with late cruel feast. That when the knight beheld, his mighty shield upon his manly arm he soon addressed, and at him fiercely flew, with courage filled, and eager greediness through every member thrilled. Therewith the giant buckled him to fight, inflamed with scornful wrath and high disdain, and lifting up his dreadful club on height, all armed with ragged snubs and knotty grain, him thought at first encounter to have slain. But wise and wary was that noble peer, and lightly leaping from so monstrous main, did fair avoid the violence him near. It booted not to think such thunderbolts to bear. Ne shame he thought to shun so hideous might. The idle stroke, enforcing furious way, missing the mark of his misaimed sight, did fall to ground, and with his heavy sway so deeply dinted in the driven clay, that 3 yards deep a furrow up did throw. The sad earth, wounded with so sore assay, did groan full grievous underneath the blow, and trembling with strange fear did like an earthquake show. As when almighty Jove in wrathful mood to wreak the guilt of mortal sins is bent, hurls forth his thundering dart with deadly food, enrolled in flames and smouldering dririment, through riven clouds and molten firmament, the fierce 3-forked engine making way, both lofty towers and highest trees hath rent, and all that might his angry passage stay, and shooting in the earth casts up a mount of clay. His boisterous club so buried in the ground, he could not rearen up again so light, but that the knight him at advantage found, and whilst he strove his cumbered club to quite out of the earth, with blade all burning bright he smote off his left arm, which like a block did fall to ground, deprived of native might. Large streams of blood out of the trunked stalk forth gushed, like fresh water stream from riven rock. Dismayed with so desperate deadly wound, and eke impatient of unwonted pain, he loudly brayed with beastly yelling sound, that all the fields rebellowed again, as great a noise as when in Cimbrian plain An herd of bulls, whom kindly rage doth sting, do for the milky mother's want complain, and fill the fields with troublous bellowing. The neighbor woods around with hollow murmur ring. That when his dear Duessa heard, and saw the evil stound that dangered her estate, unto his aid she hastily did draw her dreadful beast, who swoln with blood of late came ramping forth with proud presumptuous gait, and threatened all his heads like flaming brands. But him the squire made quickly to retreat, encountering fierce with single sword in hand, and twixt him and his lord did like a bulwark stand. The proud Duessa, full of wrathful spite and fierce disdain to be affronted so, enforced her purple beast with all her might that stop out of the way to overthrow, scorning the let of so unequal foe. But now the more would that courageous swain to her yield passage, 'gainst his lord to go, but with outrageous strokes did him restrain, and with his body barred the way atwixt them twain. Then took the angry witch her golden cup, which still she bore, replete with magic arts. Death and despair did many thereof sup, and secret poison through their inner parts, the eternal bale of heavy wounded hearts. Which after charms and some enchantment said, she lightly sprinkled on his weaker parts. Therewith his sturdy courage soon was quaid, and all his senses were with sudden dread dismayed. So down he fell before the cruel beast, who on his neck his bloody claws did seize, that life nigh crushed out of his panting breast. No power he had to stir, nor will to rise. That when the careful knight gan well avise, he lightly left the foe with whom he fought, and to the beast gan turn his enterprise. For wondrous anguish in his heart it wrought, to see his loved squire into such thraldom brought. And high advancing his bloodthirsty blade, stroke one of those deformed heads so sore, that of his puissance proud ensample made. His monstrous scalp down to his teeth it tore, and that misformed shape misshaped more. A sea of blood gushed from the gaping wound, that her gay garments stained with filthy gore, and overflowed all the field around, that over shoes in blood he waded on the ground. Thereat he roared for exceeding pain, that to have heard great horror would have bred, and scourging th' empty air with his long train, through great impatience of his grieved head, his gorgeous rider from her lofty stead would have cast down, and trod in dirty mire, had not the giant soon her succoured, who all enraged with smart and frantic ire, came hurtling in full fierce, and forced the knight retire. The force which wont in two to be dispersed, in one alone left hand he now unites, which is through rage more strong than both were erst. With which his hideous club aloft he dights, and at his foe with furious rigor smites, that strongest oak might seem to overthrow. The stroke upon his shield so heavy lights, that to the ground it doubleth him full low. What mortal wight could ever bear so monstrous blow? And in his fall his shield that covered was, did lose his veil by chance, and open flew. The light whereof that heaven's light did pass, such blazing brightness through the air threw, that eye mote not the same endure to view. Which when the giant spied with staring eye, he down let fall his arm, and soft withdrew his weapon huge, that heaved was on high, for to have slain the man that on the ground did lie. And eke the fruitful headed beast, amazed at flashing beams of that sunshiny shield, became stark blind, and all his senses dazed, that down he tumbled on the dirty field, and seemed himself as conquered to yield. Whom when his mastress proud perceived to fall, whiles yet his feeble feet for faintness reeled, unto the giant loudly she gan call, "O help, Orgoglio, help, or else we perish all." At her so piteous cry was much amoved her champion stout, and for to aid his friend again his wonted angry weapon proved, but all in vain, for he has read his end in that bright shield, and all their forces spend themselves in vain. For since that glancing sight he hath no power to hurt nor to defend, as where th' Almighty's lightning brawn does light, it dims the dazed eyne, and daunts the senses quite. Whom when the prince to battle new addressed, and threatening high his dreadful stroke did see, his sparkling blade about his head he blessed, and smote off quite his right leg by the knee, that down he tumbled as an aged tree high growing on the top of rocky cliff, whose heartstrings with keen steel nigh hewn be. The mighty trunk half rent with ragged rift doth roll adown the rocks, and fall with fearful drift. Or as a castle reared high and round by subtle engines and malicious sleight is undermined from the lowest ground, and her foundation forced and feebled quite, at last down falls, and with her heaped height her hasty ruin does more heavy make, and yields itself unto the victor's might. Such was this giant's fall, that seemed to shake the steadfast globe of earth, as it for fear did quake. The knight then lightly leaping to the prey, with mortal steel him smote again so sore, that headless his unwieldy body lay, all wallowed in his own foul bloody gore, which flowed from his wounds in wondrous store. But soon as breath out of his breast did pass, that huge great body which the giant bore was vanished quite, and of that monstrous mass was nothing left, but like an empty bladder was, whose grievous fall when false Duessa spied, her golden cup she cast unto the ground, and crowned mitre rudely threw aside. Such piercing grief her stubborn heart did wound, that she could not endure that doleful sound, but leaving all behind her fled away. The Lightfoot squire her quickly turned around, and by hard means enforcing her to stay, so brought unto his lord as his deserved prey. The royal virgin, which beheld from far in pensive plight and sad perplexity the whole achievement of this doubtful war, came running fast to greet his victory, with sober gladness and mild modesty, and with sweet joyous cheer him thus bespake: fair branch of noblesse, flower of chivalry, that with your worth the world amazed make, how shall I quite the pains ye suffer for my sake? And you, fresh bud of virtue springing fast, whom these sad eyes saw nigh unto death's door, what hath poor virgin for such peril past wherewith you to reward? Accept therefore my simple self and service evermore. And he that high does sit, and all things see with equal eyes, their merits to restore, behold what ye this day have done for me, and what I cannot quite requite with usury. But sith the heavens and your fair handling have made you master of the field this day, your fortune master eke with governing, and well begun end all so well I pray, ne let that wicked woman scape away, for she it is that did my lord bethrall, my dearest lord, and deep in dungeon lay, where he his better days hath wasted all. Oh hear how piteous he to you for aid does call. Forthwith he gave in charge unto his squire that scarlet whore to keepen carefully, whiles he himself with greedy great desire into the castle entered forcibly, where living creature none he did espy. Then gan he loudly through the house to call, but no man cared to answer to his cry. There reigned a solemn silence over all, nor voice was heard, nor wight was seen in bower or hall. At last with creeping crooked pace forth came an old man, with beard as white as snow, that on a staff his feeble steps did frame, and guide his weary gait both to and fro. For his eyesight him failed long ago, and on his arm a bunch of keys he bore, the which unused rust did overgrow. Those were the keys of every inner door, but he could not them use, but kept them still in store. But very uncouth sight was to behold how he did fashion his untoward pace, for as he forward moved his footing old, so backward still was turned his wrinkled face, unlike to men who ever as they trace both feet and face one way are wont to lead. This was the ancient keeper of that place, and foster father of the giant dead. His name Ignaro did his nature right read. His reverend hairs and holy gravity the knight much honoured, as beseemed well, and gently asked where all the people be, which in that stately building want to dwell. Who answered him full soft, he could not tell. Again he asked where that same knight was laid, whom great Orgoglio with his puissance fell had made his caitiff thrall. Again he said, he could not tell, ne ever other answer made. Then asked he which way he in might pass. He could not tell, again he answered. Thereat the courteous knight displeased was, and said, old sire, it seems thou hast not read how ill it sits with that same silver head, in vain to mock, or mocked in vain to be. But if thou be as thou art portrayed with nature's pen, in age's grave degree, read in graver wise what I demand of thee. His answer likewise was, he could not tell, who senseless speech and doted ignorance, when as the noble prince had marked well, he guessed his nature by his countenance, and calmed his wrath with goodly temperance. Then to him stepping, from his arm did reach those keys, and made himself free entrance. Each door he opened without any breach, there was no bar to stop, nor foe him to impeach. There all within full rich arrayed he found, with royal arras and resplendent gold, and did with store of everything abound, that greatest princes presence might behold. But all the floor, too filthy to be told, with blood of guiltless babes and innocents true, which there were slain as sheep out of the fold, defiled was, that dreadful was to view, and sacred ashes over it was strowed new. And there beside of marble stone was built an altar, carved with cunning imagery, on which true Christians' blood was often spilt, and holy martyrs often done to die, with cruel malice and strong tyranny, whose blessed sprites from underneath the stone to God for vengeance cried continually, and with great grief were often heard to groan, that hardest heart would bleed to hear their piteous moan. Through every room he sought, and every bower, but nowhere could he find that woful thrall. At last he came unto an iron door, that fast was locked, but key found not at all amongst that bunch to open it withal. But in the same a little grate was pight, through which he sent his voice, and loud did call with all his power, to weet if living wight were housed there within, whom he enlargen might. Therewith an hollow, dreary, murmuring voice these piteous plaints and dolors did resound. Oh, who is that which brings me happy choice of death, that here lie dying every stound, yet live perforce in baleful darkness bound? For now 3 moons have changed thrice their hue, and have been thrice hid underneath the ground, since I the heaven's cheerful face did view. O welcome thou that dost of death bring tidings true. Which when that champion heard, with piercing point of pity dear, his heart was thrilled sore, and trembling horror ran through every joint, for ruth of gentle knight so foul for lore. Which shaking off, he rent that iron door with furious force, and indignation fell. Where entered in, his foot could find no floor, but all a deep descent as dark as hell, that breathed ever forth a filthy baneful smell. But neither darkness foul, nor filthy bands, nor noyous smell his purpose could withhold. Entire affection hateth nicer hands. But that with constant zeal and courage bold, after long pains and labors manifold, he found the means that prisoner up to rear, whose feeble thighs, unable to uphold his pined course, him scarce to light could bear, a rueful spectacle of death and ghastly drear. His sad dull eyes, deep sunk in hollow pits, could not endure th' unwonted sun to view. His bare thin cheeks, for want of better bits, and empty sides deceived of their due, could make a stony heart his hap to rue. His raw bone arms, whose mighty brawned bowers were wont to rive steel plates and helmets' hue, were clean consumed, and all his vital powers decayed, and all his flesh shrunk up like withered flowers. Whom when his lady saw, to him she ran with hasty joy. To see him made her glad, and sad to rue his visage pale and wan, who erst in flowers of freshest youth was clad. Though when her well of tears she wasted had, she said, "Ah, dearest lord, what evil star on you hath frowned, and poured his influence bad, that of yourself ye thus berobbed are, and this misseeming hue your manly looks doth mar. But welcome now, my lord, in weal or woe, whose presence I have lacked too long a day. And fie on fortune, mine avowed foe, whose wrathful wreaks themselves do now allay. And for these wrongs shall treble penance pay of treble good. Good grows of evil's prief." The cheerless man, whom sorrow did dismay, had no delight to treaten of his grief. His long endured famine needed more relief. "Fair lady," then said that victorious knight, "the things that grievous were to do or bear, them to renew I wot breeds no delight. Best music breeds delight in loathing ear, but th' only good that grows of passed fear is to be wise and ware of like again. This day's ensample hath this lesson dear deep written in my heart with iron pen, that bliss may not abide in state of mortal men. Henceforth, Sir Knight, take to you wonted strength, and master these mishaps with patient might. Lo, where your foe lies stretched in monstrous length, and lo, that wicked woman in your sight, the root of all your care and wretched plight, now in your power to let her live or die." "To do her die," quoth Una, "were despite and shame to venge so weak an enemy, but spoil her of her scarlet robe, and let her fly." So as she bade, that which they disarrayed, and robbed of royal robes and purple pall, and ornaments that richly were displayed, ne spared they to strip her naked all. Then when they had despoiled her tire and call, such as she was their eyes might her behold, that her misshaped parts did them appall, a loathly wrinkled hag, ill favored, old, whose secret filth good manners biddeth not be told. Her crafty head was altogether bald, and as in hate of honorable eld was overgrown with scurf and filthy scald. Her teeth out of her rotten gums were felled, and her sour breath abominably smelled. Her dryad dugs, like bladders lacking wind, hung down, and filthy matter from them welled. Her rizzled skin, as rough as maple rind, so scabby was, that would have loathed all womankind. Her nether parts, the shame of all her kind, my chaster muse for shame doth blush to write. But at her rump she growing had behind a fox's tail, with dung all foully dight, and eke her feet most monstrous were in sight. For one of them was like an eagle's claw, with griping talons armed to greedy fight. The other like a bear's uneven paw, more ugly shape, yet never living creature saw. Which when the knights beheld, amazed they were, and wondered at so foul deformed wight. "Such then," said Una, "as she seemeth here, such is the face of falsehood, such the sight of foul Duessa, when her borrowed light is laid away, and counterfeisance known." Thus when they had the witch disrobed quite, and all her filthy feature open shown, they let her go at will, and wander ways unknown. She flying fast from heaven's hated face, and from the world that her discovered wide, fled to the wasteful wilderness apace, from living eyes her open shame to hide, and lurked in rocks and caves long unespied. But that fair crew of knights and Una fair did in that castle afterwards abide, to rest themselves and weary powers repair, where store they found of all that dainty was and rare. Canto 9. His loves and lineage Arthur tells, the knights knit friendly bands. Sir Trevison flies from despair, whom Redcrosse Knight withstands. O goodly golden chain, wherewith effere the virtues linked are in lovely wise, and noble minds of yore allied were in brave pursuit of chivalrous emprise, that none did others' safety despise, nor aid and vie to him in need that stands, but friendly each did others' praise devise, how to advance with favourable hands, as this good prince redeemed the Redcrosse Knight from bands. Who when their powers impaired through labour long, with due repast they had recured well, and that weak captive wight now wexed strong, them lest no longer there at leisure dwell, but forward fare as their adventures fell. But ere they parted, Una fair besought that stranger knight his name and nation tell, lest so great good as he for her had wrought should die unknown, and buried be in thankless thought. Fair virgin, said the prince, ye me require a thing without the compass of my wit, for both the lineage and the certain sire from which I sprung from me are hidden yet. For all so soon as life did me admit into this world and showed heaven's light, from mother's pap I taken was unfit, and straight delivered to a fairy knight, to be upbrought in gentle thews and martial might. Unto old Timon he me brought belive, old Timon, who in youthly years hath been in warlike feats the expertest man alive, and is the wisest now on earth, I ween. His dwelling is low in a valley green, under the foot of Roran, mossy hoar, from whence the river Dee as silver clean his tumbling billows rolls with gentle roar. There all my days he trained me up in virtuous lore. Thither the great magician Merlin came, as was his use, oft times to visit me, for he had charge my discipline to frame, and tutors' nouriture to oversee. Him oft and oft I asked in privity, of what loins and what lineage I did spring, whose answer bade me still assured be, that I was son and heir unto a king, as time in her just term the truth to light should bring. Well, worthy imp, said then the lady gent, and pupil fit for such a tutor's hand, but what adventure or what high intent hath brought you hither into Fairyland? A rede, Prince Arthur, crown of martial band. Full hard it is, quoth he, to read aright the course of heavenly cause, or understand the secret meaning of the eternal might that rules men's ways, and rules the thoughts of living wight. For whither he through fatal deep foresight me hither sent, for cause to me unguessed, or that fresh bleeding wound, which day and night whilome doth rankle in my riven breast, with forced fury following his behest, me hither brought by ways yet never found, you to have helped, I hold myself yet blessed. Ah, courteous knight, quoth she, what secret wound could ever find to grieve the gentlest heart on ground? Dear dame, quoth he, you sleeping sparks awake, which troubled once into huge flames will grow, ne ever will their fervent fury slake, till living moisture into smoke do flow, and wasted life do lie in ashes low. Yet sith in silence lesseneth not my fire, but told it flames and hidden it does glow, I will reveal what ye so much desire. Ah, love, lay down thy bow, the whiles I may respire. It was in freshest flower of youthly years, when courage first does creep in manly chest, then first the coal of kindly heat appears to kindle love in every living breast. But me had warned old Timon's wise behest those creeping flames by reason to subdue, before their rage grew to so great unrest as miserable lovers use to rue, which still wex old in woe, whiles woe still wexeth new. That idle name of love and lover's life, as loss of time and virtue's enemy, I ever scorned, and joyed to stir up strife in midst of their mournful tragedy. I wont to laugh when them I heard to cry, and blow the fire which them to ashes brent. Their God himself, grieved at my liberty, shot many a dart at me with fierce intent, but I them warded all with wary government. But all in vain. No fort can be so strong, ne fleshly breast can armed be so sound, but will at last be won with battery long, or unawares at disadvantage found. Nothing is sure that grows on earthly ground, and who most trusts in arm of fleshly might, and boasts in beauty's chain not to be bound, doth soonest fall in disadventurous fight, and yields his cative neck to victor's most despite. Ensample make of him your hapless joy, and of myself, now mated as you see, whose prouder vaunt that proud avenging boy did soon pluck down, and curbed my liberty. For on a day pricked forth with jollity of looser life and heat of hardiment, ranging the forest wide on courser free, the fields, the floods, the heavens, with one consent did seem to laugh on me, and favour mine intent. For wearied with my sports, I did alight from lofty steed, and down to sleep me laid. The verdant grass my couch did goodly dight, and pillow was my helmet fair displayed. Whiles every sense the humour sweet embade, and slumbering soft my heart did steal away, meseemed by my side a royal maid her dainty limbs full softly down did lay. So fair a creature yet saw never sunny day. Most goodly glee and lovely blandishment she to me made, and bade me love her dear, for dearly sure her love was to me bent, as when just time expired should appear. But whether dreams delude or true it were, was never heart so ravished with delight, ne living man like words did ever hear, as she to me delivered all that night. And at her parting said she, Queen of Fairies hight. When I awoke and found her place devoid, and naught but pressed grass where she had lien, I sorrowed all so much as erst I joyed, and washed all her place with watery eyen. From that day forth I loved that face divine, from that day forth I cast in careful mind to seek her out with labour and long time, and never vow to rest till her I find. 9 months I seek in vain, yet nil that vow unbind. Thus as he spake his visage waxed pale, and change of hue great passion did bewray. Yet still he strove to cloak his inward bale, and hide the smoke that did his fire display. Till gentle Una thus to him gan say, O happy Queen of Fairies, that hast found mongst many one that with his prowess may defend thine honour, and thy foes confound. True loves are often sown, but seldom grow on ground. Thine, O then, said the gentle Redcrosse Knight, next to that lady's love shall be the place, O fairest virgin, full of heavenly light, whose wondrous faith, exceeding earthly race, was firmest fixed in mine extremest case. And you, my lord, the patron of my life, of that great queen may well gain worthy grace. For only worthy you through prowess proof, if living man mote worthy be to be her lief. So diversely discoursing of their loves, the golden sun his glistering head gan shew, and sad remembrance now the prince moves, with fresh desire his voyage to pursue. All's Una earned her travel to renew. Then those 2 knights, fast friendship for to bind, and love establish each to other true, gave goodly gifts, the signs of grateful mind, and eke as pledges firm right hands together joined. Prince Arthur gave a box of diamonds sure, embowed with gold and gorgeous ornament, wherein were closed few drops of liquor pure, of wondrous worth and virtue excellent, that any wound could heal incontinent, which to requite the Redcrosse Knight him gave a book, wherein his Saviour's testament was writ with golden letters rich and brave, a work of wondrous grace and able souls to save. Thus been they parted, Arthur on his way to seek his love, and the other for to fight with Una's foe, that all her realm did pray. But she now weighing the decayed plight and shrunken sinews of her chosen knight, would not a while her forward course pursue, ne bring him forth in face of dreadful fight, till he recovered had his former hue. For him to be yet weak and weary well she knew. So as they travelled, lo, they gan espy an armed knight towards them gallop fast, that seemed from some feared foe to fly, or other grisly thing that him aghast. Still as he fled his eye was backward cast, as if his fear still followed him behind. Als flew his steed as he his bands had brast, and with his winged heels did tread the wind, as he had been a foal of Pegasus's kind. Nigh as he drew they might perceive his head to be unarmed, and curled uncombed hairs upstaring stiff, dismayed with uncouth dread. Nor drop of blood in all his face appears, nor life in limb, and to increase his fears, in foul reproach of knighthood's fair degree, about his neck an hempen rope he wears, that with his glistering arms does ill agree. But he of rope or arms has now no memory. The Redcrosse Knight toward him crossed fast, to weet what Mr. Wight was so dismayed. There he him finds all senseless and aghast, that of himself he seemed to be afraid, whom hardly he from flying forward stayed, till he these words to him deliver might: Sir Knight, areed who hath you thus arrayed, and eke from whom make ye this hasty flight? For never knight I saw in such misseeming plight. He answered not at all, but adding new fear to his first amazement, staring wide with stony eyes and heartless hollow hue, astonished stood, as one that had espied infernal furies with their chains untied. Him yet again and yet again bespake the gentle knight, who not to him replied, but trembling every joint did inly quake, and faltering tongue at last these words seemed forth to shake: For God's dear love, Sir Knight, do not me stay, for lo, he comes fast after me. Eft looking back would fain have run away, but he him forced to stay, and tellen free the secret cause of his perplexity. Yet now the more by his bold hearty speech could his blood frozen heart emboldened be, but through his boldness rather fear did reach. Yet forced at last he made through silence sudden breach. And am I now in safety sure, quoth he, from him that would have forced me to die? And is the point of death now turned from me, that I may tell this hapless history? Fear not, quoth he, no danger now is nigh. Then shall I you recount a rueful case, said he, the which with this unlucky eye I late beheld, and had not greater grace me reft from it, had been partaker of the place. I lately chanced, would I had never chanced, with a fair knight to keep in company, Sir Terwin hight, that well himself advanced in all affairs, and was both bold and free, but not so happy as mote happy be. He loved, as was his lot, a lady gent, that him again loved in the least degree, for she was proud and of too high intent, and joyed to see her lover languish and lament. From whom returning sad and comfortless, as on the way together we did fare, we met that villain, God from him me bless, that cursed wight, from whom I scaped whileare, a man of hell that calls himself Despair, who first us greets, and after fair reads of tidings strange, and of adventures rare. So creeping close as snake in hidden weeds, inquireth of our states, and of our knightly deeds. Which when he knew, and felt our feeble hearts embossed with bale, and bitter biting grief, which love had launched with his deadly darts, with wounding words and terms of foul reprief, he plucked from us all hope of due relief, that erst us held in love of lingering life. Then, hopeless, heartless, 'gan the cunning thief persuade us die, to stint all further strife. To me he lent this rope, to him a rusty knife, with which sad instrument of hasty death, that woeful lover, loathing linger light, a wide way made to let forth living breath. But I, more fearful, or more lucky wight, dismayed with that deformed dismal sight, fled fast away, half dead with dying fear, nay yet assured of life by you, Sir Knight, whose like infirmity like chance may bear, but God you never let his charmed speeches hear. How may a man, said he, with idle speech be won to spoil the castle of his health? I wot, quoth he, whom trial late did teach, that like would not for all this world wealth. His subtle tongue like dropping honey melteth into the heart, and searcheth every vein, that ere one be aware, by secret stealth his power is reft, and weakness doth remain. Oh, never, sir, desire to try his guileful train. Certes, said he, hence shall I never rest, till I that treacher's art have heard and tried. And you, Sir Knight, whose name mote I request, of grace do me unto his cabin guide. I that hight Trevisan, quoth he, will ride against my liking, back to do you grace. But nor for gold nor glee will I abide by you, when ye arrive in that same place, for liever had I die than see his deadly face. Ere long they come where that same wicked wight his dwelling has, low in an hollow cave, far underneath a craggy cliff depite, dark, doleful, dreary, like a greedy grave, that still for carrion carcasses doth crave. On top whereof dwelt the ghastly owl, shrieking his baleful note, which ever drave far from that haunt all other cheerful fowl. And all about it wandering ghosts did wail and howl. And all about old stalks and stubs of trees, whereon nor fruit nor leaf was ever seen, did hang upon the ragged rocky knees, on which had many wretches hanged been, whose carcasses were scattered on the green, and thrown about the cliffs. Arrived there, that barehead knight, for dread and doleful teen, would fain have fled, ne durst approach anear, but the other forced him stay, and comforted in fear. That darksome cave they enter, where they find that cursed man low sitting on the ground, musing full sadly in his sullen mind. His greasy locks, long rowan and unbound, disordered hung about his shoulders round, and hid his face, through which his hollow eyne looked deadly dull, and stared as astound. His raw-boned cheeks, through penury and pine, were shrunk into his jaws, as he did never dine. His garment naught but many ragged clouts, with thorns together pinned and patched was, the which his naked sides he wrapped abouts. And him beside there lay upon the grass a dreary corse, whose life away did pass, all wallowed in his own yet lukewarm blood, that from his wound yet welled fresh, alas, in which a rusty knife fast fixed stood, and made an open passage for the gushing flood. Which piteous spectacle approving true the woeful tale that Trevisan had told, when as the gentle Redcrosse Knight did view, with fiery zeal he burnt in courage bold him to avenge before his blood were cold, and to the villain said, thou damned wight, the author of this fact we here behold, what justice can but judge against thee right, with thine own blood to price his blood here shed in sight? What frantic fit, quoth he, hath thus distraught thee, foolish man, so rash a doom to give? What justice ever other judgment taught, but he should die who merits not to live? None else to death this man despairing drive, but his own guilty mind deserving death. Is then unjust to each his due to give? Or let him die that loatheth living breath? Or let him die at ease that liveth here uneath? Who travels by the weary wandering way to come unto his wished home in haste, and meets a flood that doth his passage stay, is not great grace to help him overpast, or free his feet that in the mire stick fast? Most envious man that grieves at neighbour's good, and fond that joyest in the woe thou hast, why wilt not let him pass that long hath stood upon the bank, yet wilt thyself not pass the flood? He there does now enjoy eternal rest, and happy ease, which thou dost want and crave, and further from it daily wanderest. What if some little pain the passage have, that makes frail flesh to fear the bitter wave? Is not short pain well borne that brings long ease, and lays the soul to sleep in quiet grave? Sleep after toil, port after stormy seas, ease after war, death after life, does greatly please. The knight much wondered at his sudden wit, and said, the term of life is limited, ne may a man prolong nor shorten it. The soldier may not move from watchful stead, nor leave his stand until his captain bed. Who life did limit by almighty doom, quoth he, knows best the terms established, and he that points the sentinel his room, doth license him depart at sound of morning droom. Is not his deed whatever thing is done in heaven and earth? Did not he all create to die again? All ends that was begun. Their times in his eternal book of fate are written sure, and have their certain date. Who then can strive with strong necessity that holds the world in his still changing state, or shun the death ordained by destiny? When hour of death is come, let none ask whence nor why. The longer life, I wot, the greater sin, the greater sin, the greater punishment. All those great battles which thou boast'st to win, through strife and bloodshed and avengement, now praised, hereafter dear thou shalt repent. For life must life, and blood must blood repay. Is not enough thy evil life forspent? For he that once hath missed the right way, the further he doth go, the further he doth stray. Then do no further go, no further stray, but here lie down, and to thy rest betake, will to prevent that life ensuen may. For what hath life that may it loved make, and gives not rather cause it to forsake? Fear, sickness, age, loss, labor, sorrow, strife, pain, hunger, cold, that makes the heart to quake. And ever fickle fortune rageth rife, all which and thousands mo do make a loathsome life. Thou, wretched man, of death hast greatest need, if in true balance thou wilt weigh thy state. For never knight that dared warlike deed more luckless disadventures did amate. Witness the dungeon deep wherein of late thy life shut up, for death so oft did call, and though good luck prolonged hath thy date, yet death then would the like mishaps forestall, into the which hereafter thou mayest happen fall. Why then dost thou, O man of sin, desire to draw thy days forth to their last degree? Is not the measure of thy sinful hire high heaped up with huge iniquity, against the day of wrath to burden thee? Is not enough that to this lady mild thou falsed hast thy faith with perjury, and sold thyself to serve Duessa viled, with whom in all abuse thou hast thyself defiled? Is not he just that all this doth behold from highest heaven, and bears an equal eye? Shall he thy sins up in his knowledge fold, and guilty be of thine impiety? Is not his law, let every sinner die, die shall all flesh? What then must needs be done? Is it not better to do willingly than linger till the glass be all outrun? Death is the end of woes. Die soon, O fairy's son. The knight was much enmoved with his speech, that as a sword's point through his heart did pierce, and in his conscience made a secret breach, well knowing true all that he did rehearse, and to his fresh remembrance did reverse the ugly view of his deformed crimes, that all his manly powers it did disperse, as he were charmed with enchanted rhymes, that oftentimes he quaked, and fainted oftentimes. In which amazement, when the miscreant perceived him to waver weak and frail, whilst trembling horror did his conscience daunt, and hellish anguish did his soul assail, to drive him to despair and quite to quail, he showed him painted in a table plain the damned ghosts that do in torments wail, and thousand fiends that do them endless pain, with fire and brimstone, which for ever shall remain. The sight whereof so throughly him dismayed, that naught but death before his eyes he saw, and ever burning wrath before him laid, by righteous sentence of the Almighty's law. Then gan the villain him to overcraw, and brought unto him swords, ropes, poison, fire, and all that might him to perdition draw, and bade him choose what death he would desire. For death was due to him that had provoked God's ire. But when as none of them he saw him take, he to him wrought a dagger sharp and keen, and gave it him in hand. His hand did quake and tremble like a leaf of aspen green, and troubled blood through his pale face was seen to come and go with tidings from the heart, as it a running messenger had been. At last, resolved to work his final smart, he lifted up his hand, that back again did start, which when as Una saw, through every vein the cruddled cold ran to her well of life as in a swoon, but soon relieved again. Out of his hand she snatched the cursed knife, and threw it to the ground, enraged rife, and to him said, Fie, fie, faint-hearted knight, what meanest thou by this reproachful strife? Is this the battle which thou vaunt'st to fight with that fire-mouthed dragon, horrible and bright? Come, come away, frail, silly, fleshly wight, ne let vain words bewitch thy manly heart, ne devilish thoughts dismay thy constant sprite. In heavenly mercies hast thou not a part? Why shouldst thou then despair that chosen art? Where justice grows, there grows eke greater grace, the which doth quench the brand of hellish smart, and that accursed handwriting doth deface. Arise, Sir Knight, arise, and leave this cursed place. So up he rose, and thence amounted straight, which when the carle beheld, and saw his guest would safe depart, for all his subtle sleight, he chosen halter from among the rest, and with it hung himself, unbid, unblessed. But death he could not work himself thereby, for 1,000 times he so himself addressed, yet natheless it could not do him die, till he should die as last, that is, eternally. Canto 10. Her faithful knight, fair Una, brings to house of holiness, where he is taught repentance and the way to heavenly bless. What man is he that boasts of fleshly might, and vain assurance of mortality, which all so soon as it doth come to fight against spiritual foes yields by and by, or from the field most cowardly doth fly? Ne let the man ascribe it to his skill that thorough grace hath gained victory. If any strength we have, it is to ill, but all the good is God's, both power and eke will. By that which lately happened, Una saw that this her knight was feeble and too faint, and all his sinews waxen weak and raw, through long imprisonment and hard constraint which he endured in his late restraint, that yet he was unfit for bloody fight. Therefore to cherish him with diet's daint, she cast to bring him where he cheeren might, till he recovered had his late decayed plight. There was an ancient house not far away, renowned throughout the world for sacred lore and pure unspotted life. So well they say it governed was, and guided evermore through wisdom of a matron grave and hoar, whose only joy was to relieve the needs of wretched souls and help the helpless poor. All night she spent in bidding of her beads, and all the day in doing good and godly deeds. Dame Celia men did her call, as thought from heaven to come, or thither to arise, the mother of 3 daughters well upbrought in goodly thews and godly exercise. The eldest 2, most sober, chaste, and wise, Fidelia and Speranza virgins were, though spoused, yet wanting wedlock solemnize. But fair Carissa to a lovely fear was linked, and by him had many pledges dear. Arrived there, the door they find fast locked, for it was warely watched night and day, for fear of many foes. But when they knocked, the porter opened unto them straightway. He was an aged sire, all hoary grey, with looks full lowly cast, and gait full slow, wont on a staff his feeble steps to stay, hight humilta. They pass in stooping low, for straight and narrow was the way which he did show. Each goodly thing is hardest to begin, but entered in a spacious court they see, both plain and pleasant to be walked in, where them does meet a franklin fair and free, and entertains with comely courteous glee. His name was Zeal, that him right well became, for in his speeches and behavior he did labor lively to express the same, and gladly did them guide till to the hall they came. There fairly them receives a gentle squire, of mild demeanour and rare courtesy, right cleanly clad in comely sad attire, in word and deed that showed great modesty, and knew his good to all of each degree, hight reverence. He them with speeches meet, does fair entreat, no courting nicety, but simple true, and eke unfeigned sweet, as might become a squire so great persons to greet. And afterwards them to his dame he leads, that aged dame, the lady of the place, who all this while was busy at her beads, which done, she up arose with seemly grace, and toward them full matronly did pace. Where when that fairest Una she beheld, whom well she knew to spring from heavenly race, her heart with joy unwonted inly swelled, as feeling wondrous comfort in her weaker eld. And her embracing said, O happy earth, whereon thy innocent feet do ever tread, most virtuous virgin born of heavenly birth, that to redeem thy woeful parents' head from tyrant's rage and ever dying dread, hast wandered through the world now long a day, yet ceasest not thy weary souls to lead. What grace hath thee now hither brought this way, or done thy feeble feet unweeting hither stray? Strange thing it is an errant knight to see here in this place, or any other wight that hither turns his steps. So few there be that chose the narrow path, or seek the right. All keep the broad highway, and take delight, with many rather for to go astray, and be partakers of their evil plight, than with a few to walk the rightest way. O foolish men, why haste ye to your own decay? Thyself to see, and tired limbs to rest, O matron sage, quoth she, I hither came, and this good knight his way with me addressed, led with thy praises and broad blazed fame, that up to heaven is blown. The ancient dame him goodly greeted in her modest guise, and entertained them both as best became, with all the courtesies that she could devise, nor wanted aught to show her bounteous or wise. Thus as they gan of sundry things devise, lo, 2 most goodly virgins came in place, y-linked arm in arm, in lovely wise, with countenance demure and modest grace. They numbered even steps and equal pace, of which the eldest, that Fidelia hight, like sunny beams threw from her crystal face, that could have dazed the rash beholder's sight, and round about her head did shine like heaven's light. She was arrayed all in lily white, and in her right hand bore a cup of gold, with wine and water filled up to the height, in which a serpent did himself enfold, that horror made to all that did behold. But she no whit did change her constant mood, and in her other hand she fast did hold a book, that was both signed and sealed with blood, wherein dark things were writ, hard to be understood. Her younger sister, that Speranza hight, was clad in blue, that her beseemed well. Not all so cheerful seemed she of sight as was her sister, whether dread did dwell or anguish in her heart is hard to tell. Upon her arm a silver anchor lay, whereon she leaned ever as befell. And ever up to heaven as she did pray, her steadfast eyes were bent ne swarved other way. They seeing Una, towards her gan wend, who them encounters would like courtesy. Many kind speeches they between them send, and greatly joy each other well to see. Then to the knight with shamefast modesty they turn themselves at Una's meek request, and him salute with well beseeming glee, who fare them quite as him beseemed best, and goodly gan discourse of many a noble jest. Then Una thus: But she your sister dear, the dear Carissa, where is she become? Or wants she health, or busy is elsewhere? Ah no, said they, but forth she may not come, for she of late is lightened of her womb, and hath increased the world with one son more, that her to see should be but troublesome. Indeed, quoth she, that should her trouble sore, but thanked be God, and her increase so evermore. Then said the aged Celia, Dear dame, and you good sir, I wot that of your toil and labours long, through which ye hither came, ye both forwearied be. Therefore awhile I rede you rest, and to your bowers recoil. Then called she a groom, that forth him led into a goodly lodge, and gan despoil of puissant arms, and laid in easy bed. His name was Meek Obedience, rightfully aread. Now when the weary limbs with kindly rest, and bodies were refreshed with due repast, fair Una gan Fidelia fair request to have her knight into her schoolhouse placed, that of her heavenly learning he might taste, and hear the wisdom of her words divine. She granted, and that night so much agraced, that she him taught celestial discipline, and opened his dull eyes, that light mote in them shine. And that her sacred book with blood ywrit, that none could read except she did them teach, she unto him disclosed every whit, and heavenly documents thereout did preach, that weaker wit of man could never reach, of God, of grace, of justice, of free will, that wonder was to hear her goodly speech. For she was able with her words to kill, and raise again to life the heart that she did thrill. And when she list pour out her larger sprite, she would command the hasty sun to stay, or backward turn his course from heaven's height. Sometimes great hosts of men she could dismay. Dry shod to pass, she parts the floods in tway, and eke huge mountains from their native seat she would command themselves to bear away, and throw in raging sea with roaring threat. Almighty God her gave such power and puissance great. The faithful knight now grew in little space, by hearing her and by her sister's lore, to such perfection of all heavenly grace, that wretched world he gan for to abhor, and mortal life gan loathe as thing forlore, grieved with remembrance of his wicked ways, and pricked with anguish of his sin so sore, that he desired to end his wretched days. So much the dart of sinful guilt the soul dismays. But wise Speranza gave him comfort sweet, and taught him how to take assured hold upon her silver anchor, as was meet. Else had his sins so great and manifold made him forget all that Fidelia told. In this distressed doubtful agony, when him his dearest Una did behold, disdaining life, desiring leave to die, she found herself assailed with great perplexity, and came to Celia to declare her smart, who, well acquainted with that common plight which sinful horror works in wounded heart, her wisely comforted all that she might, with goodly counsel and advisement right, and straightway sent with careful diligence to fetch a leech, the which had great insight in that disease of grieved conscience, and well could cure the same. His name was Patience. who coming to that soul diseased knight, could hardly him entreat to tell his grief, which known, and all that noyed his heavy sprite well searched, eftsoons he gan apply relief of salves and medicines which had passing prief, and thereto added words of wondrous might, by which to ease he him recured brief, and much assuaged the passion of his plight, that he his pain endured as seeming now more light. But yet the cause and root of all his ill, inward corruption and infected sin, not purged nor healed, behind remained still, and festering sore did rankle yet within, close creeping twixt the marrow and the skin, which to extirp he laid him privily down in a darksome lowly place far in, whereas he meant his corrosives to apply, and with straight diet tame his stubborn malady. In ashes and sackcloth he did array his dainty course, proud humours to abate, and dieted with fasting every day, the swelling of his wounds to mitigate, and made him pray both early and eke late, and ever as superfluous flesh did rot, amendment ready still at hand did wait, to pluck it out with pincers fiery hot, that soon in him was left no one corrupted jot. And bitter penance with an iron whip was wont him once to dispel every day, and sharp remorse his heart did prick and nip, that drops of blood thence like a well did play, and sad repentance used to embay his body in salt water smarting sore, the filthy blots of sin to wash away. So in short space they did to health restore the man that would not live, but erst lay at death's door. In which his torment often was so great, that like a lion he would cry and roar, and rend his flesh and his own sinews eat. His own dear Una, hearing evermore his rueful shrieks and groanings, often tore her guiltless garments and her golden hair, for pity of his pain and anguish sore. Yet all with patience wisely she did bear, for well she wist his crime could else be never clear. Whom thus recovered by wise patience and true repentance they to Una brought, who joyous of his cured conscience him dearly kissed, and fairly eke besought himself to cherish, and consuming thought to put away out of his careful breast. By this Carissa, late in childbed brought, was waxen strong, and left her fruitful nest. To her fair Una brought this unacquainted guest. She was a woman in her freshest age, of wondrous beauty, and of bounty rare, with goodly grace and comely personage, that was on earth not easy to compare. Full of great love, but Cupid's wanton snare as hell she hated, chaste in work and will. Her neck and breasts were ever open bare, that thereof her babes might suck their fill. The rest was all in yellow robes arrayed still. A multitude of babes about her hung, playing their sports, that joyed her to behold, whom still she fed whiles they were weak and young, but thrust them forth still as they waxed old. And on her head she wore a tire of gold, adorned with gems and ouches wondrous fair, whose passing price uneath was to be told. And by her side there sate a gentle pair of turtle doves, she sitting in an ivory chair. The knight and Una entering fair her greet, and bid her joy of that her happy brood, who them requites with curtsies seeming meet, and entertains with friendly cheerful mood. Then Una her besought to be so good as in her virtuous rules to school her knight. Now after all his torment well withstood, in that sad house of penance, where his sprite had passed the pains of hell and long enduring night. She was right joyous of her just request, and taking by the hand that fairy son, gan him instruct in every good behest of love and righteousness and well to done, and wrath and hatred warily to shun, that drew on men God's hatred and his wrath. And many souls in dolors had fordone, in which when him she well instructed hath, from thence to heaven she teacheth him the ready path. Wherein his weaker wandering steps to guide, an ancient matron she to her does call, whose sober looks her wisdom well descried. Her name was Mercy, well known over all to be both gracious and eke liberal, to whom the careful charge of him she gave to lead aright, that he should never fall in all his ways through this wide world as wave. that mercy in the end his righteous soul might save. The godly matron by the hand him bears forth from her presence, by a narrow way, scattered with bushy thorns and ragged briers, which still before him she removed away, that nothing might his ready passage stay. And ever when his feet encumbered were, or gan to shrink, or from the right to stray, she held him fast, and firmly did upbear, as careful nurse her child from falling oft does rear. Eftsoons unto an holy hospital that was forby the way she did him bring, in which 7 beadmen that had vowed all their life to service of high heaven's king did spend their days in doing godly thing. Their gates to all were open evermore that by the weary way were travelling, and one sate waiting ever them before to call incomers by that needy were and poor. The first of them that eldest was and best of all the house had charge and government, as guardian and steward of the rest. His office was to give entertainment and lodging unto all that came and went, not unto such as could him feast again and double quite, for that he on them spent, but such as want of harbour did constrain, those for God's sake his duty was to entertain. The second was an almoner of the place, his office was the hungry for to feed, and thirsty give to drink, a work of grace. He feared not once himself to be in need, ne cared to hoard for those whom he did breed. The grace of God he laid up still in store, which as a stock he left unto his seed. He had enough, what need him care for more? And had he less, yet some he would give to the poor. The third had of their wardrobe custody, in which were not rich tires, nor garments gay, the plumes of pride and wings of vanity, but clothes meet to keep keen cold away, and naked nature seemly to array, with which bare wretched wights he daily clad, the images of God in earthly clay. And if that no spare cloths to give he had, his own coat he would cut, and it distribute glad. The fourth appointed by his office was, poor prisoners to relieve with gracious aid, and captives to redeem with price of brass, from Turks and Saracens which them had stayed. And though they faulty were, yet well he weighed that God to us forgiveth every hour, much more than that, why they in bands were laid. And he that harrowed hell with heavy stour, the faulty souls from thence brought to his heavenly bower. The fifth had charge sick persons to attend, and comfort those in point of death which lay. For them most needeth comfort in the end, when sin and hell and death do most dismay the feeble soul departing hence away. All is but lost that living we bestow, if not well ended at our dying day. O man, have mind of that last bitter throe, for as the tree does fall, so lies it ever low. The sixth had charge of them now being dead, in seemly sort their corses to engrave, and deck with dainty flowers their bridal bed, that to their heavenly spouse both sweet and brave they might appear, when he their souls shall save. The wondrous workmanship of God's own mould, whose face he made all beasts to fear, and gave all in his hand, even dead we honor should. Ah, dearest God, me grant I dead be not defold. The seventh, now after death and burial done, had charge the tender orphans of the dead, and widows aid, lest they should be undone. In face of judgment he their right would plead, ne aught the power of mighty men did dread in their defence, nor would for gold or fee be won their rightful causes down to tread. And when they stood in most necessity, he did supply their want, and gave them ever free. There when the elfin knight arrived was, the first and chiefest of the 7, whose care was guests to welcome, towards him did pass, where seeing mercy that his steps upbare and always led, to her with reverence rare he humbly louted in meek lowliness, and seemly welcome for her did prepare. For of their order she was patroness, albeit Carissa were their chiefest founderess. There she a while him stays, himself to rest, that to the rest more able he might be, during which time in every good behest and godly work of alms and charity she him instructed with great industry, Shortly therein so perfect he became, that from the first unto the last degree his mortal life he learned had to frame in holy righteousness, without rebuke or blame. Thenceforward by that painful way they pass forth to an hill that was both steep and high, on top whereof a sacred chapel was, and eke a little hermitage thereby, wherein an aged holy man did lie, that day and night said his devotion, nor other worldly business did apply. His name was heavenly contemplation, of God and goodness was his meditation. Great grace that old man to him given had, for God he often saw from heaven's height. All were his earthly eyne both blunt and bad, and through great age had lost their kindly sight. Yet wondrous quick and persant was his sprite, as eagle's eye that can behold the sun. That hill they scale with all their power and might, that his frail thighs, nigh weary and fordone, gan fail, but by her help the top at last he won. There they do find that godly aged sire, with snowy locks adown his shoulders shed, as hoary frost with spangles doth attire the mossy branches of an oak half dead. Each bone might through his body well be read, and every sinew seen through his long fast, for naught he cared his carcass long unfed. His mind was full of spiritual repast, and pined his flesh to keep his body low and chaste. Who, when these two approaching he espied, at their first presence grew aggrieved sore, that forced him lay his heavenly thoughts aside. And had he not that dame respected more, whom highly he did reverence and adore, he would not once have moved for the knight. They him saluted standing far afore, who, well them greeting, humbly did requite, and asked to what end they clomb that tedious height. What end, quoth she, should cause us take such pain, but that same end which every living wight should make his mark, high heaven to attain? Is not from hence the way that leadeth right to that most glorious house, that glistereth bright with burning stars and ever living fire, whereof the keys are to thy hand behight by wise Fidelia? She doth thee require to show it to this knight according his desire. Thrice happy man, said then the father grave, whose staggering steps thy steady hand doth lead, and shows the way his sinful soul to save. Who better can the way to heaven read than thou thyself, that was both born and bred in heavenly throne, where 1,000 angels shine? Thou dost the prayers of the righteous said present before the majesty divine, and his avenging wrath to clemency incline. Yet, since thou bidst, thy pleasure shall be done. Then come, thou man of earth, and see the way that never yet was seen of Faerie's son, that never leads the traveller astray, but after labours long and sad delay brings them to joyous rest and endless bliss. But first thou must a season fast and pray, till from her bands the sprite assoiled is, and have her strength recured from frail infirmities. That done, he leads him to the highest mount, such one as that same mighty man of God, that blood-red billows like a walled front on either side disparted with his rod, till that his army dry-foot through them yod, dwelt 40 days upon, where, writ in stone with bloody letters by the hand of God, the bitter doom of death and baleful moan he did receive, whilst flashing fire about him shone. Or like that sacred hill, whose head full high, adorned with fruitful olives all around, is as it were for endless memory of that dear Lord, who oft thereon was found, for ever with a flowering guirland crowned. Or like that pleasant mount, that is for aye through famous poets' verse eachwhere renowned, on which the thrice 3 learned ladies play their heavenly notes, and make full many a lovely lay. From thence, far off, he unto him did shew a little path that was both steep and long, which to a goodly city led his view, whose walls and towers were builded high and strong of pearl and precious stone, that earthly tongue cannot describe, nor wit of man can tell. Too high a ditty for my simple song. The city of the great king hight it well, wherein eternal peace and happiness doth dwell. As he thereon stood gazing, he might see the blessed angels to and fro descend from highest heaven, in gladsome company, and with great joy into that city wend, as commonly as friend does with his friend. Whereat he wondered much, and gan enquire what stately building durst so high extend her lofty towers unto the starry sphere, and what unknown nation therein peopled were. Fair knight, quoth he, Jerusalem that is, the new Jerusalem, that God has built for those to dwell in that are chosen his. his chosen people purged from sinful guilt with precious blood, which cruelly was spilt on cursed tree of that unspotted Lamb, that for the sins of all the world was kilt. Now are they saints all in that city Sam, more dear unto their God than younglings to their dam. Till now, said then the knight, I weened well that great Cleopolis, where I have been, in which that fairest Faerie Queene doth dwell, the fairest city was that might be seen. And that bright tower, all built of crystal clean, Panthea, seemed the brightest thing that was. But now by proof all otherwise I ween, for this great city that does far surpass, and this bright angel's tower quite dims that tower of glass. Most true, then said the holy aged man, yet is Cleopolis for earthly frame the fairest piece that I beholden can, and well beseems all knights of noble name that covet in the mortal book of fame to be eternized that same to haunt, and done their service to that sovereign dame that glory does to them for guerdon grant, for she is heavenly born, and heaven may justly vaunt. And thou, fairy, sprung out from English race, however now accounted elfin son, well worthy dost thy service for her grace to aid a virgin desolate fordone. But when thou famous victory hast won, and high amongst all knights hast hung thy shield, thenceforth the suit of earthly conquest shun, and wash thy hands from guilt of bloody field. For blood cannot but sin, and wars but sorrows yield. Then seek this path that I to thee presage, which after all to heaven shall thee send. Then peaceably thy painful pilgrimage to yonder same Jerusalem do bend, where is for thee ordained a blessed end. For thou amongst those saints whom thou dost see shalt be a saint, and thine own nation's friend and patron. Thou Saint George shalt called be, Saint George of merry England, the sign of victory. Unworthy wretch, quoth he, of so great grace, how dare I think such glory to attain? These that have it attained were in like case, quoth he, as wretched, and lived in like pain. But deeds of arms must I at last be fain, and ladies' love to leave, so dearly bought. What need of arms, where peace doth aye remain, said he, and battles none are to be fought? As for loose loves, they're vain, and vanish into naught. O let me not, quoth he, then turn again back to the world, whose joys so fruitless are, but let me here for aye in peace remain, or straightway on that last long voyage fare, that nothing may my present hope impair. That may not be, said he, ne mayst thou yet forego that royal maid's bequeathed care, who did her cause into thy hand commit, till from her cursed foe thou have her freely quit. Then shall I soon, quoth he, so God me grace, abet that virgin's cause disconsolate, and shortly back return unto this place, to walk this way in pilgrim's poor estate. But now read, old father, why of late didst thou behight me born of English blood, whom all a fairy son do nominate? That word shall I, said he, avouchen good, sith to thee is unknown the cradle of thy brood. For well I wot thou springst from ancient race of Saxon kings, that have with mighty hand and many bloody battles fought in place, high reared their royal throne in Britain land, and vanquished them unable to withstand. From thence a fairy thee unweeting reft, there as thou slepst in tender swaddling band, and her base elfin brood therefore they left. Such men do changelings call, so changed by fairies' theft. Thence she thee brought into this fairy land, and in an heaped furrow did thee hide, where thee a ploughman all unweeting fond, as he his toilsome team that way did guide, and brought thee up in ploughman's state to bide, whereof Georgus he thee gave to name, till pricked with courage and thy forces' pride, to fairy court thou camest to seek for fame, and prove thy puissant arms, as seems thee best became. O holy sire, quoth he, how shall I quite the many favours I with thee have found, that hast my name and nation read aright, and taught the way that does to heaven bound? This said, adown he looked to the ground to have returned, but dazed were his eyne, through passing brightness, which did quite confound his feeble sense, and too exceeding shine. So dark are earthly things, compared to things divine. At last, when as himself he gan to find, to Una back he cast him to retire, who him awaited still with pensive mind. Great thanks and goodly meed to that great sire he thence departing gave for his pains hire. So came to Una, who him joyed to see, and after little rest gan him desire of her adventure mindful for to be. So leave they take of Celia and her daughters 3.
Canto 11. The knight with that old dragon fights 2 days incessantly. The third him overthrows, and gains most glorious victory. High time now gan it wex for Una fair to think of those her captive parents dear, and their forwasted kingdom to repair. Whereto, when as they now approached near, with hearty words her knight she gan to cheer, and in her modest manner thus bespake: Dear knight, as dear as ever knight was dear, that all these sorrows suffer for my sake, high heaven behold the tedious toil ye for me take. Now are we come unto my native soil, and to the place where all our perils dwell. Here haunts that fiend, and does his daily spoil. Therefore henceforth be at your keeping well, and ever ready for your foeman fell. The spark of noble courage now awake, and strive your excellent self to excel, that shall ye evermore renowned make above all knights on earth that battle undertake. And pointing forth, Lo, yonder is, said she, the brazen tower, in which my parents dear for dread of that huge fiend imprisoned be, whom I from far see on the walls appear, whose sight my feeble soul doth greatly cheer. And on the top of all I do espy the watchman, waiting tidings glad to hear, that, oh, my parents, might I happily unto you bring, to ease you of your misery. With that they heard a roaring hideous sound, that all the air with terror filled wide, and seemed uneath to shake the steadfast ground. Eftsoons that dreadful dragon they espied, where stretched he lay upon the sunny side of a great hill, himself like a great hill. But also soon as he from far descried those glistering arms that heaven with light did fill, he roused himself full blithe, and hastened them until. Then bade the knight his lady yield aloof, and to an hill herself withdraw aside, from whence she might behold that battle's proof, and eke be safe from danger far descried. She him obeyed, and turned a little wide. Now, O thou sacred muse, most learned dame, fair imp of Phoebus and his aged bride, the nurse of time and everlasting fame, that warlike hands ennoblest with immortal name, O gently come into my feeble breast, come gently, but not with that mighty rage wherewith the martial troops thou dost infest, and hearts of great heroes dost enrage, that not their kindled courage may assuage, soon as thy dreadful trump begins to sound. The god of war with his fierce equipage thou dost awake, sleep never he so sound, and scared nations dost with horror stern astound. Fair goddess, lay that furious fit aside, till I of wars and bloody Mars do sing, and Britain fields with Saracen blood bedyed, twixt that great Faerie Queene and Paynim king, that with their horror heaven and earth did ring, a work of labour long and endless praise. But now, awhile, let down that haughty string, and to my tunes thy second tenor raise, that I, this man of God, his godly arms may blaze. By this the dreadful beast drew nigh to hand, half flying and half footing in his haste, that with his largeness measured much land, and made wide shadow under his huge waist, as mountain doth the valley overcast. Approaching nigh, he reared high afore his body monstrous, horrible and vast, which to increase his wondrous greatness more, was swoln with wrath, and poison, and with bloody gore, and over all with brazen scales was armed, like plated coat of steel, so couched near, that naught mote pierce, ne might his course be harmed with dint of sword, nor push of pointed spear, which as an eagle seeing prey appear, his airy plumes doth rouse, full rudely dight, so shaked he that horror was to hear. For, as the clashing of an armour bright, such noise his roused scales did send into the night. His flaggy wings, when forth it did display, were like 2 sails, in which the hollow wind is gathered full, and worketh speedy way. And eke the pens that did his pinions bind were like mainyards, with flying canvas lined, with which, when as him list the air to beat, and there by force unwonted passage find, the clouds before him fled for terror great, and all the heavens stood still amazed with his threat. His huge long tail, wound up in 100 folds, does overspread his long brass scaly back, whose wreathed bots whenever he unfolds, and thick entangled knots adown does slack, bespotted all with shields of red and black. It sweepeth all the land behind him far, and of 3 furlongs does but little lack. And at the point 2 stings infixed are, both deadly sharp, that sharpest steel exceeding far. But stings and sharpest steel did far exceed the sharpness of his cruel rending claws. Dead was it sure as death indeed, whatever thing does touch his ravenous paws, or what within his reach he ever draws. But his most hideous head my tongue to tell does tremble, for his deep devouring jaws wide gaped, like the grisly mouth of hell, through which into his dark abyss all ravin fell. And that more wondrous was, in either jaw 3 ranks of iron teeth enranged were, in which yet trickling blood and gobbets raw of late devoured bodies did appear, that sight thereof bred cold congealed fear, which to increase, and all at once to kill, a cloud of smothering smoke and sulphur sear out of his stinking gorge forth steamed still, that all the air about with smoke and stench did fill. His blazing eyes, like 2 bright shining shields, did burn with wrath, and sparkled living fire, as 2 broad beacons, set in open fields, send forth their flames far off to every shire, and warning give that enemies conspire with fire and sword the region to invade. So flamed his eyne with rage and rancorous ire. But far within, as in a hollow glade, those glaring lamps were set that made a dreadful shade. So dreadfully he towards him did pass, for lifting up aloft his speckled breast, and often bounding on the bruised grass, as for great joyance of his new-come guest. Eftsoons he gan advance his haughty crest, as chafed boar his bristles doth uprear, and shook his scales to battle ready dressed, that made the Redcrosse Knight nigh quake for fear, as bidding bold defiance to his foeman near. The knight gan fairly couch his steady spear, and fiercely ran at him with rigorous might. The pointed steel, arriving rudely there, his harder hide would neither pierce nor bite, but glancing by, forth passed forward right. Yet sore amoved with so puissant push, the wrathful beast about him turned light, and him so rudely passing by did brush with his long tail, that horse and man to ground did rush. Both horse and man up lightly rose again, and fresh encounter towards him addressed. But the idle stroke yet back recoiled in vain, and found no place his deadly point to rest. Exceeding rage inflamed the furious beast, to be avenged of so great despite, for never felt his imperceivable breast so wondrous force from hand of living wight, yet had he proved the power of many a puissant knight. Then with his waving wings displayed wide, himself up high he lifted from the ground, and with strong flight did forcibly divide the yielding air, which nigh too feeble found her flitting parts, and element unsound to bear so great a weight. He cutting way with his broad sails about him soared round. At last, low stooping with unwieldy sway, snatched up both horse and man to bear them quite away. Long he them bore above the subject plain, so far as yew and bow a shaft may send, till, struggling strong, did him at last constrain to let them down before his flight's end. As haggard hawk, presuming to contend with hardy fowl above his able knight, his weary pounces all in vain doth spend, to trust the prey too heavy for his flight, which coming down the ground does free itself by fight. He, so disseised of his griping gross, the knight his thrillant spear again essayed in his brass-plated body to emboss, and 3 men's strength unto the stroke he laid, wherewith the stiff beam quaked, as afraid, and glancing from his scaly neck, did glide close under his left wing, then broad displayed. The piercing steel there wrought a wound full wide, that with the uncouth smart the monster loudly cried. He cried as raging seas are wont to roar, when wintry storm his wrathful wreck does threat. The rolling billows beat the ragged shore, as they the earth would shoulder from her seat, and greedy gulf does gape, as he would eat his neighbour element in his revenge. Then 'gin the blustering brethren boldly threat to move the world from off his steadfast hinge, and boisterous battle make, each other to avenge. The steely head stuck fast still in his flesh, till with his cruel claws he snatched the wood, and quite asunder broke. Forth flowed fresh a gushing river of black gory blood, that drowned all the land whereon he stood. The stream thereof would drive a water-mill. Trebly augmented was his furious mood, with bitter sense of his deep-rooted ill, that flames of fire he threw forth from his large nostril. His hideous tail then hurled he about, and therewith all enwrapped the nimble thighs of his froth-foamy steed, whose courage stout, striving to loose the knot that fast him ties, himself in straighter bands too rash implies, that to the ground he is perforce constrained to throw his rider, who can quickly rise from off the earth, with dirty blood distained, for that reproachful fall right foully he disdained, and fiercely took his trenchant blade in hand, with which he strook so furious and so fell, that nothing seemed the puissance could withstand. Upon his crest the hardened iron fell, but his more hardened crest was armed so well, that deeper dint therein would not make. Yet so extremely did the buff him quell, that from thenceforth he shunned the like to take. But when he saw them come, he did them still forsake. The knight was wroth to see his stroke beguiled, and smote again with more outrageous might. But back again the sparkling steel recoiled, and left not any mark where it did light, as if in adamant rock it had been pight. The beast, impatient of his smarting wound, and of so fierce and forcible despite, thought with his wings to sty above the ground, but his late wounded wing unserviceable found. Then, full of grief and anguish vehement, he loudly brayed, that like was never heard, and from his wide devouring oven sent a flake of fire, that flashing in his beard him all amazed, and almost made afeard. The scorching flame sore swinged all his face, and through his armour all his body seared, that he could not endure so cruel case, but thought his arms to leave, and helmet to unlace. Not that great champion of the antique world, whom famous poets' verse so much doth vaunt, and hath for 12 huge labours high extolled, so many furies and sharp fits did haunt, when him the poisoned garment did enchant with centaur's blood, and bloody verses charmed, as did this knight 12,000 dolours daunt, whom fiery steel now burnt, that erst him armed, that erst him goodly armed, now most of all him harmed. Faint, weary, sore, emboiled, grieved, brent with heat, toil, wounds, arms, smart, and inward fire, that never man such mischiefs did torment. Death better were, death did he oft desire, but death will never come when needs require. Whom so dismayed when that his foe beheld, he cast to suffer him no more respire, but gan his sturdy stern about to weld, and him so strongly stroke, that to the ground him felled. It fortuned, as fair it then befell, behind his back, unweeting, where he stood of ancient time, there was a springing well, from which fast trickled forth a silver flood, full of great virtues, and for medicine good. Whilome before that cursed dragon got that happy land, and all with innocent blood defiled those sacred waves, it rightly hot the well of life, nay yet his virtues had forgot. For unto life the dead it could restore, and guilt of sinful crimes clean wash away. Those that with sickness were infected sore it could recure, and aged long decay renew, as one were born that very day. Both Silo this and Jordan did excel, and the English bath, and eke the German spa. Ne can suffice nor Hebrus match this well. Into the same the knight, back overthrown, fell. Now gan the golden Phoebus for to steep his fiery face in billows of the west, and his faint steeds watered in ocean deep, whiles from their journal labours they did rest, when that infernal monster, having kest his weary foe into that living well, can high advance his broad discoloured breast above his wonted pitch, with countenance fell, and clapped his iron wings, as victor he did dwell. Which when his pensive lady saw from far, great woe and sorrow did her soul assay, as weening that the sad end of the war, and gan to highest God entirely pray, that feared chance from her to turn away. With folded hands and knees full lowly bent, all night she watched, ne once adown would lay her dainty limbs in her sad dreariment, but praying still did wake, and waking did lament. The morrow next gan early to appear, that Titan rose to run his daily race. But early ere the morrow next gan rear out of the sea fair Titan's dewy face, uprose the gentle virgin from her place, and looked all about, if she might spy her loved knight to move his manly pace. For she had great doubt of his safety, since late she saw him fall before his enemy. At last she saw where he upstarted brave out of the well wherein he drenched lay, as eagle fresh out of the ocean wave, where he hath left his plumes all hoary grey, and decked himself with feathers youthfully gay, like Aias hawk up mounts unto the skies his newly budded pinions to essay, and marvels at himself still as he flies. So new this newborn knight to battle new did rise. Whom when the damned fiend so fresh did spy, no wonder if he wondered at the sight, and doubted whether his late enemy it were, or other new supplied knight. He now to prove his late renewed might, high brandishing his bright dew-burning blade, upon his crested scalp so sore did smite, that to the skull a yawning wound it made, the deadly dint his dulled senses all dismayed. I wot not whether the revenging steel were hardened with that holy water dew, wherein he fell, or sharper edge did feel, or his baptized hands now greater grew, or other secret virtue did ensue. Else never could the force of fleshly arm ne molten metal in his blood imbrue, for till that stound could never wight him harm, by subtlety, nor sleight, nor might, nor mighty charm. The cruel wound enraged him so sore, that loud he yelded for exceeding pain, as 100 ramping lions seemed to roar, whom ravenous hunger did thereto constrain. Then gan he toss aloft his stretched train, and therewith scourge the buxom air so sore, that to his force to yielden it was fain. Nay, aught his sturdy strokes might stand afore, that high trees overthrew, and rocks in pieces tore. The same advancing high above his head, with sharp intended sting, so rude him smote, that to the earth him drove, as stricken dead, ne living wight would have him life behaught. The mortal sting his angry needle shot quite through his shield, and in his shoulder seized, where fast it stuck, ne would thereout begot. The grief thereof him wondrous sore diseased, ne might his rankling pain with patience be appeased. But yet more mindful of his honour dear than of the grievous smart which him did wring, from loathed soil he can him lightly rear, and strove to loose the far infixed sting, which when in vain he tried with struggling, inflamed with wrath, his raging blade he heft and strook so strongly, that the knotty string of his huge tail he quite asunder cleft. 5 joints thereof he hewed, and but the stump him left. Heart cannot think what outrage and what cries, with foul and folded smoke and flashing fire, the hell-bred beast threw forth unto the skies, that all was covered with darkness dire. Then, fraught with rancour and engorged ire, he cast at once him to avenge for all, and gathering up himself out of the mire, with his uneven wings did fiercely fall upon his sun-bright shield, and gripped it fast withal. Much was the man encumbered with his hold, in fear to lose his weapon in his paw, ne wist yet how his talons to unfold, nor harder was from Cerberus' greedy jaw to pluck a bone, than from his cruel claw to reave by strength the griped gage away. Thrice he essayed it from his foot to draw, and thrice in vain to draw it did essay. It booted not to think to rob him of his prey. Though when he saw no power might prevail, his trusty sword he called to his last aid, wherewith he fiercely did his foe assail, and double blows about him stoutly laid, that glancing fire out of the iron played, as sparkles from the anvil used to fly when heavy hammers on the wedge are swayed. Therewith at last he forced him to untie one of his grasping feet, him to defend thereby. The other foot fast fixed on his shield, when as no strength nor stroke smote him constrained to loose, ne yet the warlike pledge to yield, he smote thereat with all his might and main, that naught so wondrous puissance might sustain. Upon the joint the lucky steel did light, and made such way that hewed it quite in twain. The paw yet missed not his minished might, but hung still on the shield, as it at first was pight. For grief thereof, and devilish despite, from his infernal furnace forth he threw huge flames, that dimmed all the heaven's light, and rolled in duskish smoke, and brimstone blew, as burning Etna from his boiling stew doth belch out flames, and rocks in pieces broke, and ragged ribs of mountains molten new, and wrapped in coal-black clouds and filthy smoke, that all the land with stench and heaven with horror choke. The heat whereof, and harmful pestilence, so sore him noyed, that forced him to retire a little backward, for his best defence, to save his body from the scorching fire, which he from hellish entrails did expire. It chanced, eternal God that chance did guide, as he recoiled backward, in the mire his nigh forewearied feeble feet did slide, and down he fell, with dread of shame sore terrified. There grew a goodly tree him fair beside, loaden with fruit and apples rosy red, as they in pure vermilion had been dyed, whereof great virtues over all were read, for happy life to all which thereon fed, and life eke everlasting did befall. Great God it planted in that blessed stead with his almighty hand, and did it call the tree of life, the crime of our first fathers' fall. In all the world like was not to be found, save in that soil where all good things did grow, and freely sprung out of the fruitful ground, as incorrupted nature did them sow, till that dread dragon all did overthrow. Another like fair tree eke grew thereby, whereof whoso did eat eftsoons did know both good and ill. O mournful memory! That tree, through one man's fault, hath done us all to die. From that first tree forth flowed as from a well a trickling stream of balm, most sovereign and dainty dear, which on the ground still fell, and overflowed all the fertile plain, as it had dewed been with timely rain. Life and long health that gracious ointment gave, and deadly wounds could heal, and rear again the senseless course appointed for the grave. Into that same he fell, which did from death him save. For nigh thereto the ever damned beast durst not approach, for he was deadly made, and all that life preserved did detest. Yet he it oft adventured to invade. By this the drooping daylight gan to fade, and yield his room to sad succeeding night, who with her sable mantle gan to shade the face of earth, and ways of living white, and high her burning torch set up in heaven bright. When gentle Una saw the second fall of her dear knight, who weary of long fight and faint through loss of blood, moved not at all, but lay as in a dream of deep delight, besmeared with precious balm, whose virtuous might did heal his wounds, and scorching heat allay. Again she stricken was with sore affright, and for his safety gan devoutly pray, and watch the noyous night, and wait for joyous day. The joyous day gan early to appear, and fair Aurora from the dewy bed of aged Tithon gan herself to rear, with rosy cheeks, for shame as blushing red. Her golden locks for haste were loosely shed about her ears, when Una her did mark climb to her chariot, all with flowers spread, from heaven high to chase the cheerless dark. With merry note her loud salutes the mounting lark. Then freshly up arose the doughty knight, all healed of his hurts and wounds wide, and did himself to battle ready dight, whose early foe awaiting him beside to have devoured, so soon as day he spied, when now he saw himself so freshly rear, as if late fight had not him damnified, he walks dismayed, and gan his fate to fear. Natheless with wonted rage he him advanced near. And in his first encounter, gaping wide, he thought at once him to have swallowed quite, and rushed upon him with outrageous pride, who, him encountering fierce as hawk in flight, perforce rebutted back. The weapon bright, taking advantage of his open jaw, ran through his mouth with so importune might, that deep impierced his darksome hollow maw, and back retired, his life blood forth with all did draw. So down he fell, and forth his life did breathe, that vanished into smoke and clouded swift. So down he fell, that the earth him underneath did groan, as feeble so great load to lift. So down he fell, as an huge rocky cliff, whose false foundation waves have washed away, with dreadful poise is from the mainland rift, and rolling down great Neptune doth dismay. So down he fell, and like an heaped mountain lay. The knight himself even trembled at his fall, so huge and horrible a mass it seemed, and his dear lady that beheld it all durst not approach for dread, which she misdeemed. But yet at last, when as the direful fiend she saw not stir, off shaking vain affright, she nigher drew, and saw that joyous end. Then God she praised, and thanked her faithful knight, that had achieved so great a conquest by his might.
Canto 12. Fair Una to the Redcrosse Knight betrothed is with joy, though false Duessa it to bar her false sleights do employ. Behold, I see the haven nigh at hand, to which I mean my weary course to bend. Veer the main sheet, and bear up with the land, the which afore is fairly to be kenned, and seemeth safe from storms that may offend. There this fair virgin, weary of her way, must landed be, now at her journey's end. There eke my feeble bark a while may stay, till merry wind and weather call her thence away. Scarcely had Phoebus in the glooming east yet harnessed his fiery-footed team, ne reared above the earth his flaming crest, when the last deadly smoke aloft did steam, that sign of last outbreathed life did seem unto the watchman on the castle wall, who thereby dead that baleful beast did deem, and to his lord and lady loud gan call to tell how he had seen the dragon's fatal fall. Uprose with hasty joy and feeble speed that aged sire, the lord of all that land, and looked forth to weet if true indeed those tidings were as he did understand, which when as true by trial he outfond, he bade to open wide his brazen gate, which long time had been shut, and out of hand proclaimed joy and peace through all his state, for dead now was their foe, which them forayed late. Then gan triumphant trumpets sound on high, that sent to heaven the echoed report of their new joy and happy victory gainst him that had them long oppressed with tort, and fast imprisoned in sieged fort. Then all the people as in solemn feast to him assembled with one full consort, rejoicing at the fall of that great beast, from whose eternal bondage now they were released. Forth came that ancient lord and aged queen, arrayed in antique robes down to the ground, and sad habiliments right well beseen. A noble crew about them waited round of sage and sober peers, all gravely gowned, whom far before did march a goodly band of tall young men, all able arms to sound, but now they laurel branches bore in hand, glad sign of victory and peace in all their land. And to that doughty conqueror they came, and him before themselves prostrating low, their lord and patron loud did him proclaim, and at his feet their laurel boughs did throw. Soon after them, all dancing on a row, the comely virgins came with girlands dight, as fresh as flowers in meadow green do grow, when morning dew upon their leaves doth light, and in their hands sweet timbrels all upheld on height. And then before, the fry of children young, their wanton sports and childish mirth did play, and to the maidens sounding timbrels sung in well-attuned notes a joyous lay, and made delightful music all the way, until they came where that fair virgin stood, as fair Diana in fair summer's day beholds her nymphs enranged in shady wood. Some wrestle, some do run, some bathe in crystal flood. So she beheld those maidens' merriment with cheerful view, who, when to her they came, themselves to ground with gracious humbless bent, and her adored by honourable name, lifting to heaven her everlasting fame. Then on her head they set a girland green, and crowned her twixt earnest and twixt game, who in her self-resemblance well beseen did seem such as she was, a goodly maiden queen. And after, all the rascal many ran, heaped together in rude ravelment, to see the face of that victorious man, whom all admired as from heaven sent, and gazed upon with gaping wonderment. But when they came where that dead dragon lay, stretched on the ground in monstrous large extent, the sight with idle fear did them dismay, ne durst approach him nigh, to touch or once assay. Some feared and fled, some feared and well it feigned. One that would wiser seem than all the rest warned him not touch, for yet perhaps remained some lingering life within his hollow breast, or in his womb might lurk some hidden nest of many dragonets, his fruitful seed. Another said that in his eyes did rest yet sparkling fire, and bade thereof take heed. Another said he saw him move his eyes indeed. One mother, when as her foolhardy child did come too near, and with his talons play, half dead through fear, her little babe reviled, and to her gossips gan in counsel say, how can I tell but that his talons may yet scratch my son, or rend his tender hand? So diversely themselves in vain they fray, while some more bold to measure him nigh stand, to prove how many acres he did spread of land. Thus flocked all the folk him round about, the whiles that hoary king, with all his train, being arrived where that champion stout after his foes' defeasance did remain, him goodly greets, and fair does entertain with princely gifts of ivory and gold, and thousand thanks him yields for all his pain. Then when his daughter dear he does behold, her dearly doth embrace, and kisseth manifold. And after to his palace he them brings, with shawms and trumpets, and with clarions sweet, and all the way the joyous people sings, and with their garments strows the paved street, whence mounting up they find purveyance meet of all that royal prince's court became, and all the floor was underneath their feet bespread with costly scarlet of great name, on which they lowly sit, and fitting purpose frame. What needs me tell their feast and goodly guise, in which was nothing riotous nor vain? What needs of dainty dishes to devise, or of comely services, or courtly train? My narrow leaves cannot in them contain the large discourse of royal princes' state. Yet was their manner then but bare and plain, for th' antique world excess and pride did hate. Such proud luxurious pomp is swollen up but late. Then when with meats and drinks of every kind their fervent appetites they quenched had, that ancient lord gan fit occasion find of strange adventures and of perils sad, which in his travel him befallen had, for to demand of his renowned guest, who then with utterance grave and countenance sad, from point to point, as is before expressed, discoursed his voyage long, according his request. Great pleasure mixed with pitiful regard that godly king and queen did passionate, whiles they his pitiful adventures heard, that oft they did lament his luckless state, and often blamed the too importune fate that heaped on him so many wrathful wreaks. For never gentle knight as he of late so tossed was in fortune's cruel freaks, and all the while salt tears bedewed the hearer's cheeks. Then said that royal peer in sober wise, dear son, great been the evils which ye bore from first to last in your late enterprise, that I note whether praise or pity more. For never living man, I ween, so sore in sea of deadly dangers was distressed. But since now safe ye sees it have the shore, and well arrived are, high God be blessed, let us devise of ease and everlasting rest. Ah, dearest Lord, said then that doughty knight, of ease or rest I may not yet devise. For by the faith which I to arms have plight, I bounden am straight after this emprise, as that your daughter can you well advise, back to return to that great Faerie Queene, and her to serve 6 years in warlike wise, 'gainst that proud Paynim king that works her teen. Therefore I ought crave pardon till I there have been. Unhappy falls that hard necessity, quoth he, the troubler of my happy peace, and vowed foe to my felicity. Nay, I against the same can justly prease, but since that band ye cannot now release, nor done undo, for vows may not be vain, soon as the term of those 6 years shall cease, ye then shall hither back return again, the marriage to accomplish vowed betwixt you twain, which for my part I covet to perform, in sort as through the world I did proclaim, that whoso killed that monster most deform, and him in hardy battle overcame, should have mine only daughter to his dame, and of my kingdom heir apparent be. Therefore, since now to thee pertains the same, by due desert of noble chivalry, both daughter and eke kingdom, lo, I yield to thee. Then forth he called that his daughter fair, the fairest Une, his only daughter dear, his only daughter and his only heir, who forth proceeding with sad sober cheer, as bright as doth the morning star appear out of the east, with flaming locks bedight, to tell that dawning day is drawing near, and to the world does bring long wished light, so fair and fresh that lady showed herself in sight. So fair and fresh as freshest flower in May, for she had laid her mournful stole aside, and widow-like sad wimple thrown away, wherewith her heavenly beauty she did hide, whiles on her weary journey she did ride. And on her now a garment she did wear, all lily white, withouten spot or pride, that seemed like silk and silver woven near, but neither silk nor silver therein did appear. The blazing brightness of her beauty's beam, and glorious light of her sunshiny face to tell, were as to strive against the stream. My ragged rhymes are all too rude and base her heavenly lineaments for to enchase. No wonder, for her own dear loved knight, all were she daily with himself in place, did wonder much at her celestial sight. Oft had he seen her fair, but never so fair dight. So fairly dight, when she in presence came, she to her sire made humble reverence, and bowed low, that her right well became, and added grace unto her excellence, who with great wisdom and grave eloquence thus gan to say. But ere he thus had said, with flying speed and seeming great pretence, came running in, much like a man dismayed, a messenger with letters, which his message said. All in the open hall amazed stood at suddenness of that unwary sight, and wondered at his breathless hasty mood. But he for naught would stay his passage right, till fast before the king he did alight, where falling flat, great humbless he did make, and kissed the ground whereon his foot was pight. Then to his hands that writ he did betake, which he disclosing read thus as the paper spake. To thee, most mighty King of Eden fair, her greeting sends in these sad lines addressed, the woeful daughter and forsaken heir of that great emperor of all the West, and bids thee be advised for the best, ere thou thy daughter link in holy band of wedlock to that new unknown guest. For he already plighted his right hand unto another love, and to another land. To me, sad maid, or rather widow sad, he was affianced long time before, and sacred pledges he both gave and had, false errant knight, infamous, and forswore. Witness the burning altars which he swore, and guilty heavens of his bold perjury, which though he hath polluted oft of yore, yet I to them for judgment just do fly, and them conjure to venge this shameful injury. Therefore, since mine he is, or free or bond, or false or true, or living or else dead, withhold, O sovereign prince, your hasty hand from knitting league with him, I you a reed. Ne ween my right with strength adown to tread, through weakness of my widowhead, or woe. For truth is strong, her rightful cause to plead, and shall find friends, if need requireth so. So bids thee well to fare, thy neither friend nor foe, Fidessa. When he these bitter biting words had read, the tidings strange did him abashed make, that still he sate long time astonished, as in great muse, ne word to creature spake. At last his solemn silence thus he brake, with doubtful eyes fast fixed on his guest. Redoubted knight, that for mine only sake thy life and honour late adventurest, let naught be hid from me that ought to be expressed. What mean these bloody vows and idle threats, thrown out from womanish impatient mind? What heavens, what altars, what enraged heats here, heaped up with terms of love unkind, my conscience clear with guilty bands would bind? High God be witness that I guiltless am. But if yourself, Sir Knight, ye faulty find, or rapid be in loves of former dame, with crime do not it cover, but disclose the same. To whom the Redcrosse Knight this answer sent: My lord, my king, be not hereat dismayed, till well ye wot, by grave intendiment, what woman, and wherefore doth me upbraid with breach of love and loyalty betrayed. It was in my mishaps, as hitherward I lately travelled, that unwares I strayed out of my way, through perils strange and hard. That day should fail me, ere I had them all declared. There did I find, or rather I was found, of this false woman that Fidessa hight. Fidessa hight the falsest dame on ground, most false Jewessa, royal richly dight, that easy was t'inveigle weaker sight. Who by her wicked arts and wily skill, too false and strong for earthly skill or might, unwares me wrought unto her wicked will, and to my foe betrayed, when least I feared ill. Then stepped forth that goodly royal maid, and on the ground herself prostrating low, with sober countenance thus to him said: O pardon me, my sovereign lord, to show the secret treasons which of late I know to have been wrought by that false sorceress. She, only she it is, that erst did throw this gentle knight into so great distress, that death him did await in daily wretchedness. And now it seems that she suborned hath this crafty messenger with letters vain to work new woe and improvided scath, by breaking of the band betwixt us twain, wherein she used hath the practic pain of this false footman, cloaked with simpleness, whom if ye please for to discover plain, ye shall him Archimago find, I guess, the falsest man alive. Who tries shall find no less. The king was greatly moved at her speech, and all with sudden indignation freight, bade on that messenger rude hands to reach. Eftsoons the guard, which on his state did wait, attached that fater false, and bound him straight, who, seeming sorely chafed at his band, as chained bear whom cruel dogs do bait, with idle force did feign them to withstand, and often semblance made to scape out of their hand. But they him laid full low in dungeon deep, and bound him hand and foot with iron chains, and with continual watch did warily keep. Who then would think that by his subtle trains he could escape foul death or deadly pains? Thus, when that prince's wrath was pacified, he gan renew the late forbidden banes, and to the knight his daughter dear he tied, with sacred rites and vows for ever to abide. His own 2 hands the holy knots did knit, that none but death for ever can divide. His own 2 hands, for such a term most fit, the houseling fire did kindle and provide, and holy water thereon sprinkled wide, at which the bushy teed a groom did light, and sacred lamp in secret chamber hide, where it should not be quenched day nor night, for fear of evil fates, but burnen ever bright. Then gan they sprinkle all the posts with wine, and made great feast to solemnize that day. They all perfumed with frankincense divine, and precious odours fetched from far away, that all the house did sweat with great array. And all the while sweet music did apply her curious skill, the warbling notes to play, to drive away the dull melancholy, the whiles one sung a song of love and jollity. During the which there was an heavenly noise heard sound through all the palace pleasantly, like as it had been many an angel's voice singing before the eternal majesty in their trinal triplicities on high. Yet wist no creature whence that heavenly sweet proceeded, yet each one felt secretly himself thereby reft of his senses meet, and ravished with rare impression in his sprite. Great joy was made that day of young and old, and solemn feast proclaimed throughout the land. That their exceeding mirth may not be told, suffice it here by signs to understand the usual joys at knitting of love's band. Thrice happy man the knight himself did hold, possessed of his lady's heart and hand, and ever when his eye did her behold, his heart did seem to melt in pleasures manifold. Her joyous presence and sweet company in full content he there did long enjoy. No wicked envy, no vile jealousy his dear delights were able to annoy. Yet swimming in that sea of blissful joy, he not forgot how he whilome had sworn, in case he could that monstrous beast destroy, unto his Faerie Queene back to return, the which he shortly did, and Una left to mourn. Now strike your sails, ye jolly mariners, for we be come unto a quiet road, where we must land some of our passengers, and light this weary vessel of her load. Here she a while may make her safe abode, till she repaired have her tackles spent, and wants supplied, and then again abroad on the long voyage whereto she is bent. Well may she speed, and fairly finish her intent.
End of Canto 12. End of Book 1 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. Recording by Thomas Copeland.